Welcome to the Wild Rift Summoner Series Major 1, Day 1, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm your host for today, Casanova, and joining me are some amazing casters in Jolly and AlkBattery. Jolly, Alk, how you guys feeling going into the first day of the Major?
Oh, we've been chatting for like an hour and a half about how excited we are, so I think we're just gonna get right into it.
It's a great day, and honestly, a lot of good teams here at the Major, so excited to see what we got in store for us.
Yeah, I know we're all very excited for these matches to get underway, but before we get into that, let's quickly go through where we've come from, where we're going, and what we're doing here today. Earlier this week and last, we had 2 open qualifiers that have fed into the very first Major, which we are playing here today. As we go forward, there are 2 additional Majors and a last chance qualifier that will feed into the championship. If you missed the earlier open qualifiers, don't worry. There will be additional open qualifiers that will feed into each of the remaining Majors, and you'll have your shot at this sweet, sweet $100,000 prize pool. There's 10,000 up for grabs in each Major, including this one, and it will all culminate into a $70,000 prize pool championship with 30K up for grabs for first place. Now, Jolly, Alk, can you help me introduce the teams competing today for the first $10,000?
Oh, you know, I'd love to. On the left side, we got qualifier 1 teams. We're looking at Tribe Gaming, Immortals, Enemy, and Sentinels.
Qualifier 2 wrapped up last weekend, and it brought us Cloud9, YMCA, Yawn, and free agents. And again, for everybody at home, top 4 make it out, and we've got 8 amazing teams here today.
Yeah, top 4 make it out. Those are the teams. Here are the seeds. We've got a big double elimination bracket today with some exciting matches. And, you know, before we dive too far in, I wanted to pick your brains a little bit, but starting with Alk, are there any matches that really stand out in this bracket?
Immortals versus Yawns. When you look at how top heavy some of the bracket is, you're looking at these 2 to potentially be dark horses, and going into that lower bracket makes it a bit difficult for you if you want to try and make that run.
Yeah, and Jolly, same question. Are there any matches in this round 1 that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, immediately, of course, my eyes go down to Immortals Yawn, but I'm also stoked about... Stop that. I'm also stoked about the match that we've got here today to start things off. Sentinels versus Cloud9, 2 of the top teams here in this bracket to, already go and send somebody down to the lower half.
Yeah, these are some very exciting matches. And just remember, if your favorite team does lose in round 1, this is a double elimination bracket. So they'll get that extra life to try and run it back in the lower bracket. But our first match of the day, the first match of the Major, Sentinels versus Cloud9, a rematch from qualifier 1 where Sentinels was able to take Cloud9 down. And, you know, Cloud9 now has Tarzan back in the lineup, but they will have a mid-sub today. And to break things down a little bit more, though, Alk, starting with Sentinels, I'd love for you to give me some insight into how this team is going to be looking to take the day.
Sentinels, they need to be able to play through their solo laners. MTS and Michael Udall have looked fantastic throughout the first qualifier, and with some hiccups along the way, I think with now more time, a few more matches under their belt, and at least some I hope some time in the laboratory to identify what they do the best. I'm looking for Sentinels to try and find some kind of identity, or maybe around their bot lane, to push C9 into further in this Major.
And speaking of C9, we've got Zello, who has been absolutely dominating on this Gragas, definitely the most picked here. And we have Molly taking the place of Meals in the mid lane. Meals, if you watched last week, picking up a pentakill on Corki, so a big member here, but all eyes and all ears should always be on this player. If you think of Wild Rift, you got to talk about Tarzan, who has been performing exceptionally well, a big shot caller on this team, and really just leading them through to a lot of victorious runs.
Yeah, and speaking of Tarzan, he was, in fact, the kill leader in Qualifier 2. He had a fantastic tournament in Cloud9's run to get that first place, and he's looking to continue that on in the Major. But I want to pick both of your brains a little bit before we get into the first matchup. You know, Alk, we talked a bit about Sentinels and how they were able to take the first match against Cloud9 in Qualifier 1. They were given Michael's Orianna in both games, which is, you know, his most played, kind of his one trick early on before learning a lot more. And I'm wondering, do you think that that's going to be something that Cloud9 needs to watch out this time around, or do you think it's more the substitutions and they'll have some other strategies to deal with it?
For Sentinels, I'm looking at, we're talking about the Orianna. I need to see a lot more from certain members of this team. I'm a huge fan of MTS and some of the other top laners we have here at the Major, hoping we'll get to talk a little bit more about that later. But his Orianna play was great, but is still not where I think I want Sentinels to be if I'm going to have them potentially getting out to top 4 or top 2 later on into the bracket. So Michael Udall, kind of the front runner for his team, needs to step it up in his play and also his champion pool. It's a little bit smaller than some of the other mid laners here, but I think it's very specialized for what they want to do.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case that he's kind of leaning more towards comfort picks versus a lot of other players that have had this broad pool or just picking entirely for the team. And we'll see if that ends up biting Sentinels or if Michael can actually carry and pop off on some of these picks. But Jolly, I wanted to talk a little bit more about Cloud9, and they've been bringing, kind of the elephant in the room is their duo mid strategy that was innovated by Charm. And I just want to give you a chance to kind of break down a little bit of the strengths of this in case people at home are like, why are they sending 2 people mid?
It's very effective, and they have been using it really consistently. It gives them a lot of early game advantage. They already have a really, really strong bottom lane as well. And so to be able to kind of move the pressure away from the top side of the map, which is very, very normal for the current meta, to kind of sway things around and allow that mid portion of the map to kind of be resilient and maintain itself, also allows for invades. Cloud9, the only team that we've seen that from, so something that they always have to look out for as Sentinels.
We were talking about, Tarzane being the front runner for his team, being the kill leader for qualifier. Well, you're looking at this team, the way you do it, you get Charm and you get Jackie, run it down into the enemy jungle, and even help out Zello in that matchup, just completely lopside the map and make it very, very easy for Cloud9 to close out victories.
Yeah, so we will have to see if Sentinels can deal with this duo mid strategy, or if Cloud9 can make sure they adapt to Qualifier 1 and take out Sentinels. We're going into our first draft of the very first major. Jolly, Alk, take it away.
Thank you so very much, Casanova. We'll be checking back with you after this set of games, after this best of 3. We got Sentinels on the red side here, Cloud9 on the blue side. And, I
want to swap that.
Oh, sorry.
I want to swap that, Jolly.
Swap that, you're right.
You're good.
Swap that. Excuse me, it's because the icons, they threw me off, We got red on the blue side, blue on the red side, that's what it was. It's the start of the day, all right, you got to give me like 1 or 2 mistakes and then we'll get things rolling. But I definitely agree with you, Alk, in Michael Udall. Yes, the Orianna is really good. I wouldn't necessarily qualify a ban. You also have, really fun counter picks. You've got the Ahri, which is also a prio pick for Michael Udall. Recently mentioning on Twitter, if you think my Orianna is good, you better check out my Ahri or just wait to see my Ahri. So if you've got a limited champ pool like that, you might as well let them try to run with it and ban out things that you really want to avoid in terms of the composition overall.
I don't want to be results-based analysis already, but if we're talking about checking out his Ahri, it's got 0% win rate, so they need to check the stats on that one for Michael Udall. Maybe you head back to the training lab, you get in the practice tool, you play a little bit of Ahri. We'll see. I want to give him a chance, right? Everybody gets their shot in the day, and just because you may have lost the game doesn't necessarily mean you played you were bad on it, but we'll have to see. I think it is, again, when you're looking at that mid lane pool, we're starting to already take away things like the Corki, like the Orianna. Twisted Fate is still available for Sentinels, and when you're looking at Cloud9, they're looking at a really strong mid-jungle duo, so we'll have to see what they pick up from there.
I was going to say the Ziggs, the Lucian, obviously incredibly high priority with the flexibility as well, especially with Cloud9 liking to run to those Jackie and Charm in the mid lane there. So we'll have to see what the final ban is. It is going to be a Galio, another really good initiator. Galio and Camille, still an amazing combo. You got both of those champions banned out here. Now you still got things like the Renekton up. You still got Zello, who, we know likes the Gragas available. But the Lucian will be the first pick in.
Interesting. So this is a really nice flex. Sentinels have not been the type of players or the type of team really to flex a marksman up into the top lane. We've only seen, if I remember correctly, it is Yon. You've got No You and YMCA as well. There's a few top laners, and with this Gragas and Senna here for Cloud9, I think is a really, really awesome answer. You can now flex this into the bot lane. You can still have multiple different champions and force Sentinels to show their hand just a little bit there.
Just a little bit. You got the Xin Zhao locked in now, though. Nami also, can really sway and change the game completely. I do love the Wukong lock-in, another really high priority champion. And right now, we're so early on in this game. patch 2.4 now. That, hey, look at that. The Ari is locked in. We're going to have to see if that statistic changes right here. It is going to be Michael on that one. But, it's cool to see how the metas will progress. Starting at the very, very beginning or the early stages of this game, there is certainly metas that each of the teams themselves have kind of laid out. And as the game evolves and as people figure out more combos and compositions and things like that, it'll change. But there's just so much opportunity for these players to really do whatever the heck they want in these kinds of tournaments. But the final lock-in is going to be the Jhin there. And it's looking like a lot of damage from the side of Cloud9, a lot of initiation.
Giving Zello his tank again. This feels very on brand for Sentinels, and what I need to see from this is now you have a really strong bot lane. You're going to be going kind of bot lane for bot lane at this point, with Jhin Senna wanting to take control of the early game. Same thing with Illusion Nami. You have a lot of tools to access in the laning phase. What do they do? Because I remember this first qualifier looking at Rest and Beg and thinking, you guys are definitely role filling. Like you guys are doing, we're doing stuff. You're hitting the minions, you're hitting the creeps, you're getting onto the turrets, but some of the positioning was not quite there. And either they need to take a step back and say, hey, we're here to be supportive, or we're just going to try and take it to C9, whereas 4 members, they're just invading for this early game. They want to make sure they get the first bounce in and get some vision down.
They did at least, offer a little bit of opportunity. There it is. It's going to be a little bit of vision for Sentinels. Cloud9 didn't take any damage, though, so no recalls forced out. At least that's the hope for that if you do send some people, as well as the vision. But already Rest taking quite a bit of damage here. I do also love the instant lock-in of the Senna just being a good champion overall, but also in response to Lucian being picked up there, because that combination is just so deadly.
You have so many options. Senna is just such a great support right now. You can flex it, and you can just do things where you're sending it. We've seen the most popular combo obviously be Gragas Senna, but I think second to that is playing Varus Senna, something that Tribe has found a lot of success with, and some other teams have as well. Just look at this. We're talking about the early game, and we're talking about Sentinels wanting to take control, but their bot lane taking a ton of damage early on from C9.
Speaking of Senna, right there, we get to see Last Embrace do a lot of damage there with that lockdown onto Rest. And I mean, Beginnings has no opportunity to really frontline on this one. There's just way too much poke coming from C9's mid lane right now that it's Sentinels hanging way back. And in the meantime, Tarzan gets poked out here by Sheesh, who's going to have to flash over the wall.
Nice.
Jackie not going to be able to hit that W, but Tarzan has the damage, gets the turnaround, flashes on, so takes the first blood. Yes, gets taken down in response. In the meantime, the rest of the team tries to come in to offer some support. You do have the death of Wukong on the backside as well.
That was really well played, and look at how, again, they play the map. Tarzan going in for an invade, his support, and honestly, playing with someone like a Jhin, they don't even have to move first. They can actually just use something like the Deadly Flourish from long range and force Sheesh to get rooted, or have to take some kind of crazy pathing. So a really great move from C9. It puts them a little bit ahead in gold, and during that time, Jackie ends up actually killing Rest at the same time, which is just insane to think about. So C9 using their strategy, finding themselves at a small advantage, but we need to see a little bit more from them if they really want to take control of this early game.
I expect that we will see more from them, again, with this composition that they've selected. It is so dang aggressive, and they can have a lot of this aggression really early on. Luckily, Sentinels has put up a very decent amount of vision, been very defensive about the way that they've tried to initiate on this, because they recognize how much of this early game power is held in C9's hands. I mean, I was just talking about the pressure that you've got here on the mid lane, and it once again remains. The culling coming out here by Rest now to get that wave down.
Doing a fantastic job at it, and they're starting to prep for this dragon that's coming up soon. Take a look at where people are redeploying and starting to pick up some gold. I'm really interested to see what happens with Molly versus just the rest of Sentinels. This is obviously a new substitution for C9, as Meals is currently unavailable, taking care of some things. I think that they will be available for Series 2, but have to watch and see. But Charm.
Oh, there it is. All the crowd control. She tries to flash in, but it's still not enough damage on to Charm. Nice little W away, or nice little shift away from that one is going to keep C9 alive in the mid lane. So even with the focus that Sentinels is trying to put back in response to the pressure that C9 has maintained here and the priority in the mid, it is not really working out for Sentinels.
Ooh, and now Sentinels are in a little bit of an awkward spot. You see right now they're trying to lane swap, and they're actually taking advantage of the new patch. You're talking about, hey, we're on 2.4. Well, one of the changes is Rift Herald spawning at the same time as Dragon. They recognized it, and we saw it during the qualifiers. Dragon was such a huge kind of pivot point for the game, whether the first Dragon was kind of the win point for a lot of teams in the qualifiers. Well, now they've balanced it out by making this Rift Herald available at the same time. So Sentinels taking the trade across the map, and I want to see what they use this for. Are they going to try and set up Michael for success, or find some kind of avenue after ganking this mid lane to set their bot lane up ahead of Jackie and Charm?
Speaking of bot lane, you can see the heavy invade once again here coming from the side of C9. No surprise that it's Tarzane who manages to go down towards the bottom side and has the opportunity to get a little bit of a pinch off here, especially if Zello manages to pull MTS out of this a bit. Allowed themselves to take a bit of damage, but a little bit too much mana was also expended there, so it's going to be a little bit harder for Tarzane, and it will just be a recall from MTS here. In the meantime, though, Sentinels has found a good amount of pressure in the top, and they are going to go for the kill here. Gets a nice Nami bubble, but everybody broke away from the fight to try to avoid taking tower
Wait, what?
shots. She's just going to try to re-engage the flash forward. Out comes the tidal wave. It won't be enough, and Molly stays alive.
Okay, Molly, that was very aggressive. We'll see that both junglers were on opposite sides of the map trying to find something here. We're going to see a small scuttle fight here. Should be going over to one of these teams, but that was very dangerous for Molly. Oh, that's true. It is a scuffle. Molly, why are we staying there? Why are we staying there, buddy? You got the invisibility. You can get out of there, but I think I wanted to greed for the wave, trying to find something. And look at this. C9, they want this blue buff. They're going to fight for it.
And in they go. The charm does land onto Senna, who immediately is going to get melted down. Sheesh takes a lot of damage on the backside, but Tarzane continues to get knocked up. There is going to the Cyclone, comes out. A double kill going over to the Lucian.
Sentinels finding a really good pick and making sure to group. The problem here is now, C9, they've lost a few members now, they've given over some kills, and the only way you can try to punish this is if Sentinels are going to overgroup, make sure that they're always staying next to each other, pick up some waves, pick up some farm. I like this from C9, and I like this from Sentinels, the certain answers we're seeing to each other's meta, but I mean, this game is still rather close. Everybody, I think, coming into this match, I don't remember who, but someone from the community did a poll talking about who would win this match, and it was about 65% in favor of Sentinels or in favor of Cloud9. We'll have to see how that goes as we continue on.
I was kind of saying, when you first said Sentinels, I was like, wow, that's more than I would have assumed here.
Even I was confused. I was like, wait a minute.
I think we've talked about, some of the games that Cloud9 has had in the past so far in this Summoner series here. And even the games that Cloud9 has lost, it's really just kind of been them going a little too hard, or them saying, all right, you know what, we'll give this one over. We've already kind of lost it. This one isn't in our hands. We know we can control the next set of games. So they come in with a lot of confidence, because Tarzane is not just an amazing player, but an absolutely incredible shot caller here for this team.
Mm-hmm. He does so much for this team, and I think when you look at this, we're talking about how Cloud9 tends to win or lose is based on Tarzane's performance, and off of that, their adaptation from Game 1 to Game 2 and 3 has been impeccable in almost every single series. That's why they've gone undefeated in matches, but not necessarily in game score. It has been a pleasure to watch them.
We'll see if they can continue to keep the pressure on. And it looks like Sentinels is working towards, at least trying to get a little bit of gold back in response. Almost getting close to tying things up. It was close to a 2k gold lead for C9. So they're at least kind of, they're slimming that margin that was more in favor of C9, though the aggressive vision, you can absolutely tell, is going to continue to be maintained here. Sentinels trying to stay as passive and defensive as possible, setting up this vision in an attempt to be aggressive and make proactive plays.
We'll have to see. It's 10 seconds before the Drake now, and certain members have to take a back here. Lots of damage on to beginnings means that they will not be available for this play. There's no tidal wave, but here we go.
There it is. So much damage there. Ari tries to get out, but gets taken down. Rest has to flash away. Will get hit by a curtain call, but not in range for the next one. Sheesh will take one, but avoid the rest, and out comes Shelly.
That's such a close fight there. That will be the Drake for them, but look at this. Look at where Sentinels... This is where I think some of their mistakes have come from, is just not quite understanding it. I think it's that feeling of just like not being good enough or missing some small aspect of it, because that is the right play. Try to drop the Rift Herald in mid lane, but after you've already lost that fight and can no longer get mid priority, it is so dangerous to do that. You can't get all that much, can't get the turret, and now they're even stifled from getting this top turret or any kind of damage on it. So right now, Sentinels, they're making the right plays. I just think the timing and some of the groupings are not all there for them. And C9, they're going to continue with their gold lead and continue with the advantage that they're just slowly gaining from themselves. It doesn't feel like it's overwhelming pressure like we've seen in some of the qualifier matches.
Not quite, but still a lot more finished items on the side of Cloud9. You can see the Glaive as well as that Duskblade there for Jhin. So he's going to try to make more of an impact as the game goes on with that extra mobility that he's going to be getting. But you're absolutely right, Alk. It feels like Sentinels is just kind of one step behind. And that's what I meant really when I was saying they're playing defensively. They're trying to set up vision to play defensively, but it's in an attempt to get some sort of aggressive play, because that's the only way that you can really get something onto this C9 team with how oppressive they are in these fights.
That has been one of the things when I was looking at this team for Sentinels, was this is one of our most standard teams. They play mages in the mid lane. They play a pretty standard bot lane. They have tanks with bruisers, nothing out of the ordinary. And it feels like they are almost the benchmark for how teams should play in Wild Rift. And everything after that, I think once you start into getting like individual team identity and what you want to do that breaks you apart from the others is what other teams might find as an advantage versus them. This is when we've seen them take a lot of wins versus some of the lower seeded teams. But when we're going up against someone like a Tribe or like a Cloud9, their individual play and the aggressive play has been kind of their hallmark to success.
It's really working for them too here. I mean, we can see that the pressure has just been maintained. It's been constantly Sentinels is trying to respond, really, and that's a lot of what it is, reactive play forced onto Sentinels, which is very common. But C9 recognizing, hey, we've got pressure in this mid, we have for the whole game, let's just keep it up. This is where Sentinels keeps trying to attempt some sort of recovery, trying to throw the Rift Herald down there, trying to get some sort of responding pressure. And if C9 can just keep the pressure up in response, then there's going to be no possibility for it. In the meantime, you can continue to get this pressure here on the side lanes, and there we can see all 5 members go in onto MTS. The curtain call will come out. Michael Udall gets the charm onto the other side, and that's going to be a flash away. Not even the Spirit.
Good job, Rest.
In comes a beautiful tidal wave. And but now just Charm trying to escape here. Molly is running away from Sheesh. The rest of the team just trying to collapse together, though Sheesh will get rooted down thanks to Charm's last breaks, and it's going to be a hop over Tarzan. Now trying to take on Sheesh, but that's going to be too much damage. Tarzan, no clone is going to save you there, and Sheesh stays alive, finishing this off with a triple kill.
Okay, that was all individual mechanics there from multiple members of Sentinels. That was a really well-played team fight from them, where they end up coming out huge. If they don't win that, I think that might have been the death nail that C9 plants to try and find themselves a victory in our game 1 here. But Rest doing so much damage in that last fight, and then Sheesh, a really great pair with this Nami, can constantly slow, and a bunch of movement speed that you're getting now. A lot of damage for them, and they will have first say onto this Drake. They will get themselves the scuttle, and they will be able to kind of just shove any members of C9 that are entering if they can stay stalwart in the river here.
First tower down as well, and now the gold lead is in favor of the blue side here. Sentinels finding themselves not just that first tower on this, but also a lead in kills. The culling coming out again by Rest to get some more pressure here in this mid side, and obviously C9 trying to put some focus here towards this dragon. Grog is getting pressure on the bottom side as well on that dragon lane, and mid lane is pressured up, so Sentinels is really going to have to try hard to get this dragon priority.
They look at this, they're all fighting for mid lane. They want to have the wave shoving into the turret. They want to say, we want to be able to roam out of this, but now it is C9 in position to defend for this Drake. They're going to start it up. Current call comes out. Sentinels, this is dangerous.
Is dangerous, and that's a lot of damage coming from the curtain call. The culling to follow it up, and goes the Gragas ultimate, and oh my goodness, down it goes Lucian onto the backside. Comes the Akali. Molly doing so much damage. The ultimate as well from Wukong coming out. That Cyclone just getting 1, and a double kill will allow them to follow this up. Tarzan tries to go in for another, but will be taken down, and it is a shutdown.
That is good. That's good for Sentinels. C9, they have a proclivity to just kind of overdive sometimes, but a great fight for them, and now slamming themselves in the lead. They're now firmly in the driver's seat. They didn't end up taking the dragon, so the dragon was just a spectator to that fight. I think that they're going to reset it, probably go straight back over to this pit, but that was an amazing fight, and again, led by Tarzan on this Wukong. And with the backup of someone like a Senna, someone like this Jin, they've done a fantastic job of cementing themselves in this game.
Got themselves a pretty solid gold lead, too, even just looking at Zelo's gold right there at almost 11,000. Jin, only one above him on the team, looking pretty solid. And now that's going to be a little bit of priority here for Sentinels onto the Dragon. No move towards the Rift Heralds. It might be a contest for C9.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's one. That's a flash out.
He's looking for something. Out comes the tidal wave onto the backside. Now comes the cooling call once again. In is the Gragas cast. Tarzan on the backside, trying to take down Michael. And he does go down right there. Garen very, very low. A lot of resources spent on trying to do as much damage to MTS there at the beginning. He didn't even die.
Okay, C9, they feel a little bit... maybe this is just, we're playing with a new mid laner because of the substitute situation, or something. It is the first game of the day, so teams might be still waking up, but it feels like C9 are a little bit sluggish to the play there. They're in the advantage. They had first say on the Drake, but somehow Sentinels are able to get it first after their rotation, and then they still end up losing that next fight. This feels like C9 maybe getting a little bit in over their heads here, as now they're going to try to break down this last turret, try to break down this dragon turret with Charm.
Maybe, but Michael Udall is still a very easy target for them in all of these fights. Currently sitting at 0-3 and 6, way behind on gold, and not feeling very
comfortable. Might need to add to that stat
in
soon.
terms of items. I mean, you've got the Luden's finish, and you're looking at 2 rods right there. So you've at least got items built, but you're looking across the board at 2 to 3 at least finished. Mostly 3 on the side of C9. So that one aspect could hold Sentinels back a little bit in these games if that's consistently an easy target or easy priority target for C9 in these engages.
For sure. It's, when you're looking at Ahri, I don't think anybody would say, oh, Ahri's a really easy target to find. She has so much mobility. You also have the Proto Belt boot enchant. You think you'd be able to get out, but a lot of sticky members from C9 keeps them on top of them. And look at this, again, fighting for mid lane. They want to try and take control of this. And off of the back of MTS, I think when we're looking at this team, you're looking at Sentinels, obviously Michael Udall is the big front runner for the names, but MTS and again, the Baron laners that we've had in the majors and even in the qualifiers have all looked amazing, and MTS in particular has looked like one of the better top laners that we've had in the tournament.
You've also got a little bit of not reconnaissance, but Zelo did play with Beg and Pierce J, the coach here of Sentinels, previously for Arena of Valor. So, you have to consider that there's a little bit of understanding in terms of play style as well coming from the side of Sentinels. Hopefully a little bit of forward thinking from that player, but you got to consider how much of an input Beg really has on all of this coming in, especially as this Nami, as someone who's really backline.
That's one of the things when you're looking at Arden supports in particular. They feel a little bit like you're playing Minion Commander, right? Because you have to channel all of your buffs. You have to make sure that they're all on the right players. And so far what we've seen from them is this is kind of a new style that we've seen from a lot of teams. Obviously, a lot of the Ardent items got added in the latest patch. So there's been more reason to play things like the Janna and the sort, but really kind of gives them potentially, a better way of controlling the game, controlling the flow of certain team fights.
She's very effective. Nami, one of the highest pick supports. I mean, you're looking at, like Senna, Nami, Janna, really right now with the current patch updates of being really effective here. And Beg has done a really good job. Only has gone down one time here, but that's kind of the downside of this, is while Beg might be a little bit more informed on how the playstyle might be going through here from the side of Cloud9, having played with a couple of these members in the past. How much shot calling really is actually coming from this player, who seems to be doing very, very well and has done very well in the past here. It's tough though when you're looking at a bottom lane like the one that Sentinels has right here with Rest and Beg, and then you're looking at Jackie and Charm on the other side, and it's just such a cohesive combo there.
Oh, here's a teleport. They're gonna go for this.
They are out
Oh.
third cutlass. Whisper's not going to hit there. Tarzan goes up with a big cyclone on the backside. He's going to go down there to the ultimate from Garen, and in goes the rest of the blue team out of the back.
Are they going to win this?
Though, front lines all of this and leads a lot of damage. Just an excellent split there. It will be a revive, but 4 more members of C9 still alive. She should be able to go down here and take the tower shot onto Zello, but not enough to take
they
that
might try to
down,
end.
and they will absolutely try to end right here. The member that is holding things back is unfortunately Michael Udall on this Ahri, who has not been very effective in the game, and that's going to be number 1 here, going over to Cloud9.
Oh man, that fight just happened so fast. I was really wanting to talk about Cloud9 and how we've been focusing on Sentinels, but Cloud9, when you look at their team, Sans now, Meals being gone for the day, have some of the best players in their position. Zello has had fantastic performances on both tanks and carries, and Jackie and Charm, obviously, alongside Tarzan, have looked like some of the best players that we've had in Wild Rift for the North American scene in general. So I've been a really big fan of them, and right there you can see just really innovative play utilizing the TP where MTS does not have it. And I mean, just a great team fight that we saw from them. It was a little bit weird because I was like, are they going to win this? You saw some blinking health bars from them, but they're able to close it out with a really strong victory for them.
Yeah, there were some really solid splits towards the end, or some good engages from Sentinels, but it was Cloud9 who was in control for the majority of the game. They dropped 1 or 2 fights, but that's kind of what we're talking about. Even these games where Cloud9, even if this was a loss for Cloud9, if somehow Sentinels came back, Tarzan was too far in control, I think, in that aspect. And the previous time that these teams fought up against each other, yes, Sentinels did come out ahead, but the roster wasn't quite there. When you're missing Tarzan from the roster, you can't really expect the full team to come through. So while we don't have the full team with Meals here for Cloud9, it's still a lot of heavy damage, a lot right now coming through. I do believe that we are going to take a quick break in between. No, we're not. Never mind. We're not.
No,
we're able to stall.
No, we're not.
We're just going
I got you.
Straight through.
Don't
Excellent.
worry.
Good. Because I'd rather just get straight into some more Wild Rift. Now,
don't worry, Jolly.
Now, do you think the Orianna ban is going to stay here for Cloud9? Do you think it's an easy option for them? Because once they cut out the Orianna, there's such a limited choice there for Michael.
Yes, so again, we're going to sadly add to the Michael Udall 0% win rate Ahri. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry to do this to you. I'll be tracking it throughout the day. I'll make sure to keep an eye out for your Ahri. But I think if you take away the Orianna, there is a lot of options that I don't know if C9 are necessarily recognizing. Like, yeah, Orianna is very good for him. However, Orianna is incredibly weak during the early game, and that's where C9 tend to find a lot of explosiveness in their game, where if you maybe want to just take it away, you can see yet again, the pool is quite small when it comes to his mid laners, and that is definitely somewhere that we've seen, at least in this first game already, Cloud9 have found an avenue for attack.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things to consider is how much does it really take away from Sentinels. Like you said, there's so much pressure in the mid lane. That duo in the mid is so dang effective. And even with the Ahri coming through with opportunities for charms and some good crowd control to get damage on, there was just really no pressure, no priority whatsoever for Sentinels throughout that whole game. All right, then if that's the case, is there anything in particular anywhere on the Rift that you think would be good for Sentinels or would be very effective for the composition that Cloud9 tends to bring in?
So I want to swap to C9 real quick, just because I want to make sure we're giving them their due.
We can talk about them all day is the problem. If I start, I don't know if I can stop.
One of them will obviously, we'll get to see both of these teams, I think, go really far into this tournament. But Cloud9, their adaptations between games have been fantastic throughout the qualifiers. And here, when I'm looking at their team, they got basically what they wanted. They got an early aggressive jungle pick that can kind of turn up in terms of team fight and turning up the heat. You have a mid lane who, yes, Meals was able to play a Kali and can definitely play a little bit flexible on the side lane, and a very strong bot lane. That is where I think when we saw them before versus Sentinels, that was the mismatch that I was looking forward to is, hey, you're playing against Jackie. You're playing against Charm, who have been some of the best players in their position for this tournament. How does Rest and Beg stack up? How do you involve Sheesh in that to make sure that they can try to protect this bot lane? And Cloud9 have found success every single time. Lucian is obviously the most played just because that champion is absolutely disgustingly broken. I've gotten a bunch of free wins on it. That's fine. But Jackie literally plays it all. They even put Jackie in support. because they had to do a bunch of roster situations. They have a Ziggs in there as well. I've just been, when I'm looking at this mismatch, Sentinels, I'm still seeing some of that bot lane hesitancy that I saw from the first qualifier.
And I feel like it's going to maintain. And there's another aspect of this game too that we have to consider that Cloud9 is very good at, and that is really just confidence in the play and the pressure that that they're able to put forward. If you bring a lot of confidence, and I've said this even in standard League of Legends, you know, on PC, on the Rift. If you go in with confidence into a losing matchup, and if you at least know how to kind of play around and fancy foot, or at least navigate around the abilities of the enemy champions, you can absolutely win a losing matchup just by over-pressuring, by really lowering the confidence of the enemy team. And that's happening right here with Cloud9. All of Cloud9 has so much pressure, so much confidence going into this, that even if Sentinels might be looking at the potential for a winning match, you've got the hesitancy coming from them. You can feel it saying, hey, wait, they're really confident here. Should we actually go in on this? Is this a winning matchup? And that quick question that Cloud9 puts, that little seed that they put into the minds of their opponents, is enough for them to find a victorious fight a lot of the times.
Is Wukong, can Tarzan just dive me under my turret? I don't know.
Right?
Is his team here all of a sudden? You don't have perfect information. You don't have the God view that we do. It's like, oh, Tarzan actually just has his entire team under my turret. Awesome, that's great. I guess they can just do this. And then anytime that any missing member goes on the map for Sentinels, you're just like, oh crap, where is Tarzan? Where is Mello? Where are all these players? I can't do anything. They're just gonna dive me under my turret. And especially from an AD carry perspective, you're always thinking about positioning. You're always thinking how many times, like how hard can they go in on me before I die? And I mean, you see Wukong, you see Gragas, you're like, crap, I just have to flash, man. Like, I'm not able to do damage. It's just such a small map and really short range. But Cloud9 looking really aggressive, and for Sentinels, a lot of questions for them. I think the big, when you're looking at some implications from this match, whoever wins this is going to have to go up against the winner of Tribe Gaming and Free Agents. One of those teams is, in my opinion, top 2 to win this entire major. So after this, we're going to have to send a pretty stacked team into the losers bracket, and that just means that it's so dangerous down there.
It is dangerous, and you know, it's still promising for Sentinels going into a team like Cloud9. I mentioned during the game that they were playing defensively, that they were setting up a lot of vision just in the hopes that they could make some sort of proactive play. It wasn't really allowed at all. Cloud9 had a little bit too much invasion, and even though there wasn't a ton of vision on their side, it didn't matter because they picked up the sweepers, they got rid of the vision sentinel put down, and it worked out. I think we got the draft for game number 2 coming up, though, and we do have Cloud9 taking that first game, so it is match point here. Sentinels need to find themselves one so that they don't immediately drop into the loser's bracket.
Losers bracket's pretty fun, though. Hey, you know, if you ever talked about confidence, nothing like a free confidence, like, oh, we're gonna lose, we're out of the tournament, we're out of the major, we're gonna be out of getting that sick $10,000 prize pool for ourselves. So it would be a rather good one. And we're talking about bans. We're looking at whether or not Orianna is going to be here. Braum has been a really big pick when it comes to support.
Yeah, but constantly banned out. That's a big problem here. And I mean, Beg is a big Braum player as well as Charm here. So it's definitely one that can be taken away. You got to consider as well the Karagas. Gets through the first ban phase, and obviously that is going to be the first pick there for Cloud9 for Zello. It just works so incredibly well, and the combinations, especially if they're able to get the Senna with that again too, is going to be helpful. C9 is going to take away the Corki though. Not going to try to get another pentakill on that one just yet.
Set up for strong bot lane, please. Get. I don't even care if it's Lucian anymore. Just like, if Rest can do it, I would love to see a Draven, but something that can prevent Jackie and Charm from running you over. And not only that, but also something in the jungle that I think would help a lot, because Sheesh is a great jungler within themselves, and I think you saw a little bit of that on the Xin Zhao versus this Wukong.
For sure. There were several winning fights, and a lot of it did have to do with Sheesh's initiation or Sheesh's really quick response time to what was happening there from Cloud9's plays. And that's where we saw that really victorious fight towards the bottom. Sheesh getting in and really just completely disrupting the team, separating them from each other. Managed to find themselves a dragon, the first dragon for them for that game. The Ziggs is going to be the final ban, so the same bans we're looking at for Sentinels here. There's going to be no changes. Cloud9 so far looks the exact same as well. We'll see if Galio is the one to round things out again.
You have first pick here, Sentinels. Let's use it. Let's use it pretty proactively. You had it in the first game. You prioritized Lucian. Game didn't go all that well. I still think Lucian is fine, but need to start thinking of more creative answers for what you want from Michael Udall in some of these solo lanes. So Lucian's going to be the ban here from Cloud9. They say they don't want to deal with it. There's a pretty strong performance from Rest, all things considered. Now, how did they set up some of their players? 'Cause I'm a huge fan of the top laners.
Yes.
Like, you look at across the board, we have Chuck, Araki Zoro, Louis, you have MTS, Zello, no, just like every single one of these players has something that they bring individually to a team that I've been impressed with throughout the qualifiers and throughout their play. But the problem for me for Sentinels is they've never really transitioned his lead on this top side to bring them into a game victory. Yes, they've had some really great performances, but I need to see them be a little bit more consistent with kind of getting MTS reined in with the team.
Yeah, we'll see how this one works out. Sentinels deciding to prioritize that Gragas. It is going to be a little bit of a repeat from Cloud9. They don't get the Gragas and the Senna, but they do get the Senna and the Wukong Tarzane once again on that spinny monkey boy. And there was just so much disruption, so much mobility as well that you have to consider from that champion that's really effective.
Okay, Wukong and Senna, obviously. They've got charm. Ooh, for Sentinels, I like how flexible they're being, and giving Michael Udall a Kali is super new, because if I'm correct, and I'm gonna go pull up some stats real quick. Michael Udall, at least in the qualifiers, has not played this champion before, so we're getting a brand spanking new champion here for the mid laner.
Stealing Akali and Gragas away from Cloud9's first draft, so it seems to be something that they like to do. They did get the Xayah and the Rakan. I mean, Alk, you know, I'm a big Xayah fan. That's Wild Rift has made me so happy. And Xayah is stellar, absolutely stellar in this. So the Xayah Rakan duo coming out. The Diana is going to be the final lock in here for Cloud9. They did manage to snag the Garen. They're going to keep Jackie on that Jhin, though. We'll see if they continue with running the lethality Jhin.
Yeah, I think this is, when you're looking at Cloud9, such an interesting adaptation to the patch, because a lot of people would have just said, oh, Essence Reaver's in the game, you've got Solari Charge Blade, which has been very popular, all of these champions that like to build crit, why don't we just play more of them? They've been super strong. That has been kind of the knee-jerk reaction and the most obvious one that Riot wanted them to have, but I love this adaptation from Cloud9, wanting to just pick up the Jhin. Things like the Varus as well have done a great job in getting that early power spike with the lethality items for themselves. So we'll have to see what ends up coming from it, as we're finally into game 2 and match point here. Cloud9, if they win, they'll seed themselves into the top semis, and they'll start to get themselves ready to potentially go into top 4 for the major. Remember, it takes 3 best of 3s without a loss to qualify for the championship.
A lot more aggressive of a team. Not a lot more, but definitely more of an aggressive team from Sentinels. Being able to have the Rakan there in the bottom side, get the pop up as well as the quickness there. And I do like, the pickup of the Gragas, not just to take it away from Zello, but just is very, very strong in the top lane right now. There are a lot of options for top lane. And certainly, a harder one to shut down, though Garen is the most optimal pick, I think, into this one, plus provides a lot for the team itself. But once again, C9 has a lot of pressure here on this mid side.
They're taking control of the matchup, and we'll have to see what happens when we get to that early jungle pathing coming out from both of these two. Has been influential in both of their teams' successes. And I was looking at this composition for Sentinels. I'm loving this bot lane pair for Rest and Beg. Obviously has a lot of innate synergy just from their kits, but you look at the rest of the team for C9, they want to dive towards you. Garen wants to run at you. Diana wants to dive into you. Same thing with something like a Wukong. And Xayah is just like, oh, awesome. I get to lay down all these feathers. You run into me. That's awesome. I will take that every single day of the week.
I do think, too, the fact that C9 has been prioritizing Senna is very, very helpful for them. That's another thing that Sentinels could have tried to do there. Get the Senna lock-in early on, because the amount of pressure, especially here in the mid lane, that she is able to offer, and the amount of escapability, too, is insane. And look at the double root right there, as I try to talk about it. Charm almost finds first blood without even getting the help of Jackie.
This has been one of the problems that we even saw last game, is Beginnings taking a lot of damage before certain fights, before certain windows out on the map, and ends up coming up short for teams. And now look at this. Both of the AD carries will go back to base. And now Charm says, hey, look, I don't need to go for items right now, or I can take a little bit of a later recall, and I can start to get vision all into this bot side. And now that they know that not only Raptors is available, they should say, hey, She's is on top side. Zello, play a little bit safe, or just get ready for a potential dive, as even the support coming out, Beginnings, is trying to do some work on their own.
And you'll notice too, the C9, this is how aggressive they want to be. They already have 2 sweepers on the team. Rarely do you see another team go for sweepers that early. They want to try to get some vision down for initiation, but instead, as there's initiation coming through, Charm is going to miss that last embrace, take a bit of damage. Charm flashes away on that one.
Charm. Come on.
Yeah, that was a
It's fine. Charm's fine. The flash is going to be bad, and we'll have to see if Sentinels end up going for a punish, because now that you have that away, look at how many engage tools you have. If you can try to find Senna, she can't get away from you, don't have exhaust, at least for the next few seconds, should be an okay matchup for themselves if they can find it, but a lot quieter this time around. Jungle's not really doing all that much. They're farming, they're going to find some recalls, but I think most of this is going to come down to that first Drake coming up in the next 30 seconds. Remember, they traded it last time, and already Sentinels on the first move for this Drake.
Yep, trying to get some aggressive vision down. Again, there are 2 sweepers, only 1 up and available, though, for Cloud9. So we'll see if that one is utilized. It's Charm that's holding that one at the moment. They did just navigate along that side, though, so some good early vision from Sentinels. Now they know that Wukong is on the bottom side there.
They'll see them. Again, it's cool that you have vision, but it's what you do with it that is most important. And it looks like they're not willing to make the trade. They're going to be the first ones out onto this river. And they want to try and prevent members from C9 from getting into this. But watch where Diana is on a ward. But if they can get that flank, if Molly can find something with the Moonfall, it'll be devastating for Sentinels.
Looking for something here. The last embrace is not going to
They're
hit.
going for
Tarzan
it.
decides to go in. Out comes the Cyclone to flash forward, as well as the ulti there from Senna. On the backside, though, the root does find
Wait a
one, but
minute.
the ultimate has to be used defensively. Tarzan goes down. It's going to be first blood in favor of the blue team, and Gragas picks that one up.
Molly!
Oh my goodness, the Moonfall there, you were calling it, is amazing, but it's still not going to be quite enough. Sheesh, the only member to go down, ends up being right now a 2-for-1 in favor of Sentinels. Still pressure being held, though, by Cloud9, trying to do what they can here, and that should be the end of the fight.
C9, I love the aggressive look, but you need to have all your members all in one place. We saw there, they split the fight, and it allowed for Sentinels to come out a little bit ahead. They're still down in gold. It's about 1,500 gold in their favor, and already C9, they're going to be first back out onto the map. Some of their members will be missing. Sentinels, they can try to bully their way, try to force strong arm C9 away from this river. And the entire time, Riptail's like, guys, I exist. You guys could fight me. Key ultimate's now missing from both teams. I wonder if C9 are going to look to fight this. Zello's moving.
Not much of an opportunity, but yes, the rest of the team is going in. That's going to be a lot of the blades coming out. The blade caller finds a lot of damage there, but it is going to be the Moonfall as well. And then Wukong finds one. Tarzan gets one on the backside. MTS split off the rest of the side. Rest is the next one to go down. Jackie decides that they want to continue to engage on this, but no, it won't. It won't be ended there with the W.
Okay, well, Sentinels, you tried right there. Your team is so reliant on having your ultimates that C9, they are able to push themselves in. They have a bunch of stat stick champions like the Wukong and Garen, and they're able to take this dragon, take a few more kills, and now C9 have to be feeling that confidence we were talking about. 4,000 gold in the, or 5,000 gold in the lead now. They are looking rather strong against Sentinels.
This is the last opportunity here for Sentinels to try to, climb their way through the winners portion of this bracket. Things are not looking good, though. Only less than 6.5 minutes in, and you're looking at almost a 5K gold lead here for Cloud9. So a lot of successful early fights. Even though it's only 2 and 4, they have managed to grab a lot of objectives, already taking down the first tower in the game with the first dragon.
They're doing a lot, and a lot of it comes from the mid lane matchup, and you'll see it right now on your screen as we're watching the dragon lane. Michael Udall trying to stay in lane is about a full level down, and you look at the items, only a Haunting Guise and the new item for magic penetration sitting in inventory, while Molly already has the Roa, already has a needlessly large rod. It's looking dangerous.
Prophet's
Oh,
Pendant.
wait a minute, they're fighting on bot side.
Oh, We do have a bit of a fight up outside, and oh no, that's a flash away from Molly. Akali almost gets taken down, but the charm is going to follow it up. Quickness, maybe not needed there, but it was.
It's a helpful one.
It is
helpful. We're helping.
Short enough cooldowns now. You know, we're on Wild Rift right now, but that is going to be a second mid lane turret down in favor of Cloud9, and possibly one here on the top side as well.
Yeah, this has to be the trade here. Sentinels, they're getting mad desperate now. They're just like, okay, we need something. We need to be able to get any kind of kill. If it's onto Molly, if it's onto this Diana, fine, we'll take it. But Cloud9 not willing to give up an inch without giving up a few more as they take that turret, they find a kill, and they're even able to find, or not a kill, sorry, they're able to find another turret. So with the Rift Herald here, this is massive for Cloud9.
Got the curtain call coming out. It wasn't a steal of that blue ball. Out comes the Cyclone on the backside. Tarzan doing what Tarzan does best, which is initiate and engage. That's going to be a double kill. And we've got two split fights going on right now. Jackie's going to find success in one, and that's going to be Zelo's ultimate to find the other one. And oh my goodness, Cloud9 keeps finding successful fight after successful fight, and now Shelly is down here in the bottom.
There we go. Okay, I was, we were talking about a game one. I said, hey, C9 feels a little bit sluggish. There we go. They got the morning jitters out. They are finally awake. And this is the Cloud9, the beast that we were waiting for in the majors from that second qualifier. We're talking about how crazy it was, the fact that they didn't make it through from the first qualifier. Obviously, they had a ton of roster swaps coming in for the second day of the qualifiers, and they absolutely dominated in the second one. So now we're starting to see it there. They get that team fight. They crash some more Rift Heralds into the bot side, into this Dragon. And now with a 9,000 gold lead, I think that right there clinches C9 the win, and it's a huge mountain for Sentinels to try and climb.
You're looking at 2 levels up on multiple members here. Okay, we just finally hit level 9 for 2 members there on Sentinels. I think it was MTS and Michael Udall there. But I mean, my goodness, the amount of extra gold that you are getting into the pockets of C9, the items that we're already seeing. Once again, you've got the Glaive and the Dustblade finished, as well as the Roa and then a Rabadon's there on this Diana. There's just too much initiation, too much damage, and too much consistency, honestly, in the playstyle from Cloud9.
They're always sticking to the same style. They're always finding success. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And they're making really great use of this. And just look at how dangerous it is now. Not only do you have the wards, Michael Udall gonna have to flash out. You just also have these Jhin traps that just give so much pressure into the jungle. Sheisha's just trying to find any kind of camps that he can, but we'll find it is slim pickings in the jungle for the Xin Zhao. And now with Dragon up in 5 seconds, C9 already in position. Sentinels, they have to be feeling that pressure, feeling a little bit of that heat from C9 saying, hey, come and make a play, come and make a play. You're going to end up losing if you don't make something happen.
And looking at the other side too, Sentinels, while I love to see the Infinity Orb, that's really helpful against low health champions, and the problem with Cloud9 is that very few of them have been getting low enough for really to have an impact, because there's so much of a front line from Zelo and Tarzan here, and they're going to find themselves a mountain dragon, second dragon of the game. They have 4 towers right now and are getting ever closer to a 10k differential. What do you, as Sentinels, is there anything you can do here?
Pray that Cloud9, one of their phones overheat, or, they just get a lucky pick. This is one of them. If you could try to find this onto Jackie, maybe force a summoner spell out, but only gets the heals, able to escape, even through all of that CC.
Through all
You're
of
gonna
that.
need to find a lot of damage, and it's just not there yet.
Including the quickness came out just to try to get the snag on that, and it still was not enough to even get Jackie down below half health.
It's just so difficult at this point now. It's just, look at the item differential. You're looking at the gold. You're looking at some of the levels. Levels in this game are relatively close. It's only about a level for each member. But, I mean, this game is kind of really doomed for Sentinels. I don't want to be as defeatist as possible, but, C9, they have full control of the jungle. They have full control of almost every single lane. Sentinels don't have a lot of comeback mechanics, like a free engage. A lot of this is, again, kind of predicated on whether or not someone like MTS on this Gragas can find a miracle engage on a defense of the base. It
is going to be a tough one. Being split like this is not good for the Sentinels team, though, and they are very, very split. It's working quite well for Cloud9, and a little bit more favoring of their composition at the moment. Plus, you know, having a few levels means that you can split off a little more confidently. Jackie is alone here, but will flash away, and the rest of the team finds an engage on the backside. The last embrace will land. It's going to be a route onto Sheesh, but Tarzan decides to go to the backside there. The blade caller will get a lockdown. Out comes the ultimate as well from Senna, but my goodness, we step away from Molly for half a second, and he manages to take out the entire rest of the team aside from MTS, and this looks like the end of the game once again for Sentinels. Nope.
Finally. Oh, yeah, okay. Good. Okay. You know, Sentinels, they get a few more minutes, they get a few more seconds of airtime on the stream for today. We might see them later on once we go into the losers bracket, but C9 just looks so dominant. They're going to continue to bully the rest of Sentinels away from the map. They can go do Baron if they want, and there's not much the Sentinels can do. They're down so much gold at this point, and the items are just becoming way too big for Sentinels to even deal with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're looking at 15,000 gold differential at 13 minutes, just barely hitting that.
Yeah.
Now, Sentinels might be trying to look for something here. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it, though. The rest of the team is there, but a little bit far back, and the rest of C9 also potentially looking to back up this mid lane. Not going to happen.
Whenever I see Garen, I always think of Garen as like the height requirement. I'll hold that as I think this might be the last fight for Sentinels.
Looks like it might be the curtain call on the backside leads to one death, a second one, as in goes Molly. The rest of the team trying to split off around here, but C9 is looking to get the cut off. Tarzan flashes forward. The Cyclone gets stopped, but the second pop will do it. In the meantime, Charm has to flash over the wall to get away from Michael Udall. There's another split fight. Once again, Cloud9 finds success here. MTS, though, will be able to find one of the shutdowns thanks to the Nexus turret there. Michael Udall, though, not finding the same kind of success as that top side fight ends poorly for Sentinels.
Okay, well, when I said that MTS would need to make like a miracle save on the base defense, this was one of them. Just if they're diving under Nexus, hit them with the explosive cask, and you try to find something. It will buy them a little bit more time in this game, but at this point, it is just all C9. C9, if they want to end the game, they will. They have supers now in the mid lane and the bot lane, or in the dragon lane. You also have the dragon spawning in the next few seconds. They'll be able to get themselves closer to that soul point, but I really don't think we're going to see an Elder Drake this game.
Nah,
it's just too far away. They're so far ahead at this point. It's really ridiculous.
I mean, it would be an absolute miracle to see another dragon spawn after this. Even, you know, have the ability to. And Sentinels continues to try to find some of these picks out and pushes a little bit of the team forward, but that's so dangerous to do when you've got so much more gold, so many more items. That's going to be the quickness coming out, but you're immediately exhausted, and that quickness is much, much slower. The charm does land there on to the backside, but it will be a massive pop-up, and the curtain call is just icing on the cake to the infinite damage that follows up after that moonfall. Oh my goodness, Sheesh is on the run, has to go down through, but Tarzan is in position to get the cutoff, and the rest of the team from Cloud9 recognizes that they can end right here.
Just chase him away. Don't even let Sheesh, like, this is just sad. Just like this feels like a mercy execution. From the side of C9. They'll run it down into the Nexus. They'll find the fountain kill. C9 with a really dominant 2-0. And finally, we're going to be able to bring Casanova back on. How did you enjoy that game as a spectator?
Look, game 2, not as much, right? Not as exciting overall. C9 kind of running through, stomping on Sentinels in game 2. But game 1, there was a lot of really good things that we saw Sentinels doing. I really was impressed with Sheesh in game 1, keeping up with Tarzan the entire time. Yes. I actually really liked the Nami pick for Sentinels. I felt like it allowed for the roams out of the support player to actually be able to help out with Sheesh a lot more, prevent some of the invades. They were able to contest some of the early crabs and keep the Xin Zhao in tandem with the Wukong. And I think Sentinels showed some really good signs of life. The problem is I have written down here, Ari is useless. So
yes,
Ari's
thank you.
Not looking like a champion I really ever want to see again. I don't even know if it was Michael. It felt like really this character just did not do anything in that fight, in those fights. I was really worried about that being picked again. And then Molly, coming in as the sub, playing exceptionally with the counter pick option. That Diana was creating so much pressure early on, had an item advantage going into Dragon 1, and we could see Cloud9 just snowball that advantage. So really exciting stuff, Alk. But looking at going forward, C9 looking on point after game 1, really dominant performance from them. Do you think this team is looking on track to make a full run through this bracket?
Oh, I think that they're one
so.
of our top two.
Yes.
Like this has to be our top two. I personally am really excited to see what form Tribe is in, because we didn't get much tape because they ran all of first qualifier very quickly. They have a 100% win rate, and they will actually be the next matchup, which is awesome, as you can see on the lower third there. I was really excited, and I'm honestly still hyped to see them, because this just means that we have who I think are our top two for this entire tournament to make a run here, and one of them has to go into the losers bracket, which means some teams are gonna have the really awesome fortune of having to go up against either C9 or Tribe Gaming as we go into the bracket there.
It's hard to keep yourself alive with those two teams.
Absolutely, yeah. Quickly before we get into this next matchup, but Jolly, I just wanted to ask you. I mean, Sentinels dropping into the lower bracket in the first round. Do you think this team still has what it takes though to make a bit of this losers bracket run and come back into it?
Oh, for sure. I think they need to shake off these games with Cloud9. That's the first thing. Just shake it off. All right, there's only so much you can do when you got Tarzaned in there. Drop the Ahri, I would say. Drop the Ahri.
This is just bullying for Michael.
No, honestly, Ahri at this point should be picked only as a counter into Orianna. That's my decision making, maybe. But yeah, absolutely. They have the ability to. They made it. They fought really hard up into this top 8, so they can get through. It's just, one of these two teams certainly seems a tier above that team. So I don't know how far they're going to make it, but they can certainly start that trek.
Well, as you see on the bottom of our screen, our next matchup is going to be the one that Alk was alluding to. Super excited about it. Tribe versus Cloud9. This might be number 1 and number 2 in this tournament going at it here in round number 2, as a lot of our analysts have led to or alluded to. But before that, we are going to go to a short break. Our next series coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series Major 1 Day 1, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm still Casanova, still joined by Jolly and AlkBattery as we got our first match out of the way. Cloud9 taking down the Sentinels, and now we're moving on to another C9 match. This time going to be going up against Tribe, but I do want to take a quick look at the bracket to see how everything is shaken up so far in today's games. I mean, just taking a quick look, we can see Immortals took down Yon. Alk, that was the game you were talking about a bit.
Yes, it's really important, I think, for Immortals that they don't go into the lower bracket. They are such a, I think they're a team that is a little bit more flippant than some of the other teams, especially for the top side. So the longer they can stay up here without wasting that second life, the better.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can continue to have that success. They're waiting for, the results of NME versus YMCA. We see Sentinels versus Free Agents going to be in round 1 of the lower bracket as well. But, Jolly, we've got Tribe and C9 coming up. This is going to be a very exciting match between the two. And I want to know, when you're looking at this matchup, do you feel like both these teams are the expected outcomes? I mean, I imagine so.
Yes, these teams are the expected final outcomes for sure. I mean, especially, if you got Cloud9 having Meals back in there. Molly has obviously been doing an exceptional job, but one of the strongest bottom lanes, really, one of the strongest duos in general is Jackie and Charm. And then to have Tarzan lead this all out with such strong players to back it up, like Zello and Molly or Meals, this is an expectation for sure. And then absolutely on the other side for Tribe as well.
Yeah, real quick,
Tribe
I wanted to point out for a sec, like there was the bottom lane was so incredibly dominant from C9, and I wanted to pass it over to you, Alk, to talk about Tribe and see how are they going to deal with some of what C9 is doing.
Old School. I mean, Old School and Max Green have been one of my favorites to watch alongside Jackie and Charm. Tribe looked really good in that first qualifier, going undefeated throughout the entire thing, but looking at these two, they have been my favorite when it comes to just flexibility and they play everything under the sun, minus some mages that I would have loved. But Old School has looked by far one of the best players on this team. So consistent, always having the majority of his gold share for his team, and has looked by far and away, at least in terms of just single player alone, one of our top players here.
Yeah, and I want to continue you along this point of Tribe and their matchups into C9, right? So Old School is going to help out in this duo lane with being able to deal with the Cloud9 kind of swap that was pretty dominant over Sentinels in the first series. But I also want to talk about Molly, who had a very good game 1, and on the other side having to deal with Tribe's mid lane as well, who is going to be starting a very strong mid laner that I know you were saying is definitely going to be a key for Tribe's success as well.
When we're looking at the laning phase for Molly, it has kind of been, you look at the last 2 games even, it has been Diana, it's been playing kind of like these mages that are going to play a little bit back and don't have all that much strength in the laning phase, where you look at starting, all of his champions are just Lucian, Akali, plays some of that Diana, can play some of those Orianas, but has most played on Lucian. And you're looking at Molly's champ pool now, TF, Ziggs, Akali, they can do all right in the laning phase. You can get that final ability with level 5, but starting has been one of the front runners when it comes to mid lane for the pool. So really looking forward to how Tribe get to that and how they adapt around playing around potentially Molly here for C9.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask Jolly, we have Tarzan doing so exceptionally well in Series 1, but Sheesh was kind of able to keep up from Sentinels. Now, I think for Tribe to succeed, we're going to have to see that similar type of performance out of T-Tigers. I'm wondering, do you feel like T-Tigers is going to be able to match up with Tarzan well enough? Or do you think we might see a little bit of a jungle gap that C9 has been continuing to thrive off of?
I do think that it's still slightly in favor of Cloud9 here, thanks to Tarzan, just because, again, how much of a voice he leads for the team. It's not just that he's a good individual player. He really is making a lot of these shot calls, and there's a lot of confidence in the rest of the team behind those calls. And I guess my other concern now would be, depends on if Tribe needs that one game to warm up like Cloud9 did earlier on to really hit their stride. You know what I'm saying? So if Cloud9's already hit their stride, then they might find a little bit to excel on early game. But once Tribe starts rolling, just the style of play that they have is going to force Tarzan to play differently. It's not going to be all in his control like he's used to.
Well, we'll see if Tribe can match C9 stride for stride, as we do have this insanely good matchup between Tribe and C9 about ready to start. We're going into draft for the first winners semifinal. Jolly, Alk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Casanova. We are getting into it already. That was a quick final game, Alk, for Cloud9. So they're probably riding off on this high as well. And Tribe, I mean, how much confidence do you think Tribe is coming into this one with?
They 2-0'd. I don't have exactly the information for, what happened in the major, what happened in that first match, but I have to assume that they did it in pretty dominant fashion considering what we saw from them in that first qualifier. So when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at two teams that are running hot right now. They are all full steam ahead. They want to try and keep their winning ways going. And if that's going to happen, one person has to leave. One person has to go down into that loser's bracket. And we were talking about it earlier. Tarzan versus Tigers is going to be an influential matchup. And we've been talking about every single person except the top lane. We've talked a little bit about Zello and Chuck, but they have been stalwart members of their team, providing a foundation with their play. And I think this is a fantastic matchup for both of them to kind of prove their stuff.
Now as the bans come through, we can see their Tribe is using, I mean, that's just strong standard picks, especially if you're looking at Tarzan in the last 2 games, having snagged the Wukong. And it is going to be the first lock-in as Corky was banned out in the previous games that we saw today. And Tribe instantly has a response to lock in Camille and Lucian.
The biggest thing that I've always appreciated is flexibility, and finally we're going to get some more Tarzan Graves gameplay. It is kind of the champion that he made his name on in League of Legends PC, and is the champion that I'm most excited, especially with some of the changes coming in for this champion. Wanted to kind of upfront give him some more damage. Definitely still a good scaling option, and with the crit changes as well, I think that Graves has so many options in terms of itemization. I'm looking forward to see what we get from him.
And, I mean, not just that, but a lot of aggression from both of these teams. We were talking about the Malphite, and it's no surprise that Chuck is the one to lock that in here as we immediately start things up. Not quite as hot and heavy as Cloud9 was going into previously, but you know what? That's all right. We're going to start things out slow. That gives me a breather, right?
Oh, cool. So they're not even willing. I love when teams are, willing to kind of just stick to what they know. And they say, look, for Tribe, we may not have our duo mid strategy. Maybe we just don't think it is that strong. We're willing to contest you on that. And right now, while starting, we'll have a little bit of a weaker laning phase than usual, thanks to the presence of the duo from C9. We'll have to watch what happens between these two, because Tiger was a linchpin to their victory in the first qualifier we saw in those finals, and I want to see more out of this young player trying to fight for his spot in the first major.
Especially with a player or with a champion like Camille, a lot of flashy moves available for sure, especially on Wild Rift. I gotta say she's one of the more difficult ones, at least when I play on PC. I'm like, oh yeah, Camille, easy peasy, super fun to play. She's definitely fun to play on Wild Rift, but a little bit more difficult to be able to land like really solid initiation and engages, and to actually get the Hextech ultimatum where and when you really want it. So a great champion really for this player to show off on our initiation here. Zello trying to take the aggression, but it's not going to be enough. It will be Tarzan who goes down first, and that's a lot more damage onto Zello. A flash forward from Old School, and the player that you were complimenting already gets one for the highlight reel.
Okay, and that is so good. They were trying to fight for early scuttle, and we see right there C9 go a little bit too aggressive. Their bot lane is first to the play, obviously. They grab the Dragon Lane duo and they move them up, but too much damage from the side of Tribe means that now T-Tigers gets to start off the game double scuttling Tarzan, and in one of the potentially probably the worst jungle start for C9 has occurred. We'll have to see whether or not they can bounce back, or if the side of T-Tigers and Tribe can pull out a victory here.
Already some pings coming out, though. Vision onto Tarzan, so they know where he's at the moment. Top side of the map. That dragon is Cloud. That's what we're looking at here to start things out, but a lead already in favor of Tribe. And a lot of pressure as well in these lanes, even including the top side, where right now we had a bit of a swap. We had the Corky move up there because of the amount of pressure that Chuck was placing down as this Malphite, and it's only going to get worse as the game gets to a team fight stage.
Exactly. We're going to have dragons spawning in the next minute. And you look at all the champions you're on Tribe, the fight never stops. Garen, I was going to say this last game, but Garen is kind of like the height requirement for roller coasters. You have to be this high, you have to be this strong to be able to kill Garen. And right now, at least from where he's standing, maybe you won't be able to kill Garen, but look at the rest of C9. You have a really squishy couple of marksmen. And without an early lead for themselves, C9 are going to be struggling to find any kind of footing towards these objectives. So I wonder if they'll just go for the Rift Herald trade or try to force a fight, force their advantage back into this game.
Also depends on what Tribe wants to do here, because they have a lot of pressure and a lot of power. The fact that they've got priority in all of these lanes, they're forcing the swaps out of Cloud9 here. It looks like Cloud9 is going to find a little bit of pressure towards the mid, so they are kind of making their way down towards this dragon to get some vision set up. But they're too far pushed to really make an aggressive play out of this.
Yep. You take a look at this. Like, they get starting out of mid lane, which is good for them because now they can move over. And we saw the pings come out. They wanted to make sure they weren't going to start this up. So, Chuck going to be walking into two members here. Is Malphite, can flash, can get the unstoppable force. They might even go for a even deeper play if they can stall this for long enough. They're already taking the dragon. Do they want to fight around this Rift here?
There's a possibility.
Ooh.
Starting is sitting there. It's taking a lot of damage, though. No real opportunity for Tribe to actually have...
of course, as soon as Charm almost dies,
yep.
We have to get the loading symbol. it was a small debrief, but a turret now here for Tribe gets their bot lane unlocked and ready to fight across the map as they're going for this dive on the top side.
And we saw just how much an early game tower can provide you, not just from the gold, puts them up. Ooh, that's going to be a good little shutdown, though. And that's going to at least negate a little bit of the gold lead that they'd had there. But the rest of Tribe is on the run. Molly is completely out of mana. Tarzan very, very low here. Has to flash away from this one. It's going to be a nice shockwave. The tidal wave trying to keep things alive on the backside and barely goes. No, barely stays alive.
Oh my God, Tigers.
Does come out, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 on the bottom side, but Tarzan dying, meaning Tribe finds themselves a 2-1.
They'll find the kills, but look across the map. Jhin is getting some alone time in this mid turret. I think they should be able to get this just because Lucian double shot passive. Zello has also had some time alone on that bot turret, on the dragon turret. So a lot of gold still going over to Tribe. A lot of it is in kills, and obviously they're getting themselves a little bit ahead, but a decent trade there for C9. They still have Rift Herald, and they can cash that in on any of these slowly whittling turrets.
Triforce already completed as Zello gets jumped on here. And it's not just Tigers, it's also Chuck. There's no tower for Zello to run away to. It's going to be a flash away, but an ultimate has a much shorter cooldown coming from Malphite, so Chuck picks that one up.
I can't wait to go back into the desk after this series and we can talk about game one with Casanova. We're like, is there going to be a jungle diff? But in the wrong way. It was in the opposite direction, right? You call an ambulance, but not for me right now. T-Tigers has looked really fantastic, and someone that I was praising a lot when we were watching that first qualifier finals said one of the best junglers in the tournament, and so far proving us right. Tribe with a 3,000 gold lead. They're going to get the Rift Herald summoned against them in the mid lane. And Cloud9 feeling a little bit desperate. They need to find this pick onto old school. They want to find something.
They might get pinched out here, though. This is three members in between another three. That is going to be the turret that goes down. Camille going to be the one to focus out getting Shelly down, so the second charge is avoided, and that will be the case.
Oh, okay. Well, again, you're just cashing in on the standing gold here for Cloud9. They're going to redeploy out on the map, finish out on some of their items. And there's been some discussion, since we have a little bit of time, I don't think there's going to be much fighting, especially with certain people backing. There's been a discussion as to what Graves wants to be building. It used to be Infinity Edge, but it's just not as good, and obviously it scales more with more crit chance that you have and more crit items. You could go Yomu's, but lethality doesn't feel all that great. And I mean, the Bloodthirster, I think, has been one of the more popular options. Gives you a ton of healing. Does have crit chance now attached to it, which means that Bruiser's sad. You're no longer able to build Bloodthirster for no reason. But we'll have to continue seeing, especially with that Phage in the inventory. I wonder if that's a Black Cleaver here for the Graves.
Ooh, very well could be. And has been, actually, a pretty common pickup for Graves as well here. But starting that Bloodthirster just really allows for so much more pressure early on. And I do like the Black Cleaver for, a little bit of survivability that you get on top of the extra damage, plus cooldown reduction for Graves is always nice. A nice little combo there. And the one tower lead right now that Tribe, the TIG, it throws me off, man. Well, I don't.
It's just Tiger. It's just T-Tigers. He's just the owner of the team
I
at this point.
know.
Like jungle rules it. We saw it in the last series. We'll see it in this one. Jungle 1v9.
Jungle, yeah, we did see it. I mean, previously 30K. You know, you got to consider that too with some of these captains here. But yeah, it keeps throwing me off. But Tribe now finding themselves potentially the second dragon here completely uncontested, and that's C9 really, I mean, they have to know thanks to that one ward they've got there, but absolutely nothing can be done about it. They're too slow to respond here.
That's when one of the last changes that happened a couple years ago is the best. I'll hold that. Trying to find something on the Zello Tarzan's here.
The Hextech Ultimatum does come out is the spin to win. The curtain call to follow things up, the tidal wave on the backside. Not quite
so
enough
close.
damage, though, onto any of the members of Tribe here to really do anything. And Max Green, who's the lowest, is the first one to be out of there. Cloud9 trying, using a lot of resources, but not getting a kill.
Oh, just seeing Camille played like this by T-Tigers, so good on the hook shot. Also using one of the best skins. Thank you to the astrology skins. Those are just so beautiful. But just mechanically speaking, T-Tigers is just so good. It's just... oh, it's awesome. It's a chef's kiss to watch. We have 30 seconds on Baron, and Dragon should be spawning in about a minute or so, minute and a half. We'll have to watch and see as they're trying to overload onto this top side, continue to take camps away from this Camille. Tarzan finding themselves in a little bit of a disadvantage in the jungle matchup, and any little bit counts at this point.
Big Camille. That's what I'm looking forward to right now. At this point, and so much damage, so much initiation. We see right there, all you need is T-Tigers to find one member out and have Hextech Ultimatum up and available. And right there, we're going to see it. Look at that. Molly is the pick out. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. The culling to follow it up. Out
There's
comes Chuck's ultimate as well, but he gets stunned up, blocked down. Jackie tries to respond here with the curtain call, but it will not be enough damage. Last shot there, hitting Starter, getting a decent amount of damage down. But in the meantime, Tribe still manages to take the tower.
Another fight where they're just whittling away at C9. They don't find a kill, but they're able to grab that turret, like you said, blow a couple summoner spells, use some of their ultimates. I love the patience from Tribe, not going over aggressive, trying to dive to continue to find more kills. They're just playing these fights pretty well. So we'll have to see what C9 can find as an answer to them. Because right now, all they're doing is they're picking up farm. They're trying not to die, which is keeping the gold, I think, about as even as it has been. And trying to pick up whatever jungle they can for their individual members. But we need to see a little bit more. And now without a running start into this game, we'll have to continue to track Jackie and Charm throughout this. Because, I mean, we've seen the current calls. It's done a lot of damage, but that Lucian is just pumping into the back line.
And speaking of Hextech Ultimatum, not that we were, but we are now. Out comes another one. It is going to be Max Green having to flash away. Molly finds the one, but will be taken down before starting goes down, thanks to Chuck.
Bye, Tarzan.
A little bit of aggro there, and Tarzan trying to get out, but Tigers has the hook shot, is going to flash forward. In the meantime,
wait a minute.
Chuck decides to
Old
separate
school?
Jackie, and oh my god, Zello manages to find out Tigers, but now is the last member alive of the team. The culling will come out again. And it ends up being 3 members of Tribe still alive.
Tribe. Okay, the only thing I can say negative about Tribe right there is some of their shot calling was a little bit sus. They go for 2 different members. It leads to Tribe finally going down, giving over a kill to Cloud9. But other than that, that team fight was played excellently. They corralled them into their own jungle. Tarzan finding the moment, and I think being baited a little bit by seeing some low health bars on the Janna and the Orianna, thinking, hey, maybe we can find something here, and to getting caught out, and continues as 4,000 gold now for Tribe, and Dragon spawning. I mean, I think the saving grace here is that summoner spells are starting to come up for some of the members of Cloud9, and at this point, like, this is about as even as I think this game is going to get. If they can get this Dragon, they can continue to hold themselves in this game. But if they let Tribe get this, or a bad team fight occurs, it could end up costing them the game.
That's where Tarzan needs to be careful.
Oh
And there
my
it is.
God.
Jackie gets Hex Up Ultimatum on the backside. Tarzan will be the next one to go down. Old School picks that up. Molly does manage to find something using the package out there to try to get Old School, and it will be a kill, but an ace as well in favor of Tribe.
That was just not even fair. Like, T-Tigers is so disgusting. Like, you just see, just right in the back line, immediately kills Charm, immediately gets Jackie off of the board. That means that Tribe will be able to grab this Baron. They will be able to then trade this into another Drake. And Jolly, I think that Tribe have got this game. They've cemented themselves with a pretty massive lead, and fight after fight, Cloud9 cannot find their footing in this game.
And I think Tarzan is getting, honestly, just a little, has been kind of confident, a little overly confident, but also has felt like he's been thrown onto his heels, onto the back foot for a lot of this game, has tried to make proactive plays, has ended up being forced to turn them into reactive plays, and has just died so many times, has barely been able to participate in any kills. You're looking at 0-4-4 on the board, and now it feels like Tarzan keeps trying to look for a really aggressive, potentially good play, but in the meantime, Tribe is just like, hey, we'll get the back line, while Tarzan is kind of walking away, walking over here looking for a potential pick.
The big thing, like you're saying, is because they need to look for these plays for Cloud9, it makes it that much more difficult. And as we were saying, just gets instantly one-shot by Old School, Chuck, and the gang. They're going to continue to push out onto these maps, and they need to make these plays, but the item disadvantage is coming on through for Tribe. Look as you might, a 3-man shockwave.
Oh my God, that was not okay. That was not okay. So much damage, and that absolutely will spell the end of game 1 for Cloud9. This is a best of 3, so they still have an opportunity to stay in it, but so quickly, Tribe is looking like the victorious team in these two.
Tribe is so good. I'm so glad that they're this good too. I really didn't want to have to, have a major where it's just one team just dominating everybody. It would be cool. It would be awesome, and it would definitely be in line with Cloud9. But Tribe, wanting to continue their winning ways, they have not lost a single game since their first game in Qualifier 1 2 weeks ago, and they have definitely been using that time in between to the major greatly. I mean, they just came out swinging, and oh, that makes me so excited. This, restores some faith in me that I can see a good team when I see them, and I love Tribe Gaming. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, really, really performing out of their minds here in game number 1. Clearly, my kind of touch towards, maybe Tribe will need to warm up. Not the case. That was a Cloud9 thing necessary for game 1 earlier today, but now they're looking at a match point already going into game number 2, having so dominantly taken down the other team in earlier games today. So Cloud9, they might have been riding that high a little too high. You're
talking about overconfidence.
A little bit of overconfidence. Confidence is good, but overconfidence can really, really come back to bite you, especially when you're playing up against a team who is also very confident. That's where you have to know where to play that game. If you can tell that you have that much more confidence than the other team, sure, try to play it out. I would say, honestly, probably trying to get the Lucian over the Jhin. The Jhin has worked out a couple of times, but really was not nearly as effective as something that they needed. They need a little bit more just initiation for the team overall. For Cloud9, a little bit more engaged. When you've got something like a hook shot and then an ultimate from a Malphite, you need a little bit more of a response to that. And then, I'd like to see somebody else. I'd like to see somebody else on the bench here for Jackie, because while Jackie was getting some really good plays in, he really couldn't accomplish anything.
I like the Jhin. I will be honest, I'll disagree with you on this one. I like Jhin. I really think that they kind of messed up a little bit on moving out of the mid lane, because we saw constantly Starting was able to absorb the pressure coming off of Cloud9's duo lane in the mid lane, and then all they did was really they moved over, and this all kind of, I think, precipitates away from the first scuttle fight that we saw right there, where Starting is able to move as well. They tried to get Jackie into that laning phase, but they weren't able to get much out of it. They lose the scuttle. They give over a few kills. Jhin is, I think, an all right answer, but it felt a little bit kind of for C9 that they couldn't, they were missing something, that they couldn't push into the enemy jungle. They couldn't find something away from T-Tigers, where the Camille's just making plays all over the map, all the while Tarzan is like guys, I need to find some jungle farm. I need to find some camps. I'm falling behind as the game continues on. I want to see them, if you're going to put this duo mid, the point of it that we've seen is help Tarzan in controlling the jungle. Make sure that they can get this lead for themselves. So maybe it was the Nami. Maybe the Nami can't quite stand up if you're going to play double Ardent against each other. Maybe find some kind of engage, at least in the early game. It'll help you out a ton. But I want to see what C9's adaptations are, because especially after a loss, they come back with a vengeance. So we'll have to see if Cloud9 can try to find a victory, or if they're going to be sent very swiftly into the losers bracket. That'll be... I feel bad for every single team that's going to have to go up against Cloud9 that are very angry and looking to get back into the finals.
I mean, this is their last chance right here, because this is match point to stay on the top, on the winner's side of the bracket here. Yes, I like the Jhin. I just would like, especially when you see Tribe going in with so much initiation, something a little bit safer, something like the Xayah, who is incredibly strong right now. Something, even like the Kai'Sa, who at least has a bit of an ability, has a little more mobility, still has killer instinct, even though it's not much, it still has the E. It's more than Jhin is able to provide. And so whether it's to disengage from that team or to get a solid initiation and engage, I think that mobility is really going to help Cloud9. So if they try to find a little bit more of a mobile team, I do think that that'll set Tribe a little bit farther back. But honestly, the game was really ended for Tarzan right at the very beginning. You had that initial double kill. One of those kills ended up, I think one of the kills ended up going over to, it was like Tigers and starting or something like that. So
yeah, it was really doomed after that point. That game is doomed after that for Graves.
Yeah.
Like, Tarzan just never can enter back into the river.
Yep.
And Tigers, you're pretty good, man. You're good at the game. I'm glad to see it, because you've had back-to-back performances now on Camille. This kid is insane, man. Yep. Every time I talk about him, he's just so good. And for Tribe, things that we're looking for coming out of this game, I liked the Lucian. Again, you're preventing, you're giving a lot of priority over to potentially either starting or old school. And with Varus hitting the table last time, I wonder if Cloud9 are going to be willing to invest into that ban for Lucian, or just try to say, hey, that wasn't necessarily the problem. I think, after the scuttle, we may have just gotten a little bit carried away. Let's try and rein in the gameplay, rein in the early game, and try to find our footing back into this series.
They can get some solid long range as well. That would be the other option, I guess, for Cloud9, to have something like the Varus and the Senna. That combination is quite devastating, and to at least put a little bit more pressure on having, honestly, just getting a little bit of lane priority. Cloud9 had absolutely zero lane priority in the early part of the game. They tried to switch things up. It just kind of made it worse, and Tribe completely recognized that they were in control of that lane prio for the whole game. And even when they weren't, it's kind of because they allowed Cloud9 to push forward, and they were positioning for an engage on top of it.
They got Malphite. That's all I'm going to say. Chuck got Malphite. There's no one to engage for this team. You're talking about looking for tools to get back in. I consider them comeback mechanics, because you get one sick engage, you get one sick Malphite ultimate, and suddenly the whole game is turned around. Yep. We saw from the side of Tribe, they had an Orianna shockwave that was pretty massive at one point. You have Chuck on this Malphite, who has been fantastic so far. And Janna also, just as an ultimate, prevents any kind of damage from sticking on the side of Cloud9. So while I loved Zello on Garen in previous matches, I think they're still lacking in terms of, how do they want to start a fight? You're looking at trying to poke with someone like a Jhin and Nami, or find a pick somewhere. I just don't think that a Nami tidal wave is going to be enough for this team.
I'd love to see something like a Fiora come in. Was really popular up in the top lane. Yeah, so strong. Oh my gosh, so good. Fiora in the top lane would be really cool to see. You can also, you've got the flexibility as well if you do want to pick up something like the Camille, really high tier in top lane and in jungle. A little bit, just more of that initiation. The Renekton has been a really solid pick, being able to, have initiation and also disengage with the slice and dice and then survivability. So I do think there's some more. I want to see initiation. I want to see mobility and,
do something.
Least, if there's not initiation, at least give me a lot of mobility And there should at least be some initiation, and that's what we saw a lot of on the side of Tribe. And clearly, they were able to do it from the very beginning of the game. I think it was 2 minutes in that they ended up getting that double kill, and it really spelled disaster for Cloud9 after that.
When I saw this game from Cloud9, I was thinking about their series yesterday in League of Legends PC, where they're playing Cloud9 Academy versus Evil Geniuses, and they had like a really boring game 3, and the main Cloud9 account just like does the stick poking meme, or is like do something.
Yeah,
that's what we want to see from Cloud9. No fault of their own; they don't have many tools, but you know, once we get into this draft, give yourself some tools. You know, give yourself like a wrench or something to be able to start up a fight, so that, let's say that happens again. Let's say you have the most unlucky scuttle start yet again for yourself. Just have something, please.
It's true. It really is true. I mean, especially when Tribe Gaming is going with so many winning conditions and so many different options, even options to fall back on if they fall behind in the game, in the early game, which clearly that wasn't the case. So really these compositions that you have the opportunity, yes, to snowball very heavily right off the bat, but also the ability to kind of fall back, and something like the Malphite allows for that. The Camille's a little bit more on the aggressive side there, but the Janna absolutely falls that. So while it's an incredibly aggressive composition that they pull in, they have these fallbacks that we really want to see. And I think finally we're good for draft.
Woo! We're coming in. All right. Awesome.
We're coming in. Game number 2.
Awesome. So bans probably going to stay the same. Unless Lucian hits that table, that would be really awesome for me. I just think it's so incredible that Cloud9, the one of the only teams that have such a uniquely developed style for themselves, end up falling behind on it. And with the addition or substitution of Meals out for Molly, has some of those kind of similar trends that we saw from them in Qualifier 1 and in 2, where Meals or Molly, very flexible in what they can do. They can play multiple different champions of different styles. Molly, obviously less so than Meals, but is still an avenue attack for certain teams to go for if you can find yourself a strong mid lane matchup versus these two. So I like that it's still there, and you know, it is something that is still apparent in their gameplay, and I'm hoping that somehow they either cover it up or they continue to kind of push their jungler ahead of the pack and continue to find victory.
See if they can. The Camille was banned out, and that would have been, if there's any respect ban you gotta make as Cloud9 after that first game from Tribe Gaming, it's gotta be the Camille. There was just too much influence from that. The fact that you can use that Hextech ultimatum so frequently, something certainly you want to get out. And Cloud9, you know what? They're just gonna say, hey, let's do multiple respect bans right here. We're gonna take the Lucian away as well. We just do not want to deal with that heavy initiation. And honestly, the passive on Lucian is just ridiculous in Wild Rift.
Exactly. They just can't allow it. Other than that, I think you could probably stick to just banning Braum. Champion is still pretty broken even without Lucian, and is rather defensive against most compositions that Cloud9 I think would want to run. You could think about getting rid of Malphite, just because it would be really hard if you want to pivot for that Fiora that you were talking about. That you do not want to have to play against that as Fiora if you're going to be there, but looks like they're going to continue to focus on Old School, the matchup that we were talking about versus Charm and Jackie. I mean, just a fantastic performer, and that means that things like the Senna, things like the Gragas have made it through this time, and we'll have to see what Cloud9 prioritizes with this first pick.
I sincerely do hope they prioritize the Senna. She's got so much impact on the game from the very, very beginning to the very, very end that honestly, she can really be something that helps out Cloud9. And now, especially with the Gragas being banned out there, that would be my ideal pickup here, because if they don't lock in Senna, it's going to immediately be a Senna lock-in on the side of Tribe, just like last game.
Okay, now I'm trying to think, like, what would I want if I'm Cloud9? There has been some first pick Darius, some first pick Garen as well. Not the biggest fan. Looks like they are just going to pick up the Senna, like we were talking about. Charm looked so good on this champion every game in that first series versus Sentinels. So, Tribe, balls in your court, man. Well, what are we picking up for this time? Are we going to pick up our top lane matchup? That has been very popular. You pick your Baron and your jungler in one kind of one swoop, but we'll have to see from Tribe.
Yeah, there's a lot of options too, you know, that Chuck should be able to have. There's a lot of really strong top laners. I mean, even just the few that I was talking about there that you can bring in. And it looks like it's going to be, once again, the Orianna there for starting, and it's going to be an Olaf lock-in as well.
Okay, a little bit of a mismatch here. It helps as we get further into the game. The team fight combo between these two is awesome, but Orianna and Olaf don't have the strongest early game mid 2v2. So if we're going to continue on with our style of sending all of our solo laners to the outsides of the map and having our duo sit in the mid lane, that would probably be okay. It would shore up some of the weaknesses there for this Olaf, but Cloud9, they have pick of the litter here of what they want. They can go ahead and pick up that AD carry. You're talking about it earlier. We get the Xayah, be a little bit more defensive, and yet another Graves game here for Tarzan.
It's like they're listening.
They got the cast on, which I don't know if that's legal, but we do have a delay if I'm pretty sure.
No, we definitely do have a delay. It's several minutes actually, so there's no way they're actually listening, but maybe they listen to to our little bit of an in between there, because the Xayah does provide a lot, really, being able to use the Featherstorm to escape from some sort of from initiation. That is huge, and then having the Senna as well. I'm already loving what we're seeing here. It allows a little bit more for Graves, but Graves really does need that frontline initiation so that he can get in close, so that he can deal the damage that he wants to be able to lifesteal and stay in the fight.
Okay, we're picking Malphite. I'm really intrigued by this, because you already see what the AD carry is. You already see what the duo champion is going to be. It's going to be that Xayah, and I wonder what that means. Cloud9 need to pivot into some magic damage, get some ability power. You have Diana still available. You can pick things like the Akali. We're going to go with that and take a rather similar draft to game 1 from what we saw from Cloud9. Tribe, what's your answer here? Does that mean that we're going to potentially see like a Orianna bot lane with Nami? I think that would hurt my brain a little bit, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there are several options that they've got here now, but I mean, having the Varus and the Lucian band out, that was really smart. Cloud9 picking the second picking the Xayah as well, really limits Tribe in their selections here. So we'll see if that Tristana maybe gets pulled out. No, it's gonna, yes, the Kai'Sa is the other one that I really like to see right now. Very strong Kai'Sa and Xayah. Two very fun champions to play too.
It's something that Old School hasn't pulled out during the qualifiers, so will be interesting to see what happens with this bot lane. Doesn't have as much priority, cannot fight as early on as something as Cloud9, and you look at their team, they have a lot of members that want to go in. I think Xayah is a little bit like an odd bird out on this one. Senna can provide a little bit of help from range, but all of this team from Cloud9 wants to go in, whereas Xayah is going to have to try and play catch up with her feathers.
Yeah, the nice thing with Xayah, though, is while she doesn't have an insanely long range or anything like that for her autos, she does have the Q to lay down some feathers, and then the fact that her passive lays them beyond, they go through. So actually, while yes, she's relatively low range, you can get a Blade Caller in from way far away, or even to initiate a fight. If Malphite decides to try to come in, if you can see that, if you can, predict that Malphite ulti is coming through, to be able to use the Featherstorm in response, and then you set up your whole team to initiate and engage and deal the damage necessary. So I see where it falls in. I would say, though, with the options that they had, there's not really an ADC that's available that fits very well. Maybe the Kai'Sa, which I had touched on beforehand, but I like the Xayah pickup. It offers a little bit more crowd control that this team certainly needs, and it offers a little bit of escapability that they also do need.
Sure, allows Jackie to play the game how they want. Let Jackie perform, because that is basically what Cloud9 has found a lot of success in which you give Jackie space, and Jackie will win you a game, hands down, most times. So we'll have to see. I think when you're looking at Tribe Gaming, they have to throw one hell of a punch to start off a fight. Otherwise, Cloud9 can kite them out, can continue to find kills. There's a lot of ways that Cloud9 can slow down fights with the silence, the smoke screen, both for Akali and for Graves. We'll have to see. If fights last longer than a few seconds and Tribe have gone down in some of their utility ultimates, then we're going to see, I think, a game a lot closer here for Cloud9 than game 1.
Honestly, just with given these two drafts, I can expect that. I would hope to expect that, because this composition at least has some sort of cohesion, where I feel like the last one really didn't. They were just kind of looking for power picks. And, while that's a little bit more viable in this game mode than it is for League of Legends on PC, it's definitely still necessary to have something, especially when you're going into a team like Tribe. Thank you for updating that a little.
Woo!
It's
Thank
not
you.
TIG anymore. It's not Tigers. It is showing us. So I won't have to look down at
Let's
my paper every time
go.
to throw myself off here. And it is going to be Cloud9 here with the duo in the middle. Nami might be making her way up to assist with the scuttle vision, and that will be the case right there. Just a ward. They're going to maintain their positioning.
And I love this start coming out from Cloud9. While you were talking about all that, you got to see that here in the mid lane actually split off. You saw that Jackie went towards the bot lane, cleared out, or started to put down a ward in that blue side, and Charm not only got the vision planned, but also put down a ward on the Raptors. So Cloud9 have completely scouted out where T-Tigers will be, and is going to be key if they want to try some kind of success this time around. Scuttles will be on opposite sides of the map, and I wonder here if right now Cloud9 are looking to try and shove this wave in and bully T-Tigers away from this. They will have a numbers disadvantage, but they're going to try and find something potentially onto Zello.
They're doing it, but there is a good response from Tribe as old
Oh,
school.
he's going for it.
And Max go in, and oh my goodness, Charm takes so much damage.
That's
after
one
being
kill.
Exhausted, but it will be Jackie who picks up the first one, continuing to go in. Tarzan has to flash away, but gets hit by the auto attack there from starting, and Zella will go down. A double kill, turn it back around, and Tribe
Jackie
will find another enemy down. Oh my goodness, and this back and forth is absolutely insane. Charm manages to get the stall out there. A flash away from Senna is not going to help you, though.
They will get the early scuttle there for themselves, but Tribe end up falling. And a lot of this is just look at where the positioning was in a lot of that fight. They tried to dive Zello under turret, tried to find that kill, and it ends up being that their bot lane is not able to rotate in time. I love that Tribe ended up being really aggressive with it and saying, screw it, just flash, we're going for it, we're going to start fighting. But they end up falling down bit by bit. That means that Cloud9 will have a small advantage. And this time, despite the, there will not be a scuttle, an over scuttle coming out from Tribe.
No, nothing like that. That means C9 feels a little bit better about the start on this. And not just that, because that but also that back and forth ended up with them coming out a little bit ahead by one kill. Old school catches out Zello, though. Deals quite a bit of damage right there. And I mean, this is a rough lane for Zello. This is just what you have to do. And it's been kind of similar for Orianna. She has a little bit more of an opportunity because she does have that range. But Zello just has to kind of sit here and wait for the opportunity to arise for a gank or for a move towards the Dragon Pit.
Take a look at this. Charm is on here. They try to predict a potential wave here. Maybe even trying to help Tarzan here and get him out of this jungle as soon as possible so they can be activated out onto the map. But I like this. This has been really kind of fantastic gaming coming up from both of these teams, wanting to play it in their specific style and protecting it in really unique ways compared to some of the other teams here at the major. That's got to be pixel perfect right there to try and hit that ward from Senna. So always a small thing, but look at the resets. C9 will be first onto the play here and already starting to make the rotation here for the Rift Herald.
There it is. Tribe finds the Herald. That means the C9 is going to move down towards this dragon, pick up the bottom scuttle as well. But Tribe is going to try to move down, get a little contest here. Molly decides to poke out as much as possible onto Max Green while the team
Are they going to fight this?
To burn down this dragon. It looks like they might be able to. The Rift Herald just now going down. In comes Chuck's ultimate. Out comes Charm's ultimate as well. The dragon does go down in favor of Cloud9, and now Jackie has to get away from this one.
Hold up, wait a minute.
In rain will be a lot of damage, but no killer instinct to follow that one up. Cloud9 probably should back away from this one and consider that a win.
Okay, they got themselves the Drake and a lot of summoners there away from the side of Tribe. That was a really close fight, Jolly. Like, bunch of blinking health bars, and I think if we saw an amazing shockwave from starting, that could potentially have ended the game for Cloud9 so early on. But Cloud9 both teams end up fighting nothing. Just some glancing blows at that one, and going back to the laning phase, not doing all that much, but we'll have to see what they do with this Rift Herald here for Tribe.
They do have several options here. They've got pressure right now down on the bottom side. We can see Olaf moving in as well.
I
As
guess
Na'Vi
they want
coming
it.
back down. Yeah, they're looking to get this tower. Absolutely, they do not need any sort of herald for that one. They're going to take the first turret in bottom side.
Watch out. Starting is in a little bit of trouble. Double shockwave should land. Jackie?
Oh, no, miss it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
No, the auto was angled incorrectly. Otherwise, that absolutely would have been a kill on the Blade Caller, but the second auto attack went to the right-hand side and didn't pull through. That is going to be the Feather Storm, but will it be enough?
There
Because
it
no
is.
Blade Caller is available there, so you avoid
Knock up.
the tidal wave, but it won't be enough. The bubble onto Tarzane, and he will end up going down. It's a double kill.
Watch for a Kali.
Tigers in the meantime on the
Oh,
backside.
God.
What did Nikithian rain? It's too much damage there. Chuck now taking quite a bit, but it does look like Tribe will be able to disconnect from this one without losing anyone.
2 kills right there and a massive punish onto Jackie. Even if they were able to get that kill onto starting, I think it would have changed it so much for them. Oh man, that is one of those things where you make that play, you're like, I can do it, and then as soon as it goes wrong, you have that sinking feeling in your stomach as, did I just lose my team the game? Did I just like give a huge lead? That's 4,000 gold almost there in the favor of Tribe, and they were able to find that kill onto Jackie thanks to that Olaf. And the kind of the follow-up fight after that, I was very worried. You have 3 members that are low HP near an Akali with perfect execution. Could have potentially been a massive streak for Cloud9 to find, but not able to get that there. And oh man, that's gotta hurt if you're on the Cloud9 team.
Yeah, and you know, there is a different composition here than the first game, but it almost feels like C9 is playing this out without really a composition in mind. That will be a kill. Zello won't go down here, just takes a few tower shots.
Goodbye, Jackie.
That was a shockwave that didn't actually connect, but it didn't matter because it was still a kill for Tribe, and Charm will be the next one to go down.
That's huge. That's huge. Finding the bot lane dead there. It's 45 seconds, it looks like, away from the Drake, which I don't think will mean much right now, but with this Rift Herald going down, and with T-Tigers saying, look, I don't want this game to be going slow. I'm playing Olaf right now, and I want to run over the opposition. Chuck and Molly actually taking a small trade there means that the Unstoppable Force probably won't be up for this Drake start. Interesting to note here. We'll have to see how that affects this fight in about 20 to 30 seconds here. Tribe doing their most to activate T-Tigers and let him have his kind of kingdom in the jungle.
C9 now gets the opportunity to try to clear some stuff out, but that was Tribe's recall set. They are moving back down towards that dragon right now, so C9 needs to be careful about their positioning here as all 5 members move up.
Take a look at this. Activates the Righteous Glory. Wants to find this fight. Force something from Jackie. Back away. Heal up with your Nami. And now move into the river. Choke C9 out of this. Chuck does not have ultimate quite yet, and a lot of them are available. Tidal Wave. Oh, Shockwave!
What a shockwave there. The tidal wave will come out to Jackie. Does manage to get the root, but not enough damage. Zello tries with
oh my god, T-Tigers.
but it will not be enough. And oh my god, even with Charm trying to run away from this one, they might not get out alive. Zaya gets taken down. Tarzane is the next target here. Old School looking to get that solo kill and will absolutely find it once again. Charm and Molly are the only 2 alive, and they have to flee the fight.
If this was an even game, the escape tools to try to get away from Olaf would be perfect. But because they're now suffering a 7,000 gold disadvantage, and I mean, they're just playing so well around their timers. I'm loving this gameplay from Tribe, calling out when they need to be able to find a fight and backing out when they have to. T-Tigers on this Olaf is not looking to stop anytime soon. Blowing summoners, getting Jackie into really dangerous positions. And now I think C9 are going to have to start feeling a little bit of pressure, a little bit of that sweat down their back saying, oh God, we're going to lose and we're going to be sent to the losers bracket. How do we get ourselves out of this? I don't know if it's going to be Jackie. I kind of want to see a little bit out from this Akali because Akali's 0-0-0 in this game. Has about the same amount of gold as this Malphite, but will continue to get outscaled by multiple members of Tribe. So need to see the assassin pop off in a fight. Otherwise, Cloud9 just end up losing this and go out without a whimper.
I would like to see Tarzane do what Tarzane does. I feel like the last 2 games we haven't really seen. We've seen Tarzane doing a lot of dying and a lot of trying to go in on fights that never come out successful. Once again, sitting at 0 kills and ties in his deaths and assists, 0-3-3 right now. That's really, really not helping the team. Yeah, he's finished his BT, but that's all he's looking at right now.
Oh man, we're getting back to the. I'm getting deja vu. Graves 0-4-4.
Yep.
It's all coming together. I love it when a plan comes together for C9. This is not in their cards though. They're gonna get another dragon, or sorry, get another turret taken away from them. Get their jungle out from under them. And this is about as well as I would have thought Tri would have been coming into this game. They're playing excellently. They're constantly forcing Cloud9 into uncomfortable positions. And now Jackie, like, at that point, if there's a shockwave that comes out,
That
you know
could've
Jackie's
been.
like, oh no.
That could have been one. That could have pulled the two of them in if Starting had decided to pop the ultimate there. But I think they were just a little too close to the outskirts that it was, you know, you don't want to waste that shockwave and end up popping nobody onto it. But I mean, yeah, Jackie has gotten 2 kills, you know, out of, there's only 5 on the team, so is tied for the most here with Charm. So that bottom lane has done really well, actually. These 2 players, this Sen and this Xayah, doing well together, but when the rest of the team isn't really offering what you need it to, it's not going to help out. It does look like Chuck gets locked down.
How much
here,
fun
but
is this?
That's going to be, they can't do anything to Chuck.
They're turning Baron. Wait, what? They just did Baron. Hello? Okay, Tribe. I mean, 10,000 IQ right there. You have Kaisa who can shred this. You have an Olaf that's ahead as well. That is so good for them. It was really sneaky. Observers weren't able to catch it, and they're going to try to look for something.
No, Jackie with
no.
the Feather Storm at a very bad time trying
That's
to
huge,
catch somebody
though.
out. That will be Zello, though,
Akali?
who picks up a kill, and if Akali finds another one, Chuck will take
Watch
her
Old
down, though,
School.
and actually Old School's the one that picks up the kill there. Now turning
That's one.
onto Jackie, using the Killer Instinct, flashing over the wall
Oh.
now, is going to look out for Charm. That's a double kill over to Malphite, and all of Cloud9 is facing a gray
Wow.
screen as a quadra kill goes over to Chuck, and Old School has to feel bad about taking one.
Oh, come on. I can't believe we almost casted a Malphite pentakill in the majors, in the semifinals for the winners. I mean, this game is now just doomed. They got the Baron, and while T-Tigers ends up going a little bit aggressive before his team maybe would have wanted to start that fight, they're just going to take everything away from Cloud9. They will open up this inhibitor. They will at least get a ton of damage onto this top turret. I don't know if they'll be able to finish this off. They definitely want that third Drake to spawn, pick it up for themselves. But when one member of Tribe falls, it's just like another one picks up the slack and ends up winning them a team fight.
Yeah, and the positioning there too, you know, honestly, if Jackie hadn't missed that Feather Storm, things could have been a lot different too for Cloud9, you know, maybe getting another shutdown or two, at least kind of staunching the blood flow that Tribe has forced out here on C9. And they're going to start up this dragon.
Kali's on a flank.
Ward, no vision now, but oh my goodness, the Na'Vi tidal wave is not going to do much there. The spin won't help Zello. The old Demacia Justice does come out, but that does not stop Tigers here with that Ragnarok going, and that is going to be once again an ace in favor of Tribe, and this absolutely spells the end of the game and the end of the winner's side of the bracket for Cloud9.
It wasn't even close. It's 20-7 here. 14 minutes in the game. Tribe take a dominant 2-0 and continue to go lossless. Not a single match loss, not a single game loss. And oh boy, that just means that our top 2 got a whole lot scarier as Tribe continue on. And Casanova, you got to get that eagle eye view there. How was that?
Yeah, Tribe's kind of sick. First off, I want to just put that out there. This team looks really good. I mean, obviously, I have to bring up T-Tigers. I know you had the shout out earlier, Alk, about me talking about Tarzan gapping another jungler and kind of got turned around. However, I don't want to fully put this all on Tarzan. I think a lot of this is Tribe is so good at enabling their jungler in the early game. I wanted to look at the priority a bit because, yeah, the big thing of swapping your bottom lane to mid is, okay, they'll get a lot of priority and be able to rotate everywhere for Tarzan. Well, what happens when they just don't go into this swap? They get priority on the bottom side and just play to kind of split the map, play to enable T-Tigers on the bottom side, and we saw them using this priority to create so much early pressure, and T-Tigers was able to run with it. Then they're picking scaling picks in the mid lane, scaling picks in the bottom lane. Once T-Tigers has the amazing early game to get them the lead, it gets carried home by the mid and bot respectively. I love the Orianna pick. Maybe it wasn't Michael Udall who was the problem for C9, but maybe it's how well Orianna is able to deal with the early stages of the game in this lane swap just by farming the waves, clearing the waves, and then scaling back up. I really love this play out of Tribe. What I gotta ask you though, Alk, is where's Leona? Where's Braum? Where are these picks for Charm? I'm looking at the stats from the qualifiers, and I see that these are the most played as these aggressive melee supports to help support Tarzan in the early invades. And now we're playing, yes, sure, Nami, Senna, they do provide support, but they can't stop an Olaf or a Camille from just running you down in the early game. In fact, they contribute poorly to that. So where are Braum and Leona, Alk?
Well, Braum got nerfed, so and also was banned, so it's a little hard to play Braum when he's banned.
No bans.
I don't know.
Not in the second game.
No bans.
Okay,
not in the second game. Yeah. So Braum is gone. Leona, I was really high on Leona before. We thought me and Smax when we're playing solo queue, it's just like, well, Galio is really strong. Leona is still very, very strong and has really great itemization choices. I just think that, similar to kind of our knee-jerk reaction, we were looking at all these crit itemizations of wanting to pick up Lucian and Corki and all of these champions. I think they may have kind of swept Leona off to the wayside and kind of got caught up in wanting to play more Ardent or play something like the Senna.
Yeah, I think the reason I had such a problem with it is both times Cloud9 opts into a triple marksman composition with not much of a front line. They even had Wukong available in game 2 and still went back to the Graves instead of going for the Wukong that has been so successful for Tarzan. And I wonder, I mean, yes, of course Tribe is looking very clean, very polished, but Jolly, do you think at any point this is somewhat of a draft gap happening in these games, because we're seeing these triple marksman comps into a team that notoriously is picking Malphite every game?
Yes, absolutely. And I think also, even the bans for the second game, Malphite was so huge, and especially, touching on in between the games, we touched on the initiation, the lack of really good initiation, and Wukong is absolutely one of those. Certainly could have been huge for this team, especially if you do have, because I like the early pick Senna because she is very strong, so that's probably why you don't want to first pick Leona. So that was their choice for the first pick. So while I do like that, the Graves pick in the second one, I didn't want to harp on it because I was already harping on Tarzan for just kind of playing it poorly. But it really just wasn't well executed. It was too aggressive of a pick for what Tribe was picking. And it happened 2 times in a row. So absolutely, you got to at least give Cloud9 a little bit of fault for that, because you have to expect if Tribe found something that worked really well in the first game, they're not going to change up a lot of that. And it was the exact same style of composition. Cloud9 kind of switched up their composition, but played it the exact same style that they did in game number 1.
Look, and I love
it's one or the other. No, you're good. It's just one or the other, right? You can't have 3 marksmen and no front line.
Yeah,
you can't have all front line and no back line
Yep.
to follow it up. You need something there. And Cloud9, I think we're lacking that, and may have been a little bit too tunnel visioned on some of these picks. We'll see what their adaptation is as we continue on with the bracket.
Yeah, I think you can maybe go for a triple marksman comp if you have an advantage in the early game, but you're playing into an Olaf or a Camille that continually is just going to cause problems. I wanted to call out Tribe. The thing is even though I felt like this was heavily a draft diff, Tribe had some pretty disrespectful early plays that still worked out. The first rotation to Scuttle, they're just tower diving Garen and taking plates. They rotate late. This causes them to actually lose out on the trade by 1 kill. But they were still almost there. And then later, they're doing Herald and they still rotate to a dragon fight, which I thought was insane. But they just felt so much stronger in these cases. So at the end of the day, my takeaways from that are just, I think Tribe is kind of on another level right now, but I think C9 can keep up with a better draft phase. I think that was the main issue. But other than that, I'm going to wrap this away. That is Tribe taking the first winners semifinal. They're advancing to the winners final. C9 will drop to the lower bracket, but we've got another winners semi coming up. We'll have more Wild Rift Summoner Series coming right at you. We're going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series Major 1, Day 1, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm still Casanova, still joined by Jolly and AlkBattery, as we've just gotten through the first winners semifinal. We've got another one coming up, but I'd like to take stock of the full bracket. Take a look at where we have ended up at this point in the day. We just saw Tribe take down Cloud9, and Enemy was able to take down YMCA in a 2-1 banger. To meet up now with Immortals in our other winners semifinal. We look at the lower bracket. We see Cloud9, of course, waiting for the winner of Yawn and YMCA. But, that is all to say, we have our next matchup. It is going to be Enemy versus Immortals. This is going to be the other winners semifinal, trying to fight to get into that winners bracket final. Of course, you want to stay winner's side as long as possible in these double elimination brackets. You never want to be on your match point. That extra life feels so good. And now we've got a matchup just for that. But to kick things off, Alk, I'd love for you to break down Immortals a little bit and let me know how they're going to be taking it to the Rift here against Enemy.
Immortals, they have found all of their strength, previously Team Goons, through Hoon. This guy is so good on every single champion. You give him something like a Kali, you give him something like Lucian, and he will absolutely carry for you. And you've just got a lot of great players who I think are, positionally speaking, great role players. Rocky Zoro has been a great Malphite, and Lamont himself, an awesome team fighter, but it has been a majority of Hoon, and majority of when they win, it is all of Hoon all the time, basically.
I can agree with that. Enemy on the other side, and just so I get these names correct, Alui in the Baron lane has certainly really shown up here. The jungler, though, of course, Tybe, the mid lane there of Truth. This is probably one of the big players that you got to keep your eyes on, of Zio there in the duo or dragon lane. The support as Selma, a bottom lane for sure that is to be watched on this team here for Enemy. The Xayah, obviously, I am a big fan of right there. And Selma showing up on that Gragas in the support lane has been an incredible flex as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to give you a chance, Alk, because we've kind of ignored a lot of the Baron laners all day. I wanted to give you kind of some time to talk a bit about Baron lane and how important it's been in the Summoner series so far. And yeah, you can use the context of Rocky Zoro and Alui in this matchup in particular, even though we can expect a lot of Malphite today.
Exactly. You'll see on the bottom here, we're talking about Selma. I mean, Selma is just a fantastic support player, but when we're looking at this Baron lane, throughout all of the qualifiers, there have been some awesome top laners in all of Wild Rift. I mean, Genesis, when you're looking at, even Apex from the qualifiers, and you're looking now at Rocky Zoro, those other two champions don't exist. It is only Malphite. This guy has like 11 games on this champion. It's ridiculous. And throughout all of the majors, I'm expecting, even from qualifiers, Baron lane is so important for the identity of your team. Yes, everybody's probably going to be playing the same champions, but having, unique styles like someone like Chuck or Araki Zoro who can play a really mean Malphite, where on the other side, we have awesome carry players. A Louis on Darius can pick up a Lee Sin or a Fiora. You have Zenith God on Yawn, who's picking stuff like Vayne and Pantheon. So important for what I believe to be playing really strong Wild Rift competitive games. And for talking about the identity of these teams, Aloy contributes to that with how much mid jungle has been important for the side of Enemy. If you can try to put him on something that can try to solo carry, specifically this Darius, I think it takes a little bit of pressure off of those two to try to kind of 2v8 a game between the two of them.
Yeah, and you touched on Hoon early on in the talkings of Immortals, and Jolly, I wanted to pick your brain a bit, because on the other side, Enemy has Truth, who's been exceptional in the mid lane as well. Kind of looking at both of these mid jungle duos, because we no longer have to talk about C9 playing their funky 2 mid. This is now we have a true mid jungle duo showdown going between Hoon and Truth and Lamont and Tybin. I'm just want to pick your brain a bit on, like, how do you feel Hoon needs to gain the advantages for Immortals? How are they going to try and build that lead that they've been continuing to build in a lot of their matches?
I mean, Hoon doesn't need to gain anything. Hoon just does, okay? Hoon is such an exceptional player, an amazing addition. And another crazy thing just to consider is how long these teams have been together. All of them. I mean, a couple weeks, for some of the shorter ones, 1 to 2 weeks for these teams. But my goodness, Hoon has come in and really just taken over, and has not just has an amazing KD. I mean, I think we saw 10 plus on the KDA there, but is playing these incredibly aggressive champions into these lanes and really just forcing the enemy team to play proactively or play reactively, around his proactive play, which is huge. So honestly, Immortals just have to kind of do what they normally do with Hoon, let him do his thing. I think the combination of these two players is going to be absolutely incredible. I honestly don't even want to call anything yet, because it's not all just on Hoon, it's not all just on Truth either here. So we have to consider how well and how cohesive these junglers are with these mid laners.
I'm looking at their stats right now. I wanted to make sure that when I was going through these teams trying to prepare for today, I looked at Hoon's stats, and this guy has 26% of his team's gold share almost every single game. He's disgusting when we get to see him play. So I'm looking forward to him on that. Yeah,
we're going to see Hoon hit the Rift in just a moment alongside the rest of Immortals. We'll see if he can continue that dominance and that carry performance here against NME. But it is going to be our draft starting here in our second winners semifinal. Jolly, Alk, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much. As usual, Casanova, we'll check back in with you after this series is over. But my goodness,
sad.
All right, we get to see some two new teams for not for me, but for me today, because this is my first broadcast here for Wild Rift. We saw a lot of Cloud9. We saw some good Cloud9. We saw some bad Cloud9. I'm thinking that this matchup is going to be a lot closer than the match that we just saw with Tribe and Cloud9, even considering that was what we were saying, probably the top two teams here in this event. I guess, Cloud9 just really didn't show up, but of the two teams to show up, Immortals, my goodness, has every single time an enemy. Again, that bottom lane is really something to fear.
Exactly. Selma, I think, has been one of the more pronounced supports, is always at least typing on Twitter, always typing in the general chat of the server. I always get to see Selma, but has had a lot of success on Gragas. And I wonder what the priorities. I love watching drafts where you get to see specifically what teams are looking for and what they really don't want to play up against. I mean, we even get to see it from the last game where Braum is just MIA from everybody's mind. Nobody knows that engaged supports exist anymore.
No,
and
they don't.
here for them, I want to see how enemy are going to tackle the mid lane problem, because if Hoon gets off to a weak start, or you force him on Corki, Immortals tends to struggle a little bit with finding a victory.
I was gonna say, when you're like, there's no such thing as the the initiating supports. You got Rakan is the only one, I think. For
oh yes,
Rakan is the only initiator, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here. But enemy, they are going to take that Varus away, another one of the strong ones. I don't think we're gonna be able to see a Ziggs whatsoever here today, just because of how powerful he is and the flexibility in that pick as well. So it will be the Malphite banned away from a Louis.
Wow. That's really surprising. So they want to have Araki Zoro on something else, put him potentially on a Camille, on a Renekton. I think that he had an okay performance on champions like this that weren't Malphite, but obviously his bread and butter has to lay with the unstoppable force himself. So we'll have to see, especially now with Lee Sin gone, taking that away from Lamont and from Tybe, I think is certainly a telling kind of ban here for them. And just means that the jungle pool is still a little bit open. We still have that Camille pick available, and we still have Olaf and Wukong, all of which have been very strong for these two individual junglers.
It is going to be a first lock-in for Lucian. Very, very high priority today and on this patch, with a few of the nerfs as well to some of the tankier members of Wild Rift that we have seen here in the past. But it will be Senna, Corki. No big surprise. We've kind of seen that almost all of these games. If Senna is not the first pick for a team, she is absolutely one of the two picks for the opposing side.
And we haven't seen much of it since the changes, but Corki, at least for today, Corki can still be played in the bot lane. Zeo has shown that, they do definitely play a couple of champions. It is, let me just make sure that I'm right on this. It has just been Xayah and Corki every single game. Okay, so it's Corki, a massive amount of Corki, because they love to flex it with Hoon, but also a little bit of Ezreal, a little bit of Xayah. It's mostly been this champion, and looking forward to how we see some of these flexes as Immortals get their Nami and they get Gragas as well.
They do, and Gragas is a good one to take away from Selma, though, you know, you can assume that with the Senna locked in there, that that's not really the direction they're planning to go, but also, I mean, a nice flex pick. They are immediately going to lock in the Nami, though, so we are pretty aware of where that Gragas is limited to. Camille will be the lock-in, so it looks like that is the possibility, and it looks like Enemy also, they banned out some really good picks from Immortals, and now they're picking sort of their fallback selections, like that Camille they're taking away, the Corki taking that one away, you know, as one of those that Hoon has been kind of forced onto, but played very, very well with in the past. Jarvan.
We're picking Fizz? Is this Fizz? This could be Fizz mid. This could be Fizz jungle. It fell off a little bit just because it got nerfed. You can obviously play Akali top. This would be a new look for Iraqi Zoro if we're going to see an Akali up there. I want to see what the lock-ins are here after we see this last pick for Enemy. They can pick up a mid laner that's favorable into them. I'm trying to think. Katarina doesn't feel all that good into this matchup. You have a couple of champions, but we're going to see them. Okay, finally Pantheon makes his appearance. I've been waiting. We got to see a little bit in qualifier too. That's why I'm super jealous of Rafa and Smax. They got to actually cast some Pantheon games. This champion is just like ruling every other region. SEA, Europe, the soon-to-be China region. Just like, it has been everywhere except here in North America. And we're finally going to see some more of it, this time for Selma.
And very, very exciting way to kick things off, too, for Enemy to lock in. I mean, they got, we're talking initiation in the last games. My goodness, have you seen
we're fighting.
More, on that side with, you know, Selma on that Pantheon. I mean, with Tybe on the Camille, with Louis on the Jarvan, who has kind of fallen off a little bit. I will say Jarvan, not as good as he used to be and not as high of a pick priority, but definitely something that can work very, very well with this team composition that Enemy is trying to go through with. They're already going for an initiation, though. It's Selma. That just goes to show right there why you can't let Pantheon go through to any lane, especially not a duo lane.
Immediately has to pick up the honey fruit. And it's just, this is one of the things, though, when you have a Nami, Pantheon will probably pick up a lot of gold or do a lot of damage. I mean, Nami will just heal her back up, heal this Lucian back up. So very dangerous. And speaking about Alui, we got to talk about it a little bit, but Alui has so many special top lane picks in the Baron lane. I talked about it before, but Lee Sin was there. Didn't find too much success of it, but it was against Tribe. Not a lot of teams have found any success against Tribe, to be fair. So this team always trying to break out some new innovative picks, and putting Jarvan in the top lane just gives you so much flexibility. And speaking about that, it's time to fight for Scuttle.
Already going down. Lamont goes a little bit too far in, gets stunned up once again. It will be the first blood to go down. Selma very, very low here. And Goon was able to at least provide a little bit in response, but no more kills. Enemy finds a victorious fight.
Was it worth it, Immortals? Lamont, I'm sure if you're a jungler, you're like, I flashed and died for Crab. It's fine. We got him. We got the Crab. It was worth. I'm just going to say, not worth, guys. It is like not that much gold. It's a little bit of experience, and like, yeah, you get some vision, but it's just not worth going down there for first blood and it going to the Corki, going over to someone like Truth. It's very dangerous. They're going for this. That should be a kill.
It's going to be a bubble, and it will be a kill going over to Selma. Yikes is out of mana, but is able to get out of this one just fine. DNZO not going to decide to push farther on that one.
That should just be, I mean, that's just the bot lane match, I think, decided for at least for the time being. It's just how dangerous it is. You're playing Lucian, and especially when you're behind someone like this Pantheon. Hoon getting solo.
Almost gets taken out there by Truth. That was so very close to the barrier, saving Hoon's life there.
Good for them. I mean, there's not much to do here. Now they picked up, I don't know if they picked up the honey fruit in mid lane. It looks like they didn't, just off of the indicator, but I mean, look at this. Now can roam into the bot side. If they want to make a trade, they can try to find this, but all of this being warded should stop Immortals from continuing to lose more and more on the map.
Also, really just seeing Selma appear and, you know, look relatively aggressive. You gotta be careful. Already in a lane that kind of has a little bit of a lackluster priority on this one. So instead, it looks like enemy is going to, you know, take their losses on the bottom side, decide to push towards mid, but no opportunity there to hop onto Immortals.
They're
And
finding something. Here's the ult.
The tidal wave comes out, the flash comes out and away. It's going to be DNZO's ultimate that comes out as well to try to prevent any more damage onto Selma. That's going to be it.
Jolly, I have bad news. This is looking terrible for Immortals.
It really,
Oh, no.
is. Oh no, and there's going to be the last embrace of forced flash away from Yikes, and it will be the Ignite that gets the kill right there. Selma will be jumped on here though because Lamont does not go very far away.
Okay, that's good for Immortals. They're on the board finally, but that is so dangerous for them. The fact that they're going to have to play with fire into that bot lane and forcing so much. Lamont kind of getting a little bit antsy. Maybe it is just those we're playing against enemy jitters, but doing a lot in the early game that I think are unforced errors for them means the dragon will be the first one to go over for enemy. Cullen comes out.
Cullen doesn't
Pantheon
quite
ult.
hit the dragon, and in comes Pantheon on the backside. Truth trying to do what they can with the package.
Selma.
Oh,
God.
Lamont did not get over the wall.
No.
He's stuck in half now. Flash. Camille has a hook shot though. Tries to re-engage. It just takes way too much damage. The kill is going to go over to Nami thanks to that tidal wave. A dodge off the way from the bubble by Selma means to stay alive just a little bit longer. Lamont going down here, and oh wait, Louis manages to stay alive.
Nice.
And Truth picks up a triple kill.
What starts off as a massive mistake by Immortals gets paid back a little bit in kind by enemy, but they're able to continue to find victory in their team fight. It was a close one, and I think a few more mistakes from enemy, and we have potentially an IMT who is looking back into this game, but I don't know if maybe it's a uncomfortable, like they're just not comfortable on Fizz, or we're just making some fresh mistakes. This is the first time we've seen Fizz from Lamont on the stage, at least here in the first circuit for Summoner Series. This is a really rough early game, mechanically speaking, from IMT. Things considered, do have, I think, in my opinion, a little bit of a better late game composition. They scale pretty well. Yes, there's a Sentinel on the enemy team, and you have things like the Camille and this Pantheon, but as the game goes further on, the Camille ultimate can get disabled thanks to Iraqi Zora's Gragas. If you have someone like a Louis jumping near your backline, well, almost every single one of these members have some kind of movement ability. It's so easy for you to just free scale into the late parts of this game. The tidal wave just barely misses onto Zio, and they're trying to find something, trying to find any kind of pick to garner some space back into this game, but 6,000 gold at 7.5 minutes in, Immortals getting desperate for this.
There's going to be the ultimate to come out from Lamont, who takes too many shots there. Truth doesn't quite do the damage,
Pantheon
but it looks
ult.
like the ultimate will. It's going to be the Pantheon ult that comes through with the kill. Not quite the Hextech ultimatum. Another flash away from Yikes. Selma says, hey, okay, I have that move too.
Oh, no. You know when there's a Pantheon support and they're just flexing on you the entire time? As a solo laner, that is even worse. It feels worse. You get the Rift Herald now for them as well. Enemy have all but locked this game up at 8 minutes already. They need to find some kind of an advantage, but they're using this Pantheon so well, and Tybe is having an excellent game themselves.
For sure. I mean, I talked about Selma being one of the best supports in my opinion here, and this is part of the reason. Just such an aggressive player, and is totally okay with taking non-meta picks. I mean, the fact that Gragas is the #1 pick for this player alone really kind of tells the tale of how they like to engage and initiate in these lanes, and how quickly they'd like to try to get away from this laning phase as well. But you're absolutely right, Alk. Enemy is their kind of their game to lose right now. They need to just continue to keep pressure up, keep getting these pinches out that they have been, and Immortals, if they can keep pulling mistakes out of them the way they have been, then it's going to be smooth sailing.
Yep. I will say I really like this this draft from Enemy, not because it's winning, but also like just the idea of Camille plus Jarvan to lock up enemies makes it really difficult for you to get away from someone like a Pantheon. And we'll see right here, Lamont, he gets 6,000 dashes, but probably 6,001 would have gotten him out of there.
Possibly. The exploding cast coming in just a little too late. It ends up actually throwing enemy away out of potential range there of Gragas really participating in the fight. Gulling's going to come out as enemy. 3 members put a lot of pressure here onto this bottom tier 2 tower. Now they're going to
run!
move up, and
Run!
Hoon needs to be very careful here. Perfectly navigated away, though. Excellent communication there and a nice little ward to show off the rest of enemy.
Okay, if Hoon goes down there, that's how you know it's a give up angle. It's a just lay down and hope that the game ends fast enough, because again, such a huge member when it comes to their wins and in their losses. Hoon is the guy when IMT is either winning or losing that you're looking to try and 1v9 a game. Doesn't matter the game state, he will try to win the game. And right now, he's going to need to find a really interesting way to get back into this one, because it's now 10,000. You're down in almost every single lane. And we're seeing it now. The top lane has been a little bit quiet. I want to see a little bit more out from this Jarvan, out from a Louis, before I have any demeaning remarks about with this Jarvan pick. Because I think at this point, you could have probably picked any top laner, and it would have looked fine. It would have looked about the same. But if Louis can find a sick engage, or we can see a little bit more from this Jarvan, I think enemy have a real threat in their top side.
And even if it's, just to force out the playful trickster, then it's worthwhile. We can see an initiation right there. The tidal wave will get some pop-ups, but it's still a lot of damage. Out comes the cataclysm underneath the tower. Exhausted is a Louis, but it doesn't matter because Hoon gets hit here by the Hextech ultimatum. It's going to be a double kill, but oh my goodness, that fizz damage will have a little bit of a response.
There we go,
Truth. Members of enemy go down, but it doesn't make a difference. They have the pressure. They've won the fight, and Yikes is the only member alive for Immortals.
They can probably take this inhibitor. They don't have a big wave here, and even though Tyve, I think, would do a ton of damage, I just don't think they'll be able to end it here. But that should just be... I mean, at this point, Immortals are more of a passing grace in this game than necessarily playing this one out. They're trying as they can, and I think that fight was pretty close, just because they were fighting under turret, and we got to see the playful trickster out from Lamont, but that was a consolation prize for Immortals from enemy.
See how they decide to move forward. This is pretty much, I mean, you're looking at a 13k gold lead in favor of enemy right now at less than 12 minutes in. They're poising for a fight around Baron, and instantly down goes Lamont. Zoro will be the one to follow. Hextech ultimatum to come out on the backside onto Yikes, and that's the Grand Skyfall. Not even necessary there. Selma just wanting to participate in the fight, and that will be a free Baron for enemy.
All right, so from here, Jolly, I think it might be, we might need to be thinking of how does IMT win the next game? How do they adapt from this? Oh, we're going to have a lot on our hands coming out of this game, because right now you have to not only deal with the jungle, which I think Lamont probably just had a bad game, had a bad day. That happens, whatever. This bot lane got absolutely rolled. So what is our bot lane counter pick? We're looking at the Tsunami and for Goom, who have been, all right performers on their team in the past couple days during the qualifiers, but they are serviceable. And like I said, when we're looking at Immortals, between the rest of the team, you are looking at a bunch of role players. They are there to simply fulfill the role. They play it at a pretty decent rate, but we haven't seen amazing carry performances from everybody on the side of Immortals, and I think that might stifle their ability to go very far in some of these majors when we have such teams that are playing with almost a fully stacked roster of talent.
Yeah, and you got to be able to play against these kind of cheesy comps, especially from someone like enemy. That cask is not going to do very much at all. Not only did it not do much for the utility, it did no damage. Lamont is going to be the target here. Will get taken down. Hoon, though, manages to find the one, gets back under tower. That's a big shutdown. Skyfall comes through from Selma, though, and the tower will go down. No more tower shots to help Hoon out here. It will likely be a quick death without being able to take down Tyve. In the meantime, pressure in the top side. Zoro barely able to stay alive, but 3 members now of enemy are on to the Nexus with Baron minions. That will be game number 1. Immortals losing to start out to enemy with such an oppressive composition.
This may be a super copium answer, but if there was a bot lane turret that wasn't just about to die there for Hoon, I think he 1v9s. I think he gets the kills there. He's able to at least stall out a little bit for IMT, but Turrets go down really fast. The minions in Wild Rift are ferocious. End up kind of just completely collapsing. Yeah, I mean, you thought minions... I've lost games just regular minions slamming my Nexus turret. It's actually disgusting how good they are. And Baron ones just make it all that much worse to deal with. Yeah, IMT just got rolled that game. Like, every single lane lost. The Selma made sure that every lane felt their presence with this Pantheon. And yet again, we're seeing pop-off Camille performances. I don't think it's just a Tribe Gaming exclusive. It seems like Camille is coming out as, if you've got hands, this champion will just take over the game. Enemy with a really strong game, and I don't know. I feel like some of this draft just threw me off so much from what we've seen from Immortals in the past.
Absolutely. Some of it's standard, but really the cohesion is kind of what we've been talking about for a lot of these team comps, and where games can fall off in the draft. And that is absolutely one of them. The flexibility that we're seeing on the side of enemy compared to what Immortals just today has offered is interesting. But, we also have to consider we had kind of a lackluster game one from Cloud9 as well. They might not have lost it in the match number 1, but they still kind of felt a little lackluster. So hopefully this is just Immortals kind of getting into the swing of things, understanding what enemy is bringing to the table this time. They just really need to step up their game. Otherwise, I mean, it's going to be the exact same thing we saw in that last matchup before, when we had Cloud9 just a second ago. Cloud9 into Tribe. I'm that forgetful already, but
it's all right.
You've got the opportunities for them to maybe grow a little. Just not a good sign when it comes to a really solid composition on one side and a lacking composition on the other.
IMT, so think about how different this draft is going to be once we get into the second game. I don't know what side they are. That we'll figure it out as we get closer to draft. But not only do they need to somehow find an answer for Pantheon, they also would probably need to ban it, which means Malphite, Rakan, or Galio are now on the table. They're going to have to change this jungle pickup unless they are really, really keyed in on this Fizz, which... we didn't even get to touch on this, but like, you look at Fizz, you have 3 members who are doing magic damage now on your team, with Lucian being the sole AD. You can just build a bunch of match resist, and boom, now all that ability power is gone. So already going to see about 2 or 3 changes there for Immortals, and I don't think Iraqi Zoro had all that much of a problem. I think in top lane, I think he just kind of, as a Baron laner, had that similar experience where you're playing. You're playing against your top lane matchup. Maybe it's a little bit unorthodox. And you press tab or you press the button that shows the scoreboard, and you're like, "Oh my god, my team! Oh god!"
Yes. Honestly, I mean, Selma is going to pick champions that do that. And that's another thing you have to consider, is it's really hard to draft up against enemies, specifically because of Selma, specifically because of the flex picks. There are a lot of flex picks right now in Wild Rift. The majority of them are flex between jungle and top or jungle and mid. I mean, Selma is just taking in whatever works really well. We're looking at like the old style, like Season 3 League of Legends kill lanes kind of thing going on here.
Yeah, and just play everything.
Play everything, and Selma is absolutely capable of doing that from this support position. So, while you can try to take things away, it's really hard to try to get counter picks into enemy because of the amount of flexibility that they show right off the bat.
Yeah, this has definitely been one of Selma's most flexible picks. Like, obviously, Pantheon being able to crop up in the draft is always dangerous. Yep. You saw there on the lower third for everybody at home, just Gragas, Rakan, Nami, plays a little bit of Galio, had a little bit of a 0% win rate on Janna, but it's only 1 game. Is definitely the spiciest, I think, support pick we've had throughout the entire first circuit, and I'm looking forward to what that means for other teams. Do they start to innovate? And finally, we get some kind of engaged support that isn't Rakan, can actually go in and do a ton of damage in the meantime. And I'm looking forward, again, Selma as our front runner for possibly one of the best supports that we have. What do they bring to the table, and how do they shake up the meta for their role?
By far. I'm really excited, actually, just going into the second matchup, because you can imagine that based on that Pantheon performance, it's going to be banned away. If they don't ban it, it's one of those where It's not necessary, but it is a really smart move to just take off what impacted every single lane. And when you have a support player doing that, removing the Pantheon is the expectation, but there are just so many options that Selma has, and they're options that I'm sure we're not even aware of because it's not in his most played champions. So to come through here, there could be really anything coming forward. The Nami has been his most standard pick coming into this one, but that's really mostly just kind of been forced on him with the Gragas and the Pantheon bans away. I do believe draft for game number 2, though, here between Immortals and Enemy is underway, so let us click over to that and take a look at how things start out. Immortals are going to stay here on the blue side, Enemy once again on the red, so Immortals prioritizing that first pick.
I can't wait until we get back to the desk and we get to see Casanova after 2 games. Just get the good old classic stamp of Giraffe Diff on that right. one from Immortals.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Again.
Exactly. I can't wait to, we get the Casanova's going to come back. We'll hear the pages flipping through and then just boom, hit him up and call it a day after that. So we were talking about what were going to be the adaptations for them. It was going to have to either be that Pantheon. Was it going to be something more along the top lane? Gragas has to go through the pool. We still have a ton of answers here for Immortals, and we'll have to see what they change up, if anything at all.
Well, let's take a look. We have the Ziggs, Varus, and the Lee Sin bans for game number 1 here for Enemy. It was Galio, Rakan, and Malphite for Immortals. So a little bit of a switch up for the positioning for Immortals bans, but it looks like they are going to stick with about the same ones. And you know what? I do just have to say, it's not very often that you get 2 to 3 bans against a support. That's gotta feel real good for
Feels
Selma.
good. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. I mean, they're also just strong supports, so it works.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that they're taking it away, but they are running it back a little bit, right? We have the Ziggs and Lee Sin. Malphite should be the next one for Immortals. There it is. They're running it back, at least on the bans. Immortals, please do not get into that same situation where we saw Pantheon just run the game. Maybe they try to go for it and say, hey, look, we'll just take it away from you. We'll take up the first pick on this. There's just so much available. Senna's still there, like you were saying. Gragas is going to be the change up here for Enemy.
Yeah, not banning out the Varus, so that might be a priority that they are kind of looking towards, especially if you've got somebody like Illusion. I mean, that is obviously a flex pick that we have seen primarily. Well, actually, it's been like kind of 50-50. Today, it's been primarily in the bottom lane, but in the past, it's spent a lot of time there in the mid, and that is going to be it. Like I said, if first pick is not Senna and she's not banned out,
it's got to be Senna.
The second team, it will absolutely be Senna and somebody else, and it is going to be the Corki once again here. Another prio pick, really for anyone who likes to play aggressive mid lane.
All right, well, okay, I will take it. It's not Fizz. You know what that means?
Better.
I hope it's better. Yes, please. Camille has been an all right jungler so far, and we've been seeing it really tear up the major so far. And that just means that Enemy, they're going to continue with their flex, right? They're going to pick up the Varus. They're going to have their Jarvan as well, potentially for a Louis. You have to think that that's going to be going up there. Immortals, what's your answer here, buddy? Because now you've got free range into what you can pick here. You know Corki's going mid lane. You can pick a good matchup for Hoon. Something, please. Immortals, do not disappoint me. I don't want to be sad on broadcast for 2 games for you guys.
Yeah, especially with the rough second game that we saw C9 fall earlier in, and it's going to be the Orianna, and hey, would you look at that, the Wukong. So even more flex, likely meaning Araki Zoro is going to be taking that Camille up to the top lane, or honestly, with Wild Rift, it could be anything. I like to try to make assumptions, but there's no really solid meta yet ingrained into the scene right now. So we'll have to see how things go. However, Wukong in the jungle has been pretty big. Wukong was one of my first top mains, so you always gotta consider the flexibility here. Wukong taught me how to creep, how to CS. I won't lie about that one. A very good champion.
Well, yeah, you get a free basic auto attack upgrade. You could just farm from range.
Oh, it's great. It's great. But great one to learn to do grinding, learning how to do CS. They used to do the custom games and stuff, and so very effective on that one. But It is going to be another Olaf. It might not be the same team we saw it on last time, but it will be an equally aggressive jungler who will be taking that one in. There could be a swap. You know, you could also have the Jarvan in the jungle.
You could have
Olaf
Jarvan
top.
and Olaf top.
Anything, anywhere, honestly.
It's possible. Maybe not into Wukong, or maybe not into Camille. That matchup is not that fun versus Camille, but I see Olaf right now for enemy. I see Tybe, who is a fantastic player in their own right, and I look at Immortals. Where's your front line? Who's stopping Olaf? Olaf just runs into your team. Who stops Jarvan? Who puts up that wall against Jarvan when he just runs at you and flag and drags right into your back line? And with the poke that comes out of this is kind of like that draft that we were talking about, where you have a ton of marksmen, and now you have frontline / people who can tank up some of that damage from the enemy and create a solid frontline for your team. Where Immortals, Wukong has a lot of pressure to do stuff in this game that I don't necessarily think should be there.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know what? At least it's better than the last draft that they had for frontline. At least,
sure.
You know, the last one you had Gragas. That was it. At least now you got two kind of initiators. You know, frontline initiators, and there is a lot more mobility, a lot more opportunity with these. So, you know, you've got the clone from Wukong there. You've got the hook shot as well from Meraki Zoro on the Camille. So you do have a little bit more opportunity to disengage if you want. So that's at least confiding. You know, it's not necessarily going to help them stand up against a Jarvan and an Olaf, but at least it's something to do something. It's more than we got last game. You know, I'll give them that.
I'll take it at this point, man.
Yeah.
Look, Immortals just had a really bad game that time. And I'm sure everybody at home, anybody with eyes, saw just the performance. But here's for IMT. Here's to IMT trying to find a better game 2.
Here's
and
IMT
every
building
team
armor.
knows. Yes, there you go.
How about that, IMT? You have that going for you.
Just build armor and you
Build
win.
armor,
It is free. I promise you. Corki does damage, but he doesn't do that much damage. Plated steel caps. I'm sad because we'll get Sam and Rafa on later today. But right now, I had to actually do an investigation because I know during the second qualifier, this man was a huge plated steel cap shill. He was just always like, guys, this item is broken and everybody's just dropping full AD team comps. Just do it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. A lot, and especially now looking at enemy here with so much attack damage on their side, that does give a little bit of an opportunity for Immortals. You know, that's a little... Immortals fans have at least a little silver lining on this one. You know, even though people might see a little bit more aggression, a little bit more success, possibly on the composition from enemy. So I'm feeling better about this one. All right, we got the opportunity here for Hoon to really, really pop off and really show how much he provides this team in Immortals.
Not to be a hater or anything, but you know, plated steel caps is cool, and I oh my god, he's about to get soloed under turret? Oh, come on. No, Louis.
Well, hey, there you go. Another good thing for Immortals fans. Right there.
All right, never mind. I'm no longer a hater. Never mind. IMT new stand incoming.
Exactly, right? I mean, hey, you know what? They've got a good setup here for something. They need to try to not let enemy get a lot of pressure here in the bottom side so that it can be a lot more focus from Tybe onto you know, things like the mid lane and the top lane. But both of these are pretty self-sufficient. You know, you've got Senna heals, you've got Nami heals. You got some decent range, some decent poke from both of them. So this is kind of just a self-sustaining bottom side that really can go either direction depending on who makes a really solid move first or who responds appropriately.
You know, it's a really sick item this game, actually. I just thought about this, and you have Nami, who, I mean, so far the support builds for Ardents haven't been about what I expected. A lot of them just end up going full AP, or, you know, they pick up their staff and then they just go AP anyway. Crystalline Reflector, new item, gives you AP and armor and ability haste, and also stops doing a lot of damage from someone like enemy who doesn't have a lot of burst damage and wants to continuously do damage back to you. And Crystalline Reflector actually has a lot of hidden potential to be really good this game if they opt for it.
Yeah, it's like I love the name of it too, because that item, I mean, it's very fitting, you know. It's like you're putting up these like little deflectors almost,
mirrors,
like
yeah,
little mirrors around you basically that are going to prevent that AP damage from coming through. So definitely a very helpful item, and you know, one that I always forget about the
no hook
items,
shot.
but that's going to be Zoro. Out comes, oh my gosh, the Hextech Ultimatum to get out of the Cataclysm. That was fancy, but it's not going to save his life.
Good feet, good hands, but not enough at this point. They will crash a pretty big wave here that Iraqi Zoro will not have access to. And on the bot side, it means that they're going to have to make this trade smartly so. Enemy's bot lane, Selma and Zio say, yeah, I don't think we need to step up here. I think one wave is not going to be worth us potentially going down. They get themselves a plate, 1-for-1 on either side. And with Dragon spawning up in 10 seconds, I can't imagine enemy are going to want to step up to this. Maybe want to make a trade for that Rift Herald.
That's definitely going to be the ideal option, especially with the recalls that they're making, with Olaf going back at the moment. You're not going to want to try to rival that one unless you have a smite available when so many members of IMT are around. But look, they're actually going to back off of this one thanks to a little bit of the poke there coming from DNZO. In the meantime, the rest of enemy is trying to make their way through this river pathing. We'll see if Immortals has any response. It will be
Here's
Lamont
the package.
jumping on to Corky, who uses the package to get out. Some nice poke there from that piercing arrow. The hook shot to go in, though, and that will be so much ground control. Doesn't matter when you've got a Ragnarok, but oh my goodness, the pulling coming out on the backside. A lot of damage here from this Varus, and now it is just the members of Immortal running away one by one. As much damage as the enemy had taken there, it was not on a single target, and 4 members stay alive.
Camille cannot find the flank. Hoon is not able to put out the damage for this team fight. And that is an Ocean Drake. That is there's 4 kills going over to enemy. And they had first say onto this Drake and will now meet up back at this Rift Herald. You see, take a look at what Louis is doing. Still has the Cataclysm, still has Flag and Drag. And if they stay for a little bit longer, IMT potentially could find themselves in a really bad team fight. But oh, man, that is such a rough time for IMT right there. That fight, I'd have to watch it back a couple times if I can get some time in review, but I just don't know if Immortals really want to find that one.
Yeah, it seemed like a really good position for them to go in on that dragon, right? You said that they've got the priority. They should be able to move on this one. They even had enemy push way far back. You had Selma and DNZO, I mean, staying behind just because they were aware that it was too dangerous to move forward on that one. So a lot of opportunity, but the rest of the team didn't follow up with it. But there was no movement down from the mid or from the jungle, and so it just ended up being those 2 bottom, the duo laners down here in Goom and Yikes that couldn't do anything. So you get the recalls, and then enemy, the second something is given as an opportunity, enemy will recognize that and immediately take it away, and Immortals just can't give them those opportunities.
I wonder, with this identity that we've now seen, I'll hold that as I think Hoon.
Oh, that
no.
was so rude. Hextech Ultimatum comes out, though, and it will be enough. It's not Hoon that gets the kill, but that's going to be Cataclysm onto Hoon. The bubble to follow up onto Louis, who does get taken down there thanks to that Q from Camille. Now she gets locked and rooted up, though. The piercing arrow is going to get the kill, and it's once again 3 members of Immortals or more running away from the survivors of enemy. Truth is very, very low. That the last embrace is not going to hit, so the fight should end right about there. Maybe. Oh my goodness, these piercing arrows, though. So much damage.
Okay, good. So I look at this and I'm thinking, trying to find this onto Hoon. I was wondering, because of the new identity that we've seen from IMT, where you're putting Zoro on more of these split pushers, more of these pseudo carries like the Camille, does that mean that Hoon has to take a little bit of a backseat in terms of carry potential? Because we saw it in the last game. Hoon is constantly the point of attack for enemy. He is able to stay a little bit resilient in the mid lane, but I wonder if that has affected their ability to, it's no longer just the Hoon show, no longer just a 1v9 performance from the mid laner of Immortals, and maybe it's hurt their identity as we go further in this tournament.
certainly a possibility. Honestly, there has been very little initiation as well coming from Immortal's jungle. You know, Lamont has once again, been stuck on this reactive play style, whereas you got so much initiation from the other side. And as I say it though, Lamont does assist Raki Zoro with a kill there. The Flash was forced out of that Camille, but they got what they wanted and they can leave with their lives.
Good. I'm glad that Raki Zoro is really good. He's actually solo killed a bunch of people on Malphite, so this probably shouldn't be as surprising as it sounds to me. But Raki Zoro, with a lot of resources, with his jungler shadowing for him, is looking pretty good and at least puts some point of IMT at an advantage. Now, there's the Ragnarok. The Righteous Glory has already been popped, and Tybe not finding as much success on this Olaf as maybe he would expect. We've got Dragon up in 20 seconds, so they should be able to reset. And with Corki package here, they need to be able to take this pretty quickly if they want to make use of that package.
Now Immortals beginning to poise in that direction. DNCO, though, with these piercing arrows, has just been able to push back. Yikes. And Goom. Selma might be coming in for the help there, but once again, that piercing arrow is going to shove them just far enough back that enemy finds a little bit of priority. The package is going to come out. Almost ran out of time, but
nice find on the Truth.
In response, it is Truth getting ulted here, but oh my goodness, so much damage in response. A pop-up is all you need. A Louis flag and dragging through them to try to get to the back half of this team of Immortals, but taking out Raki Zoro will certainly help them with starting up this dragon. And they will begin to damage it.
Watch Lamont and Hoon.
And in they go. Louis tries to go in first, gets exhausted. The Cyclone comes up here from Lamont, but it might not be enough as Ragnarok comes out on the backside. Lamont does stay alive. Truth has to back out of this one, but flash forward from Goom, who ends up going down. Beating over another kill and letting this player in Truth go unstoppable. That is going to be one found by Lamont underneath the tower, though. Still, Dragon going over to no one.
Okay, they get mid priority. They're going to try and attack this enemy. They are going to have to recall, and that is a really good fight for IMT. It starts off with a fantastic pick onto Truth to try and find something. Good use of vision here. No mana from Hoon.
Oh my goodness, once again the piercing arrow just does so much, and my goodness, what looked like potentially a good pick onto Truth turns into a double kill for enemy.
Oh man, and it was a great fight from Lamont. Has a huge Cyclone that I think completely turns it around, but Goom being way too aggressive, flashes over the wall, finds himself in the middle of 5 members. Oh, and at that point it feels very difficult for an enemy to lose that one. They will find a kill off of that dragon. They will continue to get this. Tries to steal away the Scuttle. I think he got it because he did hit up the Smite, but I mean, it's at this point like table pickings, table scraps for the side of IMT. They're getting a little bit here and there, but enemy are just playing that much better, are finding kills from the mistakes of IMT.
They're not too far behind. IMT's not too far behind in gold, though, so they at least they're not out of this fight quite yet. It's 11 minutes in the last game. They were facing a much harsher 11 minutes with their base being broken into. So considering the fact that they're only 3K behind, not too bad. They did manage to get the first tower of the game a little bit earlier, so they've at least got a little bit of responding pressure from 1-in-1 towers here. Yeah, they might not be winning these fights, but they're at least able to have some sort of recovery that they didn't have in the first game.
And they still have some strong points on the map. Hoon will always be useful as long as he can stay about on par with Corki. Still down about 2,000 gold. You see the items are starting to stack there for him. And Raki Zoro is still a carry threat, still going to be splitting and should be able to take this Dragon Lane bot tier 1. So there are some points of strength for Immortals that we weren't able to see because of what happened in game 1, and I'm looking forward to how Immortals can play this out because they still have some mechanics, some of those comeback mechanics that we were talking about. The ultimate from Lamont has been huge every single time, and I'm wanting to. I just need to see a sign of life, something from Immortals that tells me this team will not just drop out quickly from this major.
That makes things tough, getting hit by that last embrace to start things off, and it's going
no
to
decoy.
Be Chains of Corruption that actually hits there. Yeah, no clone there to try to absorb any of that damage. Lamont keeps dropping the clone after getting hit by the last embrace, which you know, is understandable because when you get hit by the last embrace, you are going to be immobile, right? So the clone and you as the individual, as the player, look similar, but it doesn't let you move very far. You're right next to it. So if there's a response, oh my goodness, this poor Nami, poor yikes.
You're not backing.
Yikes, not able to back. So, you know, there's some options, there's some opportunities. Still only a 3K gold lead in favor of enemy. It's been a couple minutes since I brought that up last. You got Lamont as well with the Guardian Angel.
They're going to do this. They do a ton of damage to this. They can try and take this away, and not a lot of members of IMT are here. Here comes the teleport immediately from Camille.
Out comes the Ragnarok.
God.
The tidal wave does not hit anyone, and that is a lot of damage from the Dawning Shadow. Hextech ultimatum in the middle. In the meantime, Goom has to back away from this fight. There's the revival coming through onto Lamont, but it won't last very long. That's another kill down. Now, Yikes and Hoon have to run away from the rest of this team. They may have gotten them low enough to prevent them from going for the Baron, and that is absolutely the case. But they are still in a dangerous position right there, though. DNZO takes or gets stalled up. Doesn't matter because Truth is on the backside, has time to respond. It will be yet another kill for enemy.
Really great job from enemy to use the Baron as a potential way of forcing and kind of an unforced error onto IMT. If you're IMT, they really can't escape from that Baron pit. You can play that a lot slower than maybe you would have, maybe from what we've seen right there. You have all of your tools available to you. Lamont had still gotten a great amount of that damage from his Cyclone, but enemy turn away from the Baron and find a massive fight for them and can now reset and do the same thing again, this time taking it a lot quicker. And IMT, are they going to look for this? And Louis doing a fantastic job of zoning.
So they are going to get the Baron. In the meantime, Louis just says, hey, I'm going to keep the whole team away from me, barely able to get that. Actually,
two-man shockwave.
The pulling on the back.
Zio.
A lot of damage to Dawning Shadow right there, trying to put down as much as possible. DNZO looking to get another piercing arrow to deal some extra damage there. No members, aside from a Louis, of enemy go down, so still 4 Baron buffs available on the table. And Goom needs to be very careful with this long-range damage.
All right, Louis, if you're 1,000 IQ here, Goom is just dead for stepping up. You stepped up a little too far. You forgot this is no longer your lane anymore. This is now property of enemy. Same thing with your jungle in a minute. But they're going to get themselves a Drake as well. If a Louis is like 1,000 IQ, you pick up Guardian Angel here, and then you're just literally the biggest nuisance for IMT. They can never kill you, and if they can try to get it, you'll just get reset and be able to flag and drag your way back out of the map. We're seeing here enemy Lamont is trying to do what he can on a side lane, Araki Zoro as well, but the map is just so far collapsed for them that it's really difficult to try and split push when you have to attend certain waves, or you have to force from enemy saying you either attend this team fight, you either come to fight us or stop us from this take, or you just lose the game.
Yep, that is absolutely how enemy has been playing for the last little while, and Immortals has been trying to split. Enemy recognizes that, says, hey, we're all going to the mid lane. Everybody come here. And by the time Immortals is aware that all 5 members are pushing down this mid lane, it's too late for those split pushers to try to regain positioning and become a part of that fight. Here, though, is a nice little pick out onto Selma. Gets picked up by not just the Cyclone, but also the Tidal Wave. The flash forward for the second charge of the Cyclone. That will be a nice little shockwave, but it was during the zone. Yes, doesn't matter, though. It will still be a kill going over to Hoon. Louis says, hey, what are you doing to my team? Get out of here. Now is taking aggro from the rest of these members here as 2 are being fought.
That's
Zoro taking so much damage. And that's going to be more super minions here coming from the bottom side.
That might have looked a little strange for everybody who's watching from a Louis, but trying to tie up the members of IMT, bait them with this Jarvan saying, hey, look, I might be killable. I'm sitting in the middle of 3 of you guys, but also prevents recalls from coming out and makes it so that enemy can finally get this bottom tier inhibitor that won't respawn, and a great use of the Baron. But honestly, a very good response from IMT, finding out the 2 immobile members of these enemy, getting the marksman down, and finding the picks. It's good. It's a breath of fresh air for them, but it's still 9,000 gold in the disadvantage, and they need to find something a little bit more than 2 kills for the Wukong.
And Araki Zoro, you know, we were talking about initiation. Yes, provides initiation, but not frontline. And has been kind of forced into the position of being frontline here. Therefore, looking at 7 deaths, 3, 7, and 2, kill participation of 5 and 7 deaths. That's a rough spot to be in. And honestly, that's all you can do, though, in this position. As Iraqi Zoro has to go in hot and heavy, has to go and try to find one of these Hextech ultimatums, and it is absolutely not working out. Enemy recognizes they have the advantage.
All right, here's the Baron. It is time, Jolly, for everybody's favorite. It is Baron dance time. Fighting in the mid lane between the two junglers. They're saying hi. It's like two dogs just like walking by each other, like sniffing each other. Like, okay, cool, we're out, we're leaving. But it is started up, and there's Baron going down, but this could be a fight for IMT.
There it is. It's going to be another Baron over there. The Hextech ultimatum is not going to help much. The revive on that. Oh, as Louis able to flash over the wall, gets out time, taking up so much of this aggression, and that is going to be another revive, but it doesn't help when 5 members of enemy are
oh my god, Truth
will go down. It's a revive though once again as Hoon tries to do everything possible into Truth. Still not able to make much of anything, and this will be another inhibitor down in favor of enemy. They are going to focus on trying to push this one in. That is a bunch of Baron minions. That is all 5 members of enemy on the Nexus. They are going in. They know they have it, and they have swept out Immortals Gaming here. Enemy finding themselves the 3rd victors for today.
It is all 2-0s here on the stream today. Most of them have been 2-0s across the bracket, but enemy with a very strong showing. It has been kind of one-sided all throughout. Casanova, do we get the patent-pending draft gap?
Here, you need a little rustling.
Okay.
I need
yeah. Thank you.
Stamp. Let's get a draft gap in there for at least for game 1.
There you go. There we go.
For game 1, absolutely. But I don't want to like harp too much on Immortals drafting as a whole. I really want to compliment enemies drafting. I think that the way they approach the draft is immaculate. They went into game 1 and they picked 5 flex picks, and not only are these 5 flex picks that can go to a bunch of different roles, they also synergize with each other. So no matter where those lane assignments went to get the good matchups, they had an incredibly strong comp. I need to shout out the Pantheon play from Selma being absolutely insane, pairing up with Tybe and roaming around, creating so much pressure on the map. And really, I mean, Truth's team fighting has been some of the best I have seen. Now, I want to bring some stats to you, Alk, and I want you to kind of let me know how these hit your ear, and maybe we need to see some draft adaptations in the future because of this.
Okay.
Corky, 5 wins, 1 loss on the day. Lucian, 2 wins, 6 losses on the day. Now, if I remember correctly, Lucian was the first pick and Corky was the second. How does that sound to you, Alk?
Sounds pretty bad. Like you're picking the Lucian pick. I mean, I was looking at even qualifier data, right? Coming in just from pick rate alone, Lucian goes from 60% win rate, like the 5th most picked champion, to the 1st most in the 2nd qualifier, and then having like a sub 47% win rate all of a sudden, just because of the massive spike. I think everybody knows how powerful Lucian can be and the ceilings you can reach with this champion, but I feel like Corky and Lucian have taken really opposite paths, where I thought Corky was very overrated in the qualifiers and has done fantastic so far in the majors, and Lucian was underrated in the qualifiers and is just really underperforming here today. And
so the interesting thing between these 2 picks, right, is they're both picks that are mid-bottom flex picks, or mid-Dragon Lane flex. Now, so they serve a similar role, but there's so much attack damage in the meta that when you can get Corky with such a strong pick that's going to be dealing that magic damage, it feels like such an incredibly powerful pick. And I don't know, we should see maybe more bans, more first pick priority on this, because it can go to multiple lanes. And now, Jolly, I think Enemy is the first team we've seen really taking these flex picks to the next level. In game 1 picking 5 flex picks, in game 2 picking arguably 5 flex picks. Olaf's probably always going to be the jungler. But do you think that we'll see this meta expand past Enemy and other teams are going to start to adapt to this strategy of finding a lot more flex in the early draft?
I would hope so. And, you know, maybe if teams get their own Selma, possibly. I think, honestly, a lot of it has to do with Selma. I cannot praise this support enough because, you know, he doesn't really even approach it in a normal support style. Understands that, yes, I'm supporting in this lane, but I can take whatever I know will work into the opposing composition, and has very frequently been one of the last picks as well for the team. Not in this case because, oh yes, actually in this case as well. So being able to know that the flexibility of your picks are going into one of the least flexed roles, that I think is huge, and hopefully something that other teams in this region are going to pick up.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool to see this out of Selma, but also I wanted to touch on the fact that Enemy, we harped on C9 for picking triple marksman comps. This is a triple marksman comp out of Enemy, but in my opinion, this was a very well executed triple marksman draft. And Alk, I wanted to pick your brain if this is also a way that you would like to see more of it, or do we still kind of not love the triple marksman, like to see more of a different style?
Well, it won, so results-based analysis says it's good. No, but we touched upon it on the cast where we're like, okay, this is triple marksman, but you have frontline. You have people who can go in for you. You have tools to engage. You have those comeback mechanics in case you fall behind later early in the game. This is exactly how I want to see this. Maybe you can kind of switch around who's going to be the engage. It doesn't have to be this Olaf. It can be things like the Braum, the Alistar, the Leona in the support position. But triple marksman can work, and it's very potent, but it needs things to kind of separate the front and the back line, make sure that you're not just getting bursted down, because Camille and Wukong in a triple marksman back line is just like all of them die instantly, and it's really hard to deal with. But I thought that Alui and Tide did a fantastic job today, and looking forward to what their run looks like as we get further in the bracket.
And I think too, when you consider the triple marksman comp, you're including Senna in that, right? So like to try to factor in, to try to say like, get Leona or Braum or someone like that, that's not really ideal, because you're probably going to want the Senna, in that support role. And so to have, honestly, the big thing is the jungle. To have that jungle Olaf.
Jolof, yeah.
Jolof. Sounds like Jolly, I like it. because it's so much tankiness, then that's absolutely okay to have the 3 marksmen. I think that's the big thing. It's not just the initiators, it's tanky ones. And oh my gosh, they picked 2 of the top tanky initiators that you could possibly get here to back up these 3 marksmen. So just, really well executed. You're absolutely right, Casanova. It's not even so much on how poorly Immortals drafted, it's just how dang well Enemy drafted.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see more from Enemy in the future, but this is all the games that I get with you two today at the very least, but I want to get your final thoughts, each of you, before I send you away. So, Alk, what are your final thoughts, your takeaways on the first half of today?
First half of today, Major is really top heavy. Like you have Immortals, you have Tribe, you have C9, and then it feels like gap, and we start filling in teams after that. Sentinels, you can start to say Sentinels, Immortals, I think are in the same region. Enemy, although they have won against Immortals, I did say at the beginning of the game that Immortals tends to be a little bit flippant on how they like to play and can definitely lose games that may be winnable. I think that we're starting to see kind of the cream of the top rise, and just the rest of everybody start to fill out their roles as you get further into the day.
Yeah. I guess for me, I got to say thank you to everybody, first off, because this is my first time being on this broadcast.
Welcome.
Right? Yeah, I love it. You're not getting rid of me so easily. So, so thank you to everybody, who tuned in and supports these teams and these players, and this really fresh stage of Wild Rift. So for everybody that, really, whether you're just in Twitch chat complimenting people or, telling us how bad of a job we're doing, we appreciate all of you. So
okay, not that one, not that last one.
Okay, for Jolly, Alk doesn't like that last.
Be nice to Alk, chat. Be nice.
Be nice to Alk. Yeah, he's very sensitive. Okay, but seriously, it has been a blast to be here. I cannot wait to see how these teams grow.
Yeah, but with that, excited to see you both tomorrow. I was happy to have you on, but that's not going to do it for us today. We have even more coming up. I've got some fresh faces that are going to be joining me, and I'll introduce them later. But this has been an amazing first half, and we have even more Wild Rift Summoner Series coming up in just a moment. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series Major 1, Day 1, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm still Casanova, but now I'm joined by a couple gamers that are here to give you the raw facts. It's Rafa and Smacks. How are y'all doing? I'm so excited to see you. Rafa, start us out.
Oh my God, this man has been waiting to use that since our dress rehearsal earlier this week. But you know what? I appreciate the commitment to it, Casanova. I'm ready to cast some Wild Rift games here, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love the pun to get us started. I love the work that Jolly and AlkBattery are putting in on the winner's side.
Yes.
And I'm very excited to get some games in for the two of us as well, Rafa. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, and let's take a quick look at what those games will be and I guess where we're at so far in the day, right? We've seen the upper bracket via Jolly and Alk with doing an amazing job on that cast. We saw Tribe take out Cloud9, Enemy take out Immortals, and they're moving on to that upper finals. But we're going to be hanging out down in the lower bracket for the rest of the day. This is going to be Sentinels versus Free Agents and YMCA versus Yawn. But I know, talking to you guys a little bit before we got on the camera, I know that Smacks, you had a little Smacks facts for me that I wanted to pick your brain and hear a bit about what you've been seeing so far today.
I did. So I have a stat for you both, and for anyone listening as well. I need you all to get down to the numbers, the nitty gritty of what this day has been like. So, Rafa, you were there with me when we did the second qualifier for this major. We saw a amazing pick rate on the streamed games of 0% for Orianna specifically.
Big zero. Yeah. Got it.
Fat old goose egg, yeah.
Rafa's
And today, Orianna's everywhere. We're seeing at least 3 teams are wanting to pick her. 2 of them have already had success on it. And for Michael Udall, he hasn't gotten to pick his signature Orianna, but it's bled through to other teams. This champion looks so good. I have been really enjoying the way that the teams are playing this, and I especially liked what Starting did with it against Cloud9, where he brought this Orianna pick and remained in mid lane against the signature duo lane that Cloud9 typically brings. And I really love this because Orianna has so much safe wave clear, and she can attack that duo from a distance away, and it sort of feels like there are 2 champions in that lane anyway, with Orianna and her ball. So not only is it really good against what Cloud9 are wanting to do, but in general, I've been adoring the way these teams are playing it in the lane and in the team fights. The shockwaves have been amazing so far.
Well, and speaking of Orianna and Michael Udall, right, this is going to be Sentinels in our next match. Sentinels versus Free Agents. We'll see if Michael can finally get his hands on that Orianna or if it continues to be banned away. But going up against Free Agents who have brought some spice in the past, I'm excited to see it. But Smacks, or actually, you know what, Rafa, can you break down a little bit for Sentinels, what they need, what their keys to success are?
Well, in their game against Cloud9 today, Cloud9 were able to just have better map control over they did, as once the Orianna pick was taken away, it didn't seem like Michael was on the most comfortable of champions, but I think putting it all on Michael is also slightly unfair, just for the way that Cloud9 were playing. That strategy has not really been really challenged until we saw their match against Tribe Gaming, where they handily 2-0'd them earlier today. I still think Michael has a lot of control in this particular matchup going over into his opponent, because when you look at the flip side over on Free Agents, Tri-Feed, they tried to go with a couple of different strategies earlier today in the off-stream matches. They ran a Twisted Fate to look for more map control. Didn't work out here, Smacks.
Yeah, they went for a full dive composition, and I actually really liked their comp. They had the Galio-Camille combo that you and I really like abusing in solo queue, Rafa. And with that Twisted Fate and the Rakan too, they were pretty well set up to go for dives. Unfortunately, though, they had to play against Tribe in the first round, and they did get perfect gamed in that game. So I think that their draft strategy for Free Agents is definitely there, and I think they are being set up pretty well to activate their players. And I think Soju Rain has been a very consistent Dragon laner as well in a lot of the games that we've seen of Free Agents. But Tribe, as it turns out, look like the best team in the tournament so far. They are up in that winners finals for a reason. So we'll see if Free Agents can take on a different opponent, perhaps, and maybe Sentinels is that.
Yeah, they sure have looked like the top team, haven't Tribe? They really have been dominant in a lot of in all of their performances. And I did want to harken back to Soju Rain. I think Soju Rain has been phenomenal on these marksmen in the bottom lane. But Free Agents has been a very interesting team for us to watch. This was the team that pulled out Rakan mid, Galio support, Fizz jungle as a composition last time. So we can expect this team to innovate and have some spice in the draft. And maybe that kind of thing can catch Sentinels off guard, who already showed a bit of trouble against the duo lane from Cloud9, and maybe other unconventional strategies are going to be things that are going to be tough for Sentinels. But I'm wondering, Rafa, what do you think the keys to success are for Free Agents? Because they are going up against a team that we would say that Sentinels should be a little bit favored in this matchup.
Yeah, I like to echo Smax's sentiments here. I think their drafting and the way they approach the game is great on paper. I think it just really comes down to execution. And for what it's worth, Smax and I haven't really seen that much of Free Agents on screen in terms of tape. In fact, the very first game that we saw was that Rakan mid being busted out in a game 3 to survive through the top 8 bracket when they were taking on Brawl Pros just earlier this week. So, I mean, creative innovation like that is stuff that we are always enjoying seeing, but just because of what works on paper doesn't always necessarily mean that you get to execute it correctly in game when it matters here.
Well,
I'm down for creativity as long as it's not Draven top.
Yeah, of course we couldn't get through this opening without Smax harping on the Draven top again, but
hey man,
we are going to get an opportunity to see if Free Agents will be innovating more in the draft or not, as we are jumping into that draft. This is the first elimination match of the day so far. Rafa, Smax, take it away.
Thanks, Casanova, and geez, Smax, leave No You alone. I know the Draven top, the Draven Baron lane did not work for YMCA in that game, but you know, well, actually,
he deserves it.
Okay, to be fair, they won the game, but I know you don't accredit it to them at the Draven pick.
They won despite Draven in Baron Lane. It was not because of Draven in Baron Lane, to be completely clear. As we are now onto this draft, we've got Sentinels on blue, Free Agents on red, and it looks like amazing. It is for MTS. They're okay. I thought they were completely hacking the game. Yeah. Just kidding.
Like, hey guys, no bans this time. We're just going to skip the ban phase. We're handshaking it. Everyone gets to have access to everything. And considering how many champions have been such high priorities, there's the Orianna ban for one of them, Smax.
That's a bummer. I've been really looking forward to seeing Michael Udall pull out that Orianna. Like I was already saying, I think this champion's very strong, but yeah, I mean, it's his most comfortable champion. It was in his graphic at the top of the day as well. Free Agents, obviously knowing this and seeing the success of Orianna throughout the day, are going to ban that.
For Sentinels here. And what I'm curious, earlier today we saw, when Jolly and Alk were just wrapping up their last series of the day, they talked about how, hey, you know what, Corki, I think it's 5-1 on the day. Lucian, 2-6 so far. So at this point, AlkBattery is very, very committed to the idea that Lucian is just being underperformed right now and is not being maximized. And, I can't really tell him whether he's right or wrong because I'm not the person that plays Lucian every single game whenever we go into our solo queue adventures. He feels good on the champion, but, maybe in this level of gameplay, Corki is just absolutely too powerful. Once his core items have been reached.
I think AlkBattery is just lining up excuses for when he feeds on Lucian in our games.
Damn.
He's like, oh yeah, this champion is just bad.
We're flaming
Come on, guys.
him off stream, man. Come on.
It's banned anyway, so Free Agents are still thinking that this champion's okay. We're getting into the actual picks now. MTS locking in this Camille can still be that flex pick between Baron lane and jungle, and we've even seen it mid lane sometimes, so we'll find out if Michael Udall is thinking about locking that one in. The big picks so far, that Galio's one of them, another flex pick, and can work out really well with Camille. We've been seeing a lot of Nami today. And, that hasn't been picked yet.
Yeah, the support priority for things like Nami and Senna have risen exponentially over the course of this major compared to what we saw in the qualifier. Now, Sentinels already starting to pick a little bit of the global power away with this Twisted Fate lock-in, because considering we've seen this Galio being flexed not only in support, but we've also seen it in the Baron lane for Suki earlier today. It did not win, but knowing Free Agents' creative and flexibility with these champions means that this Galio is still up in the air on where it could go.
I like that Sentinels are drafting this way where they have huge access from a very long distance away as sort of a read that free agents are going to pick backline at some point. It is a rather bold read, though, because that Galio could just go mid, and then you have just a bunch of melee champions and one marksman. And now with Soju Rain locking in Xayah, this composition is very difficult to assassinate. So I really enjoy the way that free agents have drafted this so far. They're playing very defensively and very bulky too, which is very good against that pick potential, mainly of Kai'Sa, but also of the rest of the champions so far. And I mean, Fiora is one of those too. So Sentinels are going to have a pretty tough road unless they can just brute force and win out with pure mechanics.
We've seen two versions of this Fiora Smacks. Either one, it completely dominates the entire game once it's accelerated, and there's no other champion that can really deal with it in the side lane, or it does nothing, Smacks. I don't know how else to tell you. So, Sheesh, on this Camille, I imagine that between him and Michael are going to be putting a lot of attention towards the Baron lane in this game, because if they can get amazing accelerated on this Fiora, you hit that Trinity Force power spike early on before Suki is able to hit a Sunfire Cape or any other comparable power spike. Suki's going to have an extremely bad time on this Baron, and so I like that Sparkle is locking in the Olaf, trying to get some early game aggression and agency in the game so that they can match counter for counter, blow for blow in the early 2v2s.
Olaf and Galio have the propensity to go fast and go in and get the kills. So for Trifeed and Sparkle, giving them this agency is pretty exciting in this game, I would say. They have a lot of melee champions on this team for free agents, and Soju Rain, really the only backliner, might just have to follow in line and go forward with free agents if they are snowballing this game. But I really like the flexibility that he is going to have. When it comes to the late game, he can play defensively.
And look at this, free agents taking a page out of, well, not quite Cloud9's book. They just had a 3-man stack mid to see if Sentinels were going to go for something similar. But they help get that first shove in. Trifeed is able to get a deep ward onto blue buff for Sheesh. So if he ever crosses over to that side of the jungle, they actually have 2 deep wards at the moment, one on the Raptor camp and one on the blue buff. So this is going to give Sparkle a ton of information for the first couple of minutes.
Absolutely will. For free agents, like you said, I like that they did scout out to see if Sentinels were going to go for the signature Cloud9 look of the duo mid, because for free agents, that was the qualifier that they had to play through to get there. The best team in that qualifier was Cloud9, and I like that we're seeing the different adaptations based on where the teams have gone through and come from to get to this point at the major.
At this point, you already saw that Sparkle had not fully cleared out his top side, just the red buff and the Raptor camp is transitioning over to the bottom side now for the Scuttle Crab spawn. Sheesh wanted to go for the contest, but already Sentinels are not quite in the position. We're going to see it's a beautiful Senna grasp onto Soju Rain. It's going to lock them up, force the flash over the wall. Sheesh in hot pursuit, but doesn't go for the killer aggression quite yet. They get the crab, that's all they want.
Soju Rain using both defensive summoner spells right there.
Flash over the wall. Beautiful first blood for Sentinels.
Excellent use of the hook shot from Sheesh. The lockdown potential on this champion is immense. One of the most powerful junglers in the meta for that reason. And for the rest of the game, too, you get the extra clear when you stun the camps with hook shots, too. It's just one of the strongest abilities in the entire game of Wild Rift. Put to good use, killing Trifeed and finding that kill for Michael Udall, too, who is playing this Twisted Fate. As this champion, he is really the only magic damage dealer for his team. He will need to be ahead of the curve to make sure the free agents can't just itemize for full armor and shrug off the Twisted Fate damage.
And even though you might not expect that Twisted Fate getting accelerated doesn't mean that much, but it does mean that Rod of Ages completion comes in a little bit quicker, and it makes Twisted Fate have a little bit more extra durability. Notice here he's also rocking the Fleet of Footwork, so he's able to keep himself topped off in lane, and there is a potential that you can always have Michael be another split pusher in the side lane. And we haven't really seen a lot of 1-3-1s in Wild Rift so far. It's mostly the 1-4 or just death balls. But this could be an option for Sentinels, and you could really push and pull apart the free agents composition that they've drafted.
More options you have in the late game, the better. And when you're winning the game, you get even more of those. You get to open up that map and take all of the objectives that you could possibly imagine. And just like you said, Michael Udall now with the full Rod of Ages at 3 minutes is going to have that stacked up very quickly. One of the more like sleeper good snowballing items to get. It's why you see it so often on support champions as well, and we will likely see it from Tri-Feed too, but with that death, he only has the one component so far.
Check this out. Sentinels already making their early rotation of sending their duo into the mid lane, getting this hard shove into the turret, while Michael is already splitting towards the dragon lane. Now, Sparkle might want to look for a contest onto the Rift Herald, as free agents are reading the fact that Sentinels are trying to maintain control in preparation for this first dragon take. We might have another fight as Suki is starting to wrap around now.
Ooh.
Ragnarok is going to force Sheesh to pop the Hextech ultimatum. He doesn't have flash. It's going to be a nice kill from free agents as they catch out the jungler from Sentinels.
There's the dive potential from free agents, Rafa. We talked about how well this Olaf can play in the early game. Oh boy,
Whoa!
Soju Rain.
Okay, well, it looks like Rest. Not sure how they got into that sticky situation, but Soju Rain comes out on top there for free agents, and they're just pulling ahead even more now.
They absolutely are. Free Rift Herald, and with that extra set of kills too, Sentinels can't trade the Drake either. They've fully committed to try for that topside fight, and it goes fully to the wayside, Rafa. You can see Sheesh is in the area for this dragon, but Sparkle's going to be there for this. I don't even know if Sentinels can actually take it.
They are not quite ahead in terms of item curve. Just because of those two skirmishes, you now have completed first items for Soju Rain and for Sparkle. So you're fighting stats down in terms of some of these item completions. The only people that have first items is still Michael with the Rod of Ages, and for MTS with that Trinity Force, but he's splitting on the other side of the map, and free agents already have priority for this dragon to secure.
I'm impressed by Sparkle in this early game. Full death stands completed for himself now, going for the aggressive first item, wanting more skirmishes in this game. And oh, Twisted Fate Ultimate is here. Oh no!
Oh, whoa! What a nice stun from the beginning! But the turnaround might be enough from Sparkle. Hextech Ultimatum locked him down, so they trade 1 for 1. But now they're still pressing forward on the aggression, forcing the Feather Storm out of Soju Rain. Going to be able to get out of harm's way, but Sentinel still being able to answer back.
Soju Rain flashed the Senna Snare into everyone on his team. That was very tragic right there. Does mean the Sentinels get to trade a kill back. But a little bit of an oopsie for Soju Rain. It's probably okay for him to do that, because...
Michael!
Oh, it's good flash,
Yeah.
good flash. Yeah, it's probably okay for Soju Rain to do that, because he would have been very out of position otherwise, but he does kill Sparkle in the meantime, so Sparkle's not feeling great about it.
Now we're starting to see item completions coming in for Sentinel, and despite them being behind on what item curve, it's because they were going for slightly more expensive items. The Death Stance, compared to a Trinity Force, is a little cheaper to access for, you know, respective junglers here between Sentinels and free agents. But now, Trinity Force item power spikes are online. This is where you can just start really roaming around the map. Oh no!
Oh no!
Goodbye beginnings. You don't have a place to go. This is bad.
Yeah. I think he was just trying to kill the honey fruit, just to try to get something. But yeah, very, very bad position to be in for beginning. And for Sentinels, they've got this 2-item Twisted Fate. So this Twisted Fate is snowballed. Michael Udall is going to deal damage, but for Sentinels, they really just have the pick potential. They really just have the ultimates and single target damage with a composition like this. The AoE is just not there. I like this usage here.
Yeah, we were talking about in the draft, hey, when are we going to see acceleration towards the top side of the map? But being under the tower means that Suki is able to trade 1 for 1 with the Demacian Justice going on to MTS, and Rift Herald being popped on the Dragon Lane from free agents with no one able to respond right now. It means that they're going to be able to break open a turret on the bottom side of the map as they are pushing in the mid lane as well.
The return kill is huge for Suki. The fact that he is able to get at least 1 kill in trade, it just means the world to him, because he is that tank. He wants to be the front line for the squad. And when you get super tanky on this Garen, it becomes very tricky for Sentinels to go for that same play again. Oh,
Hey, it's the Righteous Glory Galio tech, and they lock down beginnings, nowhere else to run, no chance to respond. Free agents continuously, even though the gold lead is still not in their advantage, constantly looking for picks, trying to get their way back into the game off of these very, very fast skirmishes.
yeah, the main reason they're down in gold right now, Rafa, is because of the turrets that they've dropped. They are at a deficit right there, so when Suki is able to take down this turret and the plates that are attached to it, it will be a little bit easier for them to keep that gold lead going. They're certainly still in the driver's seat, despite that extra gold that they're missing out on, and you can see it in the plays that Tri-Feed is going for. The Righteous Glory tech on Galio is one of my favorite item combinations with a champion's kit in the entire game, putting it to great use on this, even in the mid lane. I really enjoy that.
The Sentinels trying to push back into the mid lane as the next dragon is about to spawn in 10 seconds. Free agents coming to match. We might just have a 5-on-5 brawl here. Mr. Smacks, as already Sentinels trying to bully their way into the river.
I don't know if a 5v5 favors Sentinels. They have to be very worried about this Olaf.
Yeah, flash from Sparkle is going to force everyone else's flashes and escape routes.
Oh.
Demacian Justice comes in, smites out Rest. Good night, sweet prince. And for free agents, they have complete control of the river now, but they used a bunch of ultimates. No Hero's Entrance, no Demacian Justice, no Ragnarok, and now here comes the turnaround. Sheesh locking down Suki with the Hextech Ultimatum and Tri-Feed, but Tri-Feed might be able to live before Ignite finally takes him down, but free agents still have the damage to be able to answer back, taking down Sheesh and MTS.
Again, Rafa, free agents have the 5v5 composition, and Sentinels just don't. They don't want to be in a situation like this. All of their damage is built to take down a single target. You're not trying to go for any AoE, and the one AoE ability that they really have, the Senna ultimate, the Dawning Shadow, was used just very defensively to try to land those shields down. So for Sentinels, I really need to see them going for different plays like this. They have to have that snowball going, and they have to find picks before the objective. This might be one of them.
I mean, Gold Card is not going to work until the Ragnarok is finally exhausted. Great patience from Michael, being able to wait out the timer of the ultimate. Sparkle has nowhere else to run. Just bought the GA, and now it's already being used, so this is a great tempo play for Sentinels.
That's exactly what I was talking about, Rafa. As soon as they isolate one target, Sentinels have the damage that they need, and they can get through one target very efficiently. Love to see that from them. And an overstep from Sparkle, feeling very confident with his Guardian Angel. Just get it used up immediately. See if Sentinels can get anything else off of it, though. They're missing some minions in the bottom lane. You can see there on the minimap in the top left. Looks like it will be Sheesh going to go pick that up. Maybe. It's Michael, actually.
Maybe. Michael's got it. Michael is the man with the plan. For
he's going rapid fire cannon too.
Oh my goodness, that's. Oh, it's not second item. He already has the Lich Bane. Okay,
yeah.
You know, I was about to say, it's like, man, you're really relegating yourself to utility duty, man. You don't have to do that. But
he's got the AP. He's good.
He's got the damage. For free agents, when we go back to the draft, Smacks, you know, we talked about how Sentinels have the ability to split up the map, look for isolated picks, but trying to separate one single member out. For free agents, the reason why they've been taking these skirmishes so many times in the first 10 minutes of the game is just because it's all about combos, man. You're linking up the Olaf to get a massive hero's entrance for Tri-Feed to follow up, and you're just rampaging through the front line. But this Olaf is not going to do the best the later the game goes on. And Sentinels, you have fantastic bruisers in Sheesh's Camille and MTS on the Fiora. I mean, the Fiora is just going to be at a point where she can start split pushing down into the game. It's not quite there yet, but now with the Blade of the Rune King completed, I imagine this is where free agents have to start worrying about if the game is going on too long.
You say that MTS is going to have a nice time split pushing, but when I look over at Sentinels, I'm really curious to know which members will be doing the split pushing, but we'll think about that later.
Well, you know what? Why don't they just go for a pick onto Sparkle right now? He doesn't have GA anymore. She's just going to use his own GA in making sure that the engagement goes fairly well for Sentinel. They take one out. Sheesh is able to get out despite using the GA, but it looks like Soju Rain, or MTS actually is getting routed off here.
Oh, the brawl!
Now Free Agents, oh my goodness, Free Agents almost going down, but Sheesh with a beautiful hex shot into the tactical sweep picks up a double.
Well done for Sheesh, saving that fight for his team right there. This Camille, so much work being put in. The ultimate is the main tool that they have to isolate one target, and it's used very well. Nice set of kills, 3 of them now for Sentinels. They're not very strong when it comes to taking down these objectives, and there isn't a Drake for them to tackle quite yet. But again, the extra gold is going to be huge, and getting these picks before the objective means that they can start setting up before Free Agents is even on the map.
At this point, Sentinels starting to find their grip once again in this game, now that a lot of the remaining members have been able to pick up some stats, going into second and potentially third item completions across the board here for Sentinels. Free Agents, when you still have that combo between Sparkle and Trifate, you still can get work done. You can just run through into the backline and annihilate rest in the beginning, but that time window is starting to run out.
Absolutely is. Free Agents have to be careful around this turret. They don't want to lose out on this. Just opens up more leeway for Sentinels and their pick composition that they have. Grouping up as 5, though, not pressuring the other lanes, just wanting to be here for when the Drake does spawn and when the fight actually does connect. I don't believe they have any teleports available quite yet, so just playing it very safe as Sentinels. This is a double-edged sword, though, because at the same time, Fiora's not really able to do much right here, where you could just be in that side lane taking a turret.
I mean, you can tell how much they want to fight over for the dragon or for this turret, because if all 5 members are dedicated to this one objective, instead of just picking up all these minion waves that are being lost in the bottom side for Sentinels, and now that MTS left, Free Agents call for the engage. They run through immediately in Rest and Michael, and now they buy their ticket into the Dragon Pit.
Free Agents are playing this mid-game around objectives so well, Rafa. I'm very impressed with their tenacity and their just willingness to go forward when they see that the enemies are out of position. That's exactly what happens. MTS, he loses that bot side turret. They see that the Dragon Lane turret is dead, and for Free Agents, they know, oh, MTS, he's going to have to go down there. He can't just stay around here. He's Fiora, and they make that call. The call continues to be correct as they're starting up this Baron.
Sheesh. Can you make the Baron steal, man? It would be difficult.
Can he
Suki's
even
doing his
live?
best to play goalkeeper. Yeah, that's the big problem right now. Looks like Sheesh is just going to call it off. There's no way that he can get in there safely. Baron will be secured by Free Agents. And now, for Sentinels, you're kind of on a back foot right now. 3 dragons have gone towards the way of Free Agents. Also this Baron. They not only have the extra stats from these objective smacks, but also they are... Oh no, Michael! Michael!
You got Ragnaroked right there.
Whew. Ragnarok to the core, man. That's cold blood.
Ragnarok and roll.
Mm.
I can't
Free
believe that's not
Agents.
an Olaf skin yet.
Yeah, well, you mean the Pentakill one?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because the Pentakill one is the one where he's a drummer, man. That's super
Well,
sick.
they should give him a voice line that says Ragnarok and roll then. I can't be the first person to think of this.
Probably not.
Anyway.
I mean, there's got to be more creative people. All right, they have come out with some good stuff. At this point in the game, though,
Anyone's more
Smacks...
creative than you, Smacks.
I didn't want to say that. But at this point in the game, Free Agents, they're up in stats, up on objectives. The map control has been kind of back and forth, but as you said before, Sentinels have not been able to consistently isolate members of Free Agents to accelerate the composition that they drafted for. We haven't really seen this Fiora split push come online. She has the items, but MTS hasn't really found windows or opportunities where if they go for a split push, Free Agents can just brute force their way into fighting for another objective that Sentinels are trying to fight for, or giving up a potential another turret.
And honestly, Rafa, I don't even know if MTS can break through Suki at this point. There's a full Randuin's and Thornmill and Sunfire, and it's only going to get worse from here. I believe that is going to be a Sterix completed too, so this Garen is not easy to kill, and for Garen, as a champion, you do sort of just need to break him all at once, or else that health regen will come back, and he'll be right back at it. But it's been very tricky for MTS to do much of anything on this Fiora.
Oh, wait a minute. There is an isolated kill. Rest
Soju's
was able
dead.
to pick up Soju Rain. no, not using Featherstorm either, so I imagine the snare just popped up and they were able to 100-0 him. Maybe Ignite was burned from Michael. So I imagine it's just a 3-on-1. Being able to catch out Soju Rain, that buys a lot of time for Sentinels, and the Baron buff is now gone from free agents.
Definitely does, and look at where MTS is going, right down to the Dragon lane. He's completely isolated there, pushing in the minion wave. We'll have to push way above that line of scrimmage to get any structures out of it, but just applying this pressure is very valuable for Sentinels. Wow.
Stove is trying to just use the Glacial Fissure to wave clear. The rest of Sentinels say, screw the minion waves, we gotta brute force our way through the turret. Gold card will land. Stove getting chunked quite a heavily amount here as free agents are now being pushed back. The next dragon, even though free agents have gotten the first 3 dragon smacks, we have seen games be completely flipped, almost as hard as when games get flipped by Zapdos in Pokemon Unite, when the other team is able to steal the Elder Dragon.
Almost as hard. We don't have anything as bad as Zapdos in this game, luckily.
Thankfully not.
For the Elder Dragon, though, it's a very good call. If free agents get it, then it's almost a game over with 3 dragons stacked up with it. Just a gigantic buff, but at the same time, Sentinels can try to deny this one away.
Whoa!
Nice root. I don't know if it's going to mean much of anything, though. A lot of circles on the screen tend to bait us with the Kaisa activation, too, but for free agents,
lights.
they're still ready to do this.
Big circles. Go stupid. Free agents, though. Now they're going to pop the Destiny, try to get some vision here. MTS is being called to force in the fight right now. Another snare is going to stun up the front line here. Ragnarok being popped from Sparkle buys him an access pass into the back line, but Rest is able to get out alive thanks to the Killer Instinct, but Suki has other plans on his mind as he's able to smite him down. But a grand challenge from MTS will take down the Baron laner for a free agent. He's getting to double onto the other front liner from free agent. Sparkle is gone, and
MTS?
now Soju Rain is getting oppressed by the backline. MTS, can he turn this one around? Sheesh in beginnings, still alive, still in the backline, keeping things safe. And without the dragon, or I should say the jungler from free agents, there's no smite that could come out from Sentinels, but still free agents can pressure them off the objective.
Sentinels did take that favorable fight, and they can go for that recall right now and come right back to the scene of the crime, the Elder Dragon pit. I don't know if Sentinels have enough time to actually take this one down, but it feels like they might just have to go for it all the same, Rafa. They're going to do it. Smite's not here for Sparkle. He's dead for 10 seconds. I think they may have done this.
They are burning it down so fast, Max, that there's no contestation from free agents unless Stove can hit like a lucky Glacial Fissure or something, but no, Elder Dragon will be secured by Sentinels.
That's huge for Sentinels, and the winning that fight too is a very good sign. They were able to make the fight very scattered. Free agents did not have a suitable front line and a suitable just line of battle in general to set up for success in the 5v5 fights. They let Sentinels sort of walk all over them, and this is the consequence. They now lose out on that Elder Dragon that they've worked so hard to accomplish for their team with all the snowballing, all the team fights. We're now at 21 minutes in, and free agents don't have that buff to show for it.
MTS, 4 items to his name. Also the Last Whisper, which means...
Ooh.
And maybe now you can start splitting on the map. They have the teleport enchantment to be able to join the fight as free agents are trying to force something here. Shees is able to hookshot over the wall. Ragnarok, not going to be popped quite just yet, or already has been used. MTS has joined the fight. It's a bunch of damage coming out from Sentinels, but free agents, are they living through it all? MTS, his GA is going to get popped up. A nice Killer Instinct from Rest is going to find Sparkle, but you got to deal with the other members from free agents. Ooh. They still have Soju Rain, they still have Stove and Suki, but they might be on the retreat now because Michael Udall has a gold card, stuns it up, pops the Sterix Gauge. Free agents are going to be able to survive with the 3 remaining members, and it might be enough. But Sentinels, this is their time to start up the Baron with a numbers advantage.
This is so risky. Baron's going to deal them a lot of damage, but they're turning instead.
Soju Rain! Dude, no, man. Soju Rain has got to run now. Has to flash over the wall, but not respecting the Senna snare. Oh, my goodness.
Rafa, Sentinels are missing out on a lot by doing this, though. They do still find those kills, but they lost an inhibitor turret in the Baron lane. This is still a very close game. Sentinels, they went out on that fight, but look at the Nexus. They're losing Nexus health.
Should be able to regen here, but man, I know I kind of lost my right there because it's such a tense game 1, and for a marksman's life to be almost lost because of Something like that can always be a heartbreaker.
Yeah. Oh man, that flash not being up for the next fight is going to be big for Soju Rain. This guy who needs to have his own will to flash out and survive the exchanges that Sentinel are going for. Now with this Baron, they still have to go through the super minions in the Baron lane, but Dragon lane is freed up. They do have MTS posted up there. I believe the teleport is available. He wants to access the other side of the map, and with that Baron buff, Sentinels are able to pressure multiple sides of the map. But free agents, they still have this 5v5 composition that they can use.
And look at MTS. He's pulling Suki away onto the Dragon lane right now. Bunch of damage going out on Soju Rain. It's already at half HP, Smacks. And Sheesh is now... They're setting up a 1-3-1, but it's now Sheesh who's going to be the dedicated split pusher on the top side of the map, because you do a lot of single target damage onto turrets with this Trinity Force. Michael has joined MTS on the bottom side. They've taken down the turret. The turret is open in the mid lane. All 3 turrets are gone for free agents. It's an open Nexus. And now, can they make this push here? Free agents are trying to fight back here against the Nexus and defend their base. But Smack!
It's over!
I think against all odds, Sentinels, they've done it, and they brought out game 1 in their favor.
Oh, Sentinels. That was a nail biter right there. They were looking in dire straits all throughout Rafa. The team fights were just not what this composition was built to do, but they found ways to scatter free agents like the wind. And when it comes down to it, all it takes is taking that Elder Dragon and taking a couple of fights after that, and the Nexus falls. Simple as that.
That mid game was so scary and so terrifying from free agents. There is a moment where after stacking the first 3 dragons, they get the Baron buff. There's a world where you are able to just close out the game. But then there is a moment that we didn't get to see on screen, but Soju Rain caught out. Whether it was there was no flash burned from Michael, but he just, I don't know if it was a Senna Snare that clipped him and then Gold Card able to follow up. There was an Ignite burned. That's all we know. But that completely deterred and slowed down the Baron buff push from free agents. And from that point on, MTS was at a strong enough point, had the GA, was able to go and threaten the front line and the back line after being able to take down Suki with the Grand Challenge. At that point, Fiora finally came online. We were talking about it and we were expecting it. Why weren't we seeing plays being made towards the Baron lane for Fiora and trying to accelerate it? It just seemed like Sentinels could never find the opportunity, apart from one that only ended up in a 1-for-1. But they held on, they persevered, and now game 2, where it could have been free agents' match point to win. It's now Sentinels' match point to win, Smacks.
It feels like we just get the longest games of Wild Rift possible. I feel like this has been the longest game on the stream so far today, with how tense and back and forth it was.
It was nuts.
Most of the games today have been like sort of one-sided in stumps, but this one is completely the opposite. And again, we talked about it before the game actually began, Rafa. I am really appreciating the way the free agents are drafting their compositions together. I love the way that they think about how to counteract things that their opponents go for. But when it comes down to the final moments in these fights, I just want to see free agents have a stronger comprehension of what needs to happen for them to win the games. I think that a really big understanding for what a win condition looks like for this team in different moments is going to be really crucial for free agents and for activating these compositions that we've seen, because I like the compositions, but they are just letting things slip through the cracks over and over in these games. And, we can excuse it when they're against Tribe, because Tribe looks like the best team in the whole tournament. And I think most teams are going to fall against Tribe, but when it's this close, you can't help but feel a little bit just like something is missing for free agents, and I hope they can turn it around.
Yeah, and it's not to say that their comprehension of the composition wasn't there. The first 15 minutes of the game was played out insanely well, and the way that they forced Sentinel's hand to say, hey, we're about to threaten this dragon, so you better send all 5 members to us. But then they had previously set up waves, both in the Baron and the Dragon lane, to just barrel down, and there's a ton of experience and gold that is being lost out by Sentinels, and especially when one of your laners is not necessarily the best for team fighting. It's supposed to be a dedicated split pusher in Fiora, at least until, for the first 2 item power spikes. Then that's so much resources that MTS is being forced to lose out on, because the call from Sentinels is, no, we need you here because they're about to force the dragon. And for Sentinels, that in that instance, the call was that this objective has more priority than sending you off to a resource lane. And then as soon as it's like, okay, guys, we're not able to get anything done, we've waited like 3-4 minion waves coming into mid lane. Nothing has been achieved, and we're just losing resources, and we're losing turret HP. At some point, as soon as MTS leaves, free agents just pop the acceleration pedal and they just go for it, right? Yeah. And so seeing that tells me that free agents, they know what to do. It's just when it comes down to the very, very late game, mispositions and mishaps, like what we saw around the Baron and with the pick onto Soju Rain as well, it's like it's harder to say how to fix those issues, because they can just happen. It's like, well, crap. Like, what are we supposed to say? Don't get caught out next time. I mean, like it sounds so stupid. It's just like, oh yeah, just don't get caught out. Forehead, don't lose. But like in those moments, it's something that where I imagine constant communication always has to be present at all times.
You have to be very wary of different moments in a fight that cause you to have to shift your focus and have to shift your goal. Because, like you said, when they saw that Fiora was completely isolated from the team, that was a great moment where free agents were like, oh, our goal is now to fully engage. Our goal is now to just dive in. Fiora's not here. We have the outnumbered fight. But when it came down to the 5v5s that were a lot longer than that, and everyone was present, I think that the big thing for free agents was that their calls and their focus was a bit shifted and wasn't completely aligned with one central goal. Which, in my opinion, like I was saying it in the game, I think they just needed to set up those battle lines, set up their front line in the front, and it sounds simple, but it is quite difficult to actually manage this in the middle of a crazy fight, especially when things like Hextech Ultimatum are in for Camille too. But that's just something that you're going to have to do against compositions like Sentinels are putting together with this vast pick potential.
We should be seeing free agents on the blue side in this upcoming draft. Sentinels will be taken to the red side. To recall some of the bans that we had, Sentinels had taken away Gragas, Kali, and I believe it was Ziggs. And then free agents had taken away Corki, Lucian, and blanking on the Orianna as well. Yeah. So we're gonna have to see if, I would not be surprised if free agents, quote unquote, feel confident to run a similar composition back, as it was literally just not being able to close out the game early enough, right? They had all the pieces, they had all the dominoes ready to fall and set up, and it was just two pieces left, just one more siege, and it could have been free agents for them.
We've been talking a lot about what free agents did in that game and what they maybe should have done, but for Sentinels, honestly, the resilience to come back into that game was very impressive.
Absolutely.
And I'm excited to see what they can do with a composition that is more versatile, perhaps, or just doesn't have 3 champions that want to split push, because there are only 2 lanes that you can really split push in. So when you have Camille, Fiora, and Twisted Fate that all want to do that, it becomes too many cooks in the kitchen, So for
too
Sentinels,
many cooks. Too many cooks. Oh, all right. Yeah, that meme has haunted me after seeing it multiple times at 1 a.m.
Fun video.
Yeah. Well, That's one way of putting it. Free agents still sticking to their guns, but they're going to take away the Camille, as it is not a champion that they want to prioritize for themselves in this first pick. This does now open up a potential Corki or Lucian trade if Sentinels go with the same bans from game 1.
I like the Camille adaptation. Sheesh looked so good in that champion, so removing that one from the picture is a good idea. And honestly, like I was saying, it might help out Sentinels in the long run if they just lock in 2 split push champions rather than 3. Maybe that'll be a good thing eventually. But yeah, still stock standard bans. We're expecting the Lucian to be banned. We're expecting the Ziggs to be banned. And if not, probably looking at those to be first picked by free agents. So for this composition that free agents are looking to build, I liked the 5v5 idea. I think that they can go back to something like that, and I think if they fix up what's going on in the middle of those fights, then this composition does favor what free agents want to do quite well. And denying Gare in a way too is a good way to say that they want to trade for one of those really powerful marksmen that does fit well into those team comps.
Well, right now it's actually a trade between either Lucian or Ziggs, because Corki.
I count Ziggs as a marksman personally.
Okay.
He plays like one, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, you can put him into the Dragon Lane effectively. For Sentinels, question and decision is theirs. One thing that is going to for sure slip through the cracks this time around is the Akali. And this is also the first game where both Akali and Lucian not being banned. The free agents, those were champions that they took off the table. Akali from Sentinels and Lucian from free agents, respectively. If we go down in terms of kind of champion priority, we've seen Lucian prioritized in a lot of games.
Yeah.
There it is.
Gotta lock it in. It's just too powerful. Big flex pick, and yeah, I mean, we've said a lot about this champion. One thing that I don't think we've said at all is that compared to PC League, the culling range is so big because they kept it the same, but the map is smaller. So it shoots way further, relatively speaking, which I think is very funny for Lucian.
It essentially doubled Lucian's effective range going from the PC client to the Wild Rift. Now,
it's
Sentinels
really big.
I do like that they're remaining with the Twist of Fate for Michael. I think his presence on the map. Now, they did struggle in the mid-game, but the parts where picks were isolated, and considering that one of the game-winning picks that essentially started out the game was off of Michael being able to team up with Beginning, or Beg, with that gold card Senna snare combo. And now Sheesh getting his hands on the Olaf means that in terms of early game junglers, you're left with things like Xin Zhao, Wukong, but you're now getting a ton of physical damage from free agents, and Sparkle has pulled out Fizz jungle in the past years, Max.
Yes, and with the Olaf band, we might be leaning in that direction. There are not very many magic damage dealing Baron laners, I feel, in the meta right now, outside of the tanks of Gragas and Malphite, who we've seen put to great use.
I want to see some Kennen.
Namely by Chuck. I haven't seen much Kennen at all, but it would be pretty fun.
That's why I'm saying, man.
I like the Nami and Lucian too, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that is a magic damage dealing Baron laner, Rafa. It's not Kennen. It's not a tank.
Wow.
But you know what? It fits the bill anyway. We got Singed.
But this is a blind pick, Max. So I mean, unless Sentinels and MTS is not really prepared for a Singed counter pick whatsoever, because this is a champion that we don't even really see in solo queue. I think within the I think like 60, 70 games we've played, I think we've seen Singed like 2 times.
I don't think we've seen it at all. I can't remember seeing any of them.
Oh, well, I played against the Singed earlier this morning before you started playing with me, and it was actually a big nuisance, but it's because our Tryndamere just ran it down, so, I mean, it is what it is.
What else is a Tryndamere to do, Rafa? That's the only option for that.
You know, if Chuck or any of the Wild Rift Summoner Series player Baron laners can play Tryndamere in this major and make it look good, I will never flame Tryndamere as a champion pick again.
Ooh, even when it's on our team in
Yes.
rank? Oh, wow.
Yes.
That is
I'm that confident that
that is
no
a
one will ever
tall
do it.
order. Okay, well, if anyone can do that, let us know. We'll we'll have a pretty big punishment for Rafa, because we've spent most of today flaming Trindomirs, it feels like.
This is awful, man. Stove and Soju Rain, once again, taking to the mid lane to help Tri-Feed get the early push onto Michael as they make their rotation over back to the Dragon lane. And the other thing, too, is Sparkle is starting up on this side of the map. Normally, we haven't really seen red buff Krug ganks into Dragon lane that often in the major so far, but it is an option. But Sentinels, already being prepared for it, have placed 2 wards in the Tri and River Bush.
You know what this tells me, Rafa? This tells me that it is more valuable to leash my mid lane than it is to leash jungle. So I think I'm going to be leashing you in the jungle significantly less in ranks. Sounds like our mid laners need a little bit more. But again, this is a good scouting for free agents. Again, we mentioned in first game where if there is a duo lane mid, they want to be prepared for that. So I like that out of free agents. Now back to this Baron lane. We've seen a lot of Lucian Nami so far today, I'd say.
A little bit of early game aggression in the mid lane,
Wow.
but Sheesh is there for the counter and says, Sparkle, you can't walk that far, buddy.
No, you absolutely can't. Sparkle just dashing right into the range of Twisted Fate and Olaf. Some disrespect, I'd say. You do not really want to be fighting Olaf in the early game as Xin Zhao, one of the main counters in both versions of League of Legends, because Olaf has so much early game skirmish power. And I really like what Beg and Rest are doing, setting up for the Scuttle Crab and giving it over to Sheesh. Continuing that for Olaf is so valuable, and you can keep that farm lead going.
And now he's level 5. So Ragnarok is available. Where's Sparkle? He's still level 3.
Yeah.
He's got some catching up to do.
Look at the gold difference, too. Sheesh is almost doubling the Xin Zhao money right now. Sheesh.
Man, I can't believe I just did that on stream. I know that's his name, but we try to save it for like the big moments. But that
This is a big moment, I'd say.
Yeah.
This is really big. This is a very big jungle game. If you're playing in this game and you're this far ahead, you're popping off. I know you are.
That is true. Now, the thing about Olaf, as we saw in the game 1 when it was on the free agent side, you are very strong for the first 10, 15 minutes of the game. But at some point, your utility and your effectiveness as Olaf is it kind of diminishes, to put it nicely, Smacks.
I'd say so. And Sparkle experienced it firsthand in game 1, so he knows better than anyone that he will eventually have more usefulness than Sheesh. Gotta feel nice knowing that one is still there, but you have a while to go before that is actually going to be the case. Clearing those Raptors and making Sheesh's way up to the Baron side, where we... Oh!
Woo! Okay, MTS with the fancy moves was looking for the assassination on Suki, but not going so far on the tower to make sure he doesn't accidentally get the kill over. Oh,
very well done.
Big, man.
That was beautiful stuff from Beg. He lands the grand entrance first and then gets the charm down. Usually you see charm used first so that you can guarantee the knock-up lands, but Beg just very confident in his own ability. I love that. It lets you layer the crowd control even further on, and Rakan is just very deceptive with the amount of crowd control he actually does bring if you use it like that.
Sparkle is going to try to take advantage of this zone, knowing that there's no quickness available. Featherstorm is still available, but Beg might be in a bad spot here. Tidal Wave comes out. The bubble doesn't quite land, but Michael is now here for the counter gank. Pops the Destiny. It's a blue card, not quite a gold card for stuns, but they throw out the wild cards, trying to get the damage down. Gold card lands on a stove, forces his flash out. It's going to be fine. Free agents, backs against the wall under this turret, as Sheesh is here for reinforcements. Tri-Feed is trying to be able to answer back. Tri-Feed has to pop the death mark here, but Sheesh is trying to test his luck here. It's not enough. Tri-Feed comes out on top.
Wow, blinking health bars for both teams, but Sheesh is the one who goes too far. Suki's here! The flip.
The ground, the fling, but it's not enough damage from Suki. And Beg and Rest are able to provide enough assistance to make sure that Michael doesn't go down.
MTS is trying to get a piece of the pie now, going straight mid lane, but I believe everyone's going to be recalling after that skirmish. Only Tri-Feed finding a kill there. The assassination potential of Zed with Yomu's Ghostblade is feeling okay about it. And yeah, I think she's just... thought that his team was going to back him up a little bit, but no such luck. Everyone was so low. It was really close for both teams finding even more kills than that.
Sentinels, unlike their game 1, not only have the slight gold advantage, but also it seems like they have the tempo advantage. Sheesh being this ahead in the jungle. The gold lead has diminished after his death over to Tri-Feed, but still, being the first jungler with the item completion in that death stance gives him a lot more presence on the power on the Rift. But Sparkle, making sure that no advantages go too grand in Sentinel's way, as he's able to trade with the Rift Herald, and now it's going to be crucial to see where and when he decides to use this.
Trade's very valuable, and yeah, just like you said, he has 3 options for where he wants to put the Rift Herald. We'll see which one he picks. But for just the gold and economy sake for Sparkle, like you said, he is mitigating that lead. Now only 200 gold between those two. That's going to feel great. And that Trinity Force now fully completed. This Xin Zhao is now online, despite the early wayside that the camps went over to Sheesh and the early kill. The seconds in wildrift just mean so much more than other games because this game is so fast-paced. So the seconds that Sheesh did spend dead became very valuable for the side of free agents, and they have been able to bounce back.
Michael does have Destiny, but he's having a little tough time trying to contest the push against Tri-Feed as Sparkle is waiting here in the bushes, waiting in the wings. Oh, nice. Nice quill from Big Beg as he actually is able to spot out Sparkle, just waiting in the bush.
Yeah, well done. I believe that the minions leaned towards Sparkle, indicating that he was there. I think that's what happened. So, Beg getting a tip-off from the AI of the minions. That's what we call winions right there, Rafa. Using those to your advantage. Always going to feel great.
Would they lean, though, even if there's no vision in the bush?
That's
weird.
I mean, it looked like it happened. I'm just saying what I saw. I can only attest to what I've seen with my own 2 eyes. Okay.
Sheesh is waiting.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Run, Soju Raid. It's not going to be enough. They just layered all the whole crowd control, and they brought the whole goon squad here. Sheesh and Michael coming from downtown. But now the re-engage from Sparkle is able to equalize back onto Sheesh. This might prevent the dragon or any other further objectives being pushed in, but Beg and Rest still going to test their luck and see if they can go for plates on this dragon turret.
Jace just got home alone. Everyone else on Sentinel took the plane out, but he was stuck under the turret. Did not have the booby traps ready for the goon squad, as it turns out. Does get taken down yet again, but Sentinel's just a really nice proactive dive. I love the use of the Twisted Fate ultimate to get down to those other lanes in the early game. Because while the lane is still going on, you're not really expecting that much interaction between those 2 lanes. The turrets haven't even been taken down quite yet, but we're seeing that Michael Udall is making sure that free agents have to keep thinking about that.
Gold card lands. Grand entrance to the knockup on the Sparkle. Beg, though, a little too far forward as Tri-Feed was waiting over the Dragon Pit wall. He's able to slow him down with that Shadow Slash. It takes out the support for Sentinels. And now the Rift Herald is going to be comboed with this push. They can go for not only this Dragon turret, but also potentially the Dragon on respawn.
Absolutely can. Sentinels full retreat. They lost their support, even with the quickness that was able to be cast, I believe. Not going to go for that one quite yet. Just does fall down. No dragon, though. It was a little bit late, so that will not be available for free agents quite yet. But these picks are a good sign.
MTS and Michael putting a lot of their pressure towards the Baron side of the map at the moment. Sheesh was ready to contest the river, but there's 4 members there from free agents. About to be 5 as Suki is making his way downtown. And he's,
oh boy,
he's walking fast.
Beg is so close to all of the members of free agents, he doesn't even know it. We'll back away and not get punished for it. Oh, Rest is very close too, but
that choke point right there, Smacks, is like the choke point of death. We've
know.
seen so many people die throughout the qualifier and the major so far. As now Sentinels are making their entrance into the river.
Ooh.
The calling comes out. Sparkle gets knocked up here. Sheesh is now pressing forward with the Ragnarok, but the Death Mark was already used. He gets bursted out by the members of Free Agents. MTS is in the back line, but he's all surrounded. He's got no way out, and Sentinels are all trying to scatter like the wind. Michael's looking for an individual pick on Tri-Feed, but this Twisted Fate is not pumping out enough damage at the moment. Suki is going to flip him right back. Tri-Feed does go down for Michael's efforts. Can he get out? A shield from Beg. The knock-up with the Grand Entrance. Suki. He might get routed off here. The Feathers is not going to do enough damage, though. Beautiful Surging Tides from Stoves is going to keep his Baron laner topped off. Rest now has to run away as Beginning was taken down.
This Singed is sick. He actually canceled the perfect execution from MTS with his flip. That was awesome. Just fling him right back into the danger zone. Another great pick for Free Agents. And they got...
Whoa! So, what? What?
We've seen that happen twice now on the stream, where Lucian just dashes right into like 8 members and just dies.
That's definitely not an AlkBattery Lucian. I know we like to give him a lot of flack for a lot of things, but he's usually more passive and reserved. So. Tri-Feed might get locked up here. Doesn't have Death Mark. Has already used it, and yep, that's a nice pick from Sentinels.
And Sentinels punishing the whoopsies from Free Agents very well. They get that turret, their first of the game, and they've got control over this top side of the map too. Let's see if they can actually shut down Singed. Suki hasn't died quite yet. I like this build that he's going for. He's going for the damage over time, Leandries, and I believe it's going to be a Rylai's Crystal Scepter eventually too. There's a lot of utility and just overall damage that you can get from this champion. I'm liking it.
So far, he doesn't have the most gold on his team, but like you said, Smacks. Getting a lot of work done. Soju Rain is going to get caught out once again. Sentinels being able to isolate the Dragon Laner for Free Agents in this bottom jungle. There's no objective to take really for it, as the minion wave is not quite in a good state for them to make the push, as the rest of the members of Free Agents do answer in this rotation.
And with the Lucian dying twice now in a row, I can feel an "I told you so" coming from AlkBattery. He already gave us a rant on why he doesn't think Lucian is that good and he thinks he's overrated. We're gonna get an "I told you so." It's coming eventually. Just watch the Twitch chat, everybody. He'll be there.
Alk was right all along. Smile.
So far, there's still time for him to be wrong. If Soju Rain can turn it around, but it is looking like he is right, which is one of the worst things that can ever happen, I think.
Don't want to give him too much ego. And yes. Potentially trying to look for a bait onto Suki as Sheesh was waiting in the wings. A lot of damage that just came out of Tri-Feed as he went in for a Death Mark play. Doesn't take down any of the members of Sentinels. Nice cooldown being used from Free Agents. Gives Sentinels a little bit of agency to now go for a play. Righteous Glory being popped up. Sparkle, he's all isolated. Crescent Guard is going to throw them all back. Nice wave is nice for disengage. And now here comes Suki with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter Poison. It's going to slow a lot of the members down from Sentinels, but a nice 2-man knock up in the back line from Beg. It's going to set up MTS to clean up house. Perfect execution. Look for one, look for two. It's a triple.
MTS may have gone down, but that was clean as can be, Rafa. So many kills means the Sentinels can start this up, and this is where Rakan, his first ability, Gleaming Quill, is super useful. You can top off all of your friends with it. You can land it onto that Baron and heal up everyone. You can see it used there again. Very valuable against Baron and any assassins that are trying to kill you.
Goodness.
He can't even get in. Tri-Feed just locked out of the pit. That's a full Baron now for Sentinels. They've got a commanding lead now.
And look at Beg's build. He's building a hat, Smacks. He's getting the death cap. This Rakan is going to do so much damage.
That's the confidence build right there. You know what? Eventually, when Medjai's Soul Stealer joins the game, that's going to be my favorite item, just instantly. I love Medjai's. Drake started up now for Sentinels. Stove still has that redemption, using it to spot them out. I don't know if they can get in though. Sparkle's got a nice position.
Tidal Wave comes out. Sparkle is trying to look for a Wind Becomes Lightning and charge, but Tri-Feed just goes straight for the prize. No Zonya's Hourglass for Michael anytime soon. He's going to go down. Beg chasing off Soju Rain as MTS was looking for the perfect execution. Despite Sparkle being able to find Michael, he gets traded out with Tri-Feed and Stove. and Sentinels maintain a numbers advantage to secure that dragon.
They baited in Sentinels so beautifully well. They kept the Drake at about 3,000 HP, so even if Sparkle tried to dash in, they could just kill him right away. He did not have enough burst to take down the dragon from that health. Sentinels get yet another objective in the mid lane too with that turret and keeping their gold lead alive. They still have the Baron buff on their champions too. This is a nice snowball from Sentinels, and again, like I was saying in the draft phase, this composition feels a lot more standard from what we expect from Sentinels and what we expect from team comps in general for Wild Rift. It's a lot less split pushers, and you can see that the ease of execution is helping out Sentinels a lot in this game too.
At this point, Sentinels have made for themselves an 8,000 gold lead. It is not the brink, it's not the point of no return for free agents, but when you look at how the members stack up for Sentinels, you know, Sheesh, his time and effectiveness, it's done. He's done what he needed to do in the early game. Now the story is all about looking at rest. 3 items on this Xayah: Infinity Edge, Navori, Quick Blade, Solari, Charge Blade, and MTS.
Beg's got the hat.
And Beg's got the hat too. So there's a bunch of significant AoE damage that is coming out from Beg as Trifig just has a flash over the wall. He can't fight against Rest. He doesn't have Death Mark. He already tried to use it onto Michael, and he has run out.
Rafa, when I'm playing Zed and the AD carry flashes towards me, that does not feel very good.
Oh, it's terrifying. I think at that point as a Zed, you feel like you can't do anything, because we saw exhaust being popped out from Michael. Zonia's Hourglass is also available for him. I feel like at this point in the game, with stasis on 3 champions now, who as Zed do you get to go for?
The minions.
Nice.
Well, he's got a chance now. Oh, he's doing it.
Okay, he's going to go for it, trying to go off the timer cooldown, but it's only about a fourth of Michael's health. It's a decent chunk, but thanks to Beg, should be able to keep him topped off. Michael is just going to take a recall right now, come back to the lane. Does have Destiny coming up in a few seconds, and oh no.
Oh boy.
Don't do it! Don't do it! Oh my god, Stove, run! Sparkle is also taken for the hills, but Sheesh is just saying, Stove ain't getting away from me, man.
Say it, Rafa.
Oh, well, let's save it. Let's save it.
Okay.
Redemption comes out.
Oh.
We got the big fight. Sheesh is going through. Sheesh! Man, just scaring off the entire back line from free agents. Sentinels wiping house. Trifeed is the only survivor left. Barely makes it out alive. And Sentinels are going to be looking for the game-ending push and to clip the series.
I'm glad we saved it, Rafa. Well done for Sheesh. Well done for Sentinels. 2-0 after that Nexus. Look at those happy bees. Oh, that's just a feel-good moment. You get to see all the bees smiling at you. And you know what else is a good moment? Our good friend Casanova joining us.
Yeah,
back.
he's also a happy bee as well. So Casanova, you know, how did it feel to be watching from the spectator view for that series?
Yeah, of course. I am a happy little bee over here watching the games today. I'm.
Do we have matching nails?
Maybe. Mine are
Oh,
black.
yours are
Matte
black. Okay, mine are like a slate color. Okay. That would have been cool.
I don't have painted nails, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just
Where's
do
your
the bare
painted nails
minimum of cleaning them and clipping them. I don't do the color thing.
All right, well-
Production, can we get a 2-box? I think we need just me and
Yeah, I
Casanova
think
for a
so.
minute.
Oh my god,
I've got a
getting
couple points real
shamed.
quick. I got a couple points. First, I need to join the fun. Sheesh! I just needed to get that in.
Nice.
Really.
Oh, all right, fine. All right, goodbye,
those are
everyone.
2 bucks. For me, there's one problem I have with Sentinels. They got the 2-0. I think they need to find an identity. I'm looking through my notes. I see the first game they're playing some kind of comp with strong lanes to create some jungle pressure. Then they're playing a dive comp. Then they're playing in game, their third game of the day, which is the game 1 of this series. They're playing a split push comp that they decided to team fight with. And then in the final game, they finally have what I think is maybe the best comp they've had today. Is more of a well-rounded, kind of strong early game, good team fights, solid composition. Now, they've got Sheesh, who has looked like maybe the most impressive jungler in the tournament next to T-Tiger individually. I see Sheesh as being the single most important player for their team out of any other player in the tournament. Like, for Sentinel's success, it's all coming off the back of Sheesh making a lot of good early plays and getting their team ahead. So I want to pose the question to you, Smacks. Do you think that Sentinels has to find an identity? And if you do think that, which direction do you want them to go? Because they've been kind of all over the place in the draft.
Well, I think that you're 100% right with this last draft being the most consistent, and overall, I guess you could use the word best. It has been the best they've looked, right? Because for the first 3 games that we've seen them, they lost the first 2, and they were almost going to lose the third. So I think this has definitely been the most convincing game, and I think it is a lot because of that draft. And like I was saying, while we were still in that game, the ease of execution in a composition like this is very, very good. And when MTS is mechanically popping off on a Kali, it makes this comp really work well.
Yes.
And I think a lot of that actually comes down to Beg on Rakan. When Beg is able to find these engages, I think this team just looks a lot better. And I don't think that Senna is a bad champion by any means, but I think that it might be bad for what Sentinels want to do to win games. Because, I mean, even on Senna, he was finding nice engages with the roots. So I think when Beg is activated to be that initiating champion and that initiating player, it does look like Sentinels has an easier time managing fights.
So I to break it down a little bit, it would be Sheesh finding early advantages. So things like Olaf, Xin Zhao, right? The Camille. These are all great for Sheesh. And then getting some engage on the support. Let Beg have some more agency to allow him to activate everyone else around the map, move around and find those picks, create those engages are going to be the ways that we'll see Sentinels really turn it around. And I love that you brought up MTS, because they're team fighting in this series on Fiora and Akali, which not always going to be the first champions you bring up for team fighting. Akali, sure,
very
Akali's
tough,
a great team fighter, but Fiora, his team fighting on Fiora, his heroics in game 1 is one of the biggest reasons that Sentinels won. And I was wondering, Rafa, do you think there's any way that Sentinels can unlock MTS a little bit more, considering these compositions have been more centric around Sheesh and Beg?
If MTS is still gets access to a priority Baron laner like the Gragas or the Garen, then he'll be able to still fulfill his duties. But I think it's definitely nice to see that he has the capabilities and the versatility to play something that takes a little bit more carry responsibilities into his own hands, right? And so that I think that just opens up the flexibility for Sentinels. I wouldn't necessarily say that you have to put a bunch of resources into him, because we saw that when he was on the Fiora and you had the Camille and the Twisted Fate, we thought the game plan was going to be, all right, dude, Suki's going to have a bad time as Garen because he's going to have 2 other people setting up tents in his lane. That didn't happen. We only saw 1 gank going over to this other side of the map. So in reality, the MTS was playing, basically a team fight assassin and a dedicated split pusher without really that much help or resources going over to his way. So if he's able to do that on champions that do require a little bit more resources, then I think Sentinels are completely just fine playing the way they are and focusing their priorities on unlocking Sheesh and Beg to be the primary initiators.
All right, that is awesome to hear, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Sentinels continue to progress through the lower bracket. But free agents, I feel like they should be proud of their performance, at least in that game. I think the innovations, bringing out the Singed, I thought it was great. And this is only the first major. They may be eliminated now, but they have plenty more chances to bring it back. And we've got at least one more game today. So we're going to send it to a quick break, but more Wild Rift Summoner Series when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series Major 1 Day 1 presented by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm still Casanova, still joined by Rafa and Smacks. About to get in some more action as we already saw our first team eliminated with free agents. But I want to take a look at the bracket to see where the rest of everything is falling today and what we're going to see coming up next. We did, of course, see Tribe take down Cloud9 earlier, Enemy take out Immortals, and that will be our upper finals starting tomorrow. However, we're going back down to the depths of the lower bracket once again, Rafa and Smacks. We got YMCA and Yawn as our last matchup of the day. And these are two teams that you both have been able to cast. You cast them in Qualifier 2. And to kick things off, you know, Smacks, I'd love for you to break down a little bit of the strengths and weaknesses of Yawn and how they're going to be attacking this upcoming match.
Yeah, so one of the teams that we've got here in the final match of the day is Yawn. They came out of that second qualifier that Rafa and I got to cover, and they've got some very fun things going on. Most notably, Zenith God in that top side with the Baron laner for this team. He is a bit of a Darius connoisseur, and for him, I'm pretty excited to see if he actually does get this champion more in this matchup. You can see right there, look at that! Darius in that box. That's how you know that Zenith God. Oh, wait. Did you mean for that as a pun? Darius?
You know what? I did now. There we go, Smacks.
It's kind of
Darius.
That's
a little
pretty
ring to it.
Darius.
But yeah, that's my most excited thing for Yawn. I think the rest of the squad is pretty strong too, but they are going to have a tough time, I think, going up against Boba in the mid lane.
That's right, Smacks, because Boba is f***ing cracked, dude. I'm just going to put it out there, man. Jesus. Boba, even in some of their losses today, they were one of the few teams that took off a game from Enemy in their upper bracket match earlier today, and it was all off the back of his. Let me see. Let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was either a Fizz or a Corki. It was the Corki. He had a Corki game, and even though the rest of his team kind of fallen by the wayside, Yazora's trying to, get some stuff together, but he's kind of struggling against T-Tigers, No You, trying to do his damnedest, or not T-Tigers, against Tybe. And No You is also struggling, even though we've seen No You, pop off in other certain moments. Boba was just absolutely killing it. And so that's when, in that moment, Enemy were like, all right, you know what, Boba, you don't get to play the game anymore, dude. You are too cracked at this game. And so for YMCA, I mean, we've talked about how No You has also pulled out a variety of really creative counter picks as well. We've seen Vayne top, that worked out well. Draven top, didn't really work out. They won with it, but I know Smacks and I are very, very convinced that the Draven top added nothing to the game.
Not really excited about the Draven. I do want to add real quick one other thing about Boba. This is the same player as we were mentioning last qualifier by the name of Bubble Tea. He did inform us that Bubble Tea is his father, and we should call him Boba instead. So we were using his father's name.
Yeah, using the full government name instead of the shortened version. So we now have him as Boba. And well, I know you brought up Boba a lot, and Boba is phenomenal early on, but No You is also another key factor for that team. And they're going to be going up against Zenith God from the side of Yawn. And Zenith God has been an absolute powerhouse and shining light for Yawn. And Smacks, I want you to break down a little bit of why we're so excited about Zenith God.
So, in case you missed the second qualifier, this guy on Yawn was kind of struggling in the lane, and as were the entirety of Yawn. But then the late game team fights came around, and we saw this guy completely just dunk on everybody's heads with this Darius pick. And if he gets this champion, you have to be worried at really any point in the game when he gets all those stacks, when he gets all those resets off in those fights. We've seen him get so many multi-kills. I believe there was a quadra kill, a triple kill, just everything that you could possibly name in those games. And I'm really excited to see if the Darius actually comes through. I feel like they should probably ban it away, but if they don't, then we can get some hype stuff going on for Yawn.
And I will say, even for, fans in Twitch chat might be thinking, oh, well, if he's such a good Darius player, why not just ban the Darius? It's like, haha, no more Darius for you. The key to this matchup between NoYu and Zenith God is actually going to come down to counter picks. And because Yon will be taken to the blue side, more than likely, they're not going to be able to secure a counter pick for Zenith God. However, if they can orchestrate a draft where they have flex picks available to them, things like the Lucian, that as we've seen being able to go into Dragon, mid, or the Baron lane, that could be something that helps Yon out, because more than likely, YMCA are going to try and save their counterpick option for Boba in the mid lane instead, Casanova.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. I think Enemy put on a clinic of flex picks earlier on, and we're going to see if Yon can kind of follow that up and have some flex picks of their own to help enable Zenith God. But we are going to be getting into draft of our final series of the day, Yon versus YMCA. Rafa, Smacks, take it away.
Bye,
This is our last. I know. This is our last series of the day too, Smacks. I was mentally prepared for 3 series, but because we were only doing the lower bracket first round, it's just this, and then day 1 of the majors will be completed. So
you're just prepared for
us,
tomorrow, Rafa. We got some more action tomorrow. Don't you forget it as well if you're listening in right now.
Honestly,
tune in tomorrow too for the rest of the tournament.
I'm super hyped to see Jolly and Alk kill it again on the cast.
Oh,
I was really pleased watching them from with the rest of Twitch chat and the fans in the spectator booth, and I hope that they had a fun time, because it sounded like they did.
Yeah, I had a fun time listening to it. It was great.
Me too.
Great energy. I'm glad we got to hear some jolly casting, and AlkBattery was there too. But
all these subtle jabs and
I'm joking.
On, man.
I love AlkBattery. He did a great job. We're into the draft though. Lee Sin is the first ban. I like that as a denial away from Tony, one of his best champions that we've seen. And we're already starting out with the Baron lane bans, and a lot of pressure there with NoYu and Zenith God, like you said.
For YMCA, a couple of options, as since Yon are actually now on red side, even though we were prepared for a blue side Yon game, this does kind of change a little bit of the focus now, because as Yon, you are now able to secure a counterpick option for Zenith God. YMCA, I don't know if it's in their best interest to take away the Darius, because there's other picks like Ziggs and Corki that are still left on the table to ban away.
Yeah. And that Lucian, like you said before, too. Corki already going to be banned. I feel like Ziggs is going to follow, too. The other big one that we've seen a lot, especially in our qualifier, was Braum. Braum is one of the most powerful supports in the meta and does activate things like that. Lucian very well, too. I like this Varus ban as well. It's been one of Nam's comforts. And when you do have a marksman that has comfort on Varus, that is going to just raise the priority of that champion, as is true for most comfort, but Varus is specific because he is a unique champion in that regard, and he doesn't have the same aspects in that dragon lane as others. But Rafa, Ziggs is up.
Yeah, you read my mind, man. The Ziggs is available, and now YMCA, is it in their best interest?
Yeah.
Yes,
it is in their best interest.
We were trying to beat around the bush with it, but we're like, no. You should snag up the Ziggs right away here if you're YMCA.
This will be a blast.
Yeah.
Oh look, 5-head draft casters right now, Rafa. We got the Braum and the Lucian paired up. I like it from Yon. This is a very good pairing, and that does typically mean that the Lucian will be going to the dragon lane. But still, that is just a nice stuff, because with Lucian's double shot, you get to activate the concussive blows from Braum a lot quicker. So, good stuff.
Yeah, YMCA on the flip side immediately lock in some heavy dive and engage power from Wukong and Camille respectively. Yon are going to go for a little bit of, not necessarily anti-dive, as Moonfall you want to necessarily use for engage power, but if used correctly, you can stun and prolong engages from YMCA. Crescent Guard is also great for mitigating damage from a distance, and YMCA, I mean, this is full on. We are going in. The Kai'Sa will be assisting and following up with the Killer Instinct, and we on the Lulu, whoever's closest is going to get the Wild Growth for the AoE knockup.
Jan locking in another melee champion. This is not very much range that Jan have drafted, and I think that this is a good strategy where they are going very aggressive against Ziggs, but at the same time, if you do start to fall behind, it's going to be so difficult to actually kill Boba at any point in this game because of that range deficit that you now find yourselves at. The biggest range you have is the calling from Lucian, and past that, you're lucky if you can actually get in range. You're probably going to have to flash in to get to this Zig, so I think the Jan are really going to need to put the pedal to the metal in this early game.
Thankfully, you can always build Seralda's Grudge on Nom and give your culling just a massive AoE slow that will keep YMCA at bay. Outside of Cyclone and Hextech Ultimatum, you don't really have any other reliable ways of engage from this composition that YMCA have drafted. But like you said, Smax, the engage tools are also somewhat limited for Jan, so they are the ones that want to look for the acceleration and the snowball in the early game, and Zenith God being prioritized for the R5 counterpick means that he has Renekton, and he's already... Noyu's already actually burned the barrier. Zenith God not even using Flash or Ignite, just raw level 1 fighting.
Renekton super powerful as a counterpick into this matchup, especially when you think about the precision protocol shield that Camille gets. For Renekton, you can use your empowered stun to eat the entire shield and then deal the damage of it. So nice matchup for the Renekton. You win out on those auto attack trades in the early laning phase. Later, though, it's going to be completely the opposite, where Noyu will have the advantage. So it's going to be up to Zenith God to win out on this matchup, but he's doing a great job, and they have a dive on the way.
Yeah, no, you already put the ward down, trying to smell it out before it comes in, but I don't think they're going to be able to do much. Tony taking turret, aggro, and immediately flashing out. Make sure that the dive is clean for first blood.
Great job from Jan. This is the exact play that I was hoping that they would make, aggressing forward and just finding more plays than YMCA can mitigate. But this might be avenged to the bot side. Oh.
Zora might flash for it. There it is. Closes the distance down on to Don't Care. But a return kill from Nom looks for the 1v2 against Overjoyed and Wee. He's able to find Wee. Overjoyed is able to get out.
I still like that play from YMCA overall, but Wee is just not playing a very bulky champion on Lulu. She does fall under the turret, and we do find out that this early game is still going pretty well for Jan. They've got another kill now on their Lucian too, and like I was saying before, this is that ranged champion that you want to be getting ahead and you want to have the snowball rolling for, because then that range advantage that Ziggs gets is mitigated a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Even though the HP looked like it was in Noyu's advantage, he knew that time was not going to be on his side as Zenith God's cooldowns were just about to come up, and the flash, despite being traded, Zenith still comes out on top.
And I don't believe Noyu had barrier quite yet, so there's very fortunate timing on that play by Zenith God. Another kill in the Baron lane. Really nice plays from Jan overall. And they still need to think about how they're going to attack Ziggs, but every other lane seems to be going quite well for them.
Gold lead slightly in Zenith, or I should say Jan's favor. But definitely a solid 600 gold advantage, and he's rushing the Blade of the Ruin King, so not only it's going to give him powerful dueling potential, but also sustain to keep himself topped off, in addition to the already built-in sustain you get from Call of the Meek whenever it is empowered.
Blade of the Ruin King, super nice option in that lane for Renekton, but again, this is making Renekton weaker when it comes to the team fights, which that's really not something that Jan can afford to think about, I think, in this game. They have to keep going for the isolated lane matchups and getting the jungle interaction too, which Tony has done a great job of. I really like that early play, and he is now setting up for the Rift Herald, which is a nice way to get that snowball rolling. I'm appreciating the way that they're being heads up about the early plays that they need to be making, and Rift Herald, the better objective in the early game compared to Dragon.
And one of the things that we've talked about Tony in the past is that he definitely... Oh. Okay, you know what? No one saw that. Tony does have a tendency to prioritize a lot of early game aggression, giving up a lot of his time to farm camps and get resources for himself just to accelerate the map and look for kills, look for ganks. In the games that Jan are extremely accelerated, it means that the ganks from Tony paid off. The investment was worth it. In the games that they lose, Tony was not able to find those successful ganks, and this always, in either situation, still puts him at a deficit compared to any of the enemy jungle matchups that we've seen, which is why when we saw the Jan and the Cloud9 matchup during the qualifier earlier this week, Tony kept going for ganks and ganks, but Cloud9, every time that they stuffed it, he was down 3,000 gold, while Tarzan was just happily farming away and putting himself ahead in the 1v1 match.
That didn't stop Tony from keep trying, though, and I appreciate that from him. He's going now over to the Dragon. Got this set up very well on the bot side. Whee!
Oh, beautiful culling from Nom. Is going to find out we on the other side of that Krug camp. Overjoyed and the rest of the members of YMCA are going to see if they can make an engage, but it's a 5-stack on fray at the moment. Yozora gets found out by the Zenith God with the Ruthless Predator dominance. He's going way deep, hard in the paint. But now 9 might have been baited. The rest of the members, no use, going to flash over the wall. Doesn't have hookshot quite yet. Tactical sweep is going to land onto 2. Looking for the follow-up, but he gets stunned up at the concussive blows. Tactical precision. Precision protocol might get up with the shield. Hextech ultimatum. It locks him up. They trade 1 for 1, but at what cost? Overjoyed now seeing if he can equalize the odds. One more auto attack will clean up the passive, and there it is.
Well done from Overjoyed to be the cleanup carry, but Tony's here now too. I don't think Overjoyed and we can make it out.
He gets over the wall. Crescent Guard comes out. Overjoyed actually had a decent amount of kiting there. Almost brought Tony to fully low HP bars. Whee! He actually won out. There's no way he wins out against Don't Care, though. And a couple of more on attacks, and Don't Care finally ends the madness.
She was so close. The Lulu combat, but we still does die. Twice in the same fight. That's how long the fight lasted, Rafa. It's over 1 objective. If Jan really were trying to step up the tempo in this game, then mission accomplished. They have absolutely done exactly that.
Jesus. You want to take over for 30 seconds, Max? Let me just... Whee! Whee! Yeah, I mean...
30 seconds of that.
Yeah, that fight was a roller coaster for sure. Definitely the same reaction. But Jan, God bless. Thank you, observers. Give we the focus and the spotlight.
Oh boy, Overjoyed may have stepped too far.
We steps up, soaking half of the damage from the culling. As we have a potential gank on the top side of the map. Zenith God is able to take out No You, though, before eventually going down to Yozora. But Tony! Whoa. Yo, Tony!
Where did Tony come from? It's times like this where we need to remind ourselves that Tony is on the red team. He came from under the blue turret there with the Rift Herald. That's going to be first turret now for Jan. Well done for Tony, finding that sweep as he finds the play under the turret. Another charge from Rift Herald too. Another turret plate and goes over to Jan eventually. There it is.
And check this out, Max. Tony, as we were talking about before in his past matchups, he's about 1,500 gold ahead of Yozora. He is so incredibly accelerated, and all the ganks, all the moves that he has made on the map have paid off. And this is where Jan, this is their comfort zone when Tony is able to pull off these ganks and set up the lanes for success. And Zenith God now also properly ahead. Blade of the Ruin King, a Black Cleaver almost completed as well, just as No You was able to finish the first item power spike in that Trinity Force, but down about 500 gold, still keeping in line with Zenith God somewhat, but still, this is a scary crocodile on the Rift.
There are a couple of important players still at play in this game, though, Rafa. For YMCA, they are the saviors, and for Jan, they are the problems, and those are Boba and Overjoyed. Despite Jan having this early lead, Overjoyed still has the most gold in the game, snowballing this Kaisa super well, and there's still the late game of Jan, or of Boba. This Ziggs is still scary. He hasn't even died a single time. He hasn't really been in many of the fights at all, but he's still farming up, and we've seen Boba just take over games, usually on Assassins, but getting one of the most powerful champions in all the meta in this Ziggs is going to mean a lot for him.
Even though Boba hasn't really seen that much kind of flashiness this game, it's because he's playing the Ziggs. He knows his job. And this where we might get the big wombo here. Big Inferno Bomb landing right on top of the Cyclone from Yuzora. No, you locking down the opposition with the Hextech ultimatum. Just sets up for an easy double from Overjoyed. Now Yawn, they are at a numbers advantage. No smite dealer either. Culling comes out trying to put the enemies at YMCA at low HP. They're going to be forced out of the Dragon Pit. YMCA are going to be able to secure the Dragon.
Yawn can't step into this. The culling, again, that's their only ranged tool they can use without fully committing all of their members, all their health bars to that fight. That's the only way they can do anything there. No, you having a little fun tanking up the turret, but it's going to die so quick thanks to Ziggs' Satchel. YMCA proving why Boba and Overjoyed are problems and are saviors for them.
Yawn. Now kind of at a difficult point in the game because YMCA, this Boba Ziggs is about to come online now with the Seraph's Embrace.
Yeah.
It hasn't been fully stacked, still an Archangel Staff, but don't be fooled by that 005 KDA from Boba. It might not look like he's not doing too much, but if we take a look at the damage charts and you see how the Mega Inferno Bombs have been beautifully lined up with the engages from Yuzora, then the numbers will tell a different story here.
Ziggs is just one of those champions that always will top a damage chart. You can see Yawn trying to position to take this turret. They already do get it, but they were looking for any sort of response play. A little bit slow to get into that bush, and now No Use diving in.
Whoa, beautiful tactical sweep. Slow 3 members of Yozora falls off with a beautiful Cyclone. Another knockout for the Cyclone. It's just a bounce house. I swear they've been knocked out 3 or 4 times, and Yawn just don't have any way to respond.
These are not champions that you think of when you think of what a wombo combo composition looks like, but YMCA just delivered. That was absolutely insane. All of the knockups, all of the damage from the Ziggs layered so well and so creatively too. No You being the initiator, knocking everyone up and finding the isolation. Oh my god, okay.
I know, I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. The time that the Baron disappeared as the Winter's Bite connected, we both thought, oh god, he stole it with a Braum Q. But thankfully, or the Braum primary ability, you know, still.
If I'm in that game and I see the Braum Q over the wall, I just let out a high-pitched scream. I'm sure you can vouch for this.
Oh no, I mean, that's
exactly
me, bro.
what I would do.
And it's like, guys! Can someone block the skill shots over the wall, please? Oh, man.
We almost just lost the game!
Yeah, thankfully, that is not the reality that YMCA are living in. The reality they're living in is where Overjoyed is just diving past the turret and just completely destroying Yawn's backline in... My god, another knockup. Here comes Bounce House, a triple. Give him the quadra potentially. Is this going to be? Oh, man, No You... Scumbag Baron Laner taking away the Penna from Overjoyed, but it's okay. And all in good fun for YMCA. What's really important is, Max, that they got the ace, and they have a lot of pressure right now to do some major damage. Death timers are not going to be long enough for them to end the game, but these inhibitor turrets are going to eviscerate.
They have Ziggs, Rafa. Never count out the siege damage of Ziggs for YMCA. They're playing it safe. They're backing away, and you can see that Yawn are a little bit shaken after this. When Overjoyed just gets to dive past 2 turrets with Killer Instinct, forcing poor Wii, to tank the turret and try desperately to follow up. Lulu does not have Killer Instinct. Oh man, you gotta appreciate what Wii's given to us in this game, a Wild Rift right now. Look at the polymorph positioning. I love that.
Smacks, I think we've said it multiple times before. Bounce House composition coming out from YMCA. They've got the engage. They have the gold lead, almost 10,000 in their favor. And at this point, it is just only a matter of time. Non tries to escape. The Void Seeker is going to get blocked by Don't Care, No You, in hot pursuit. Nom and Note don't care are going to be able to make it out alive, but I can't say the same about this Nexus.
Nope. Baron minions are here. Everyone's still alive for YMCA. The sweep comes through. Can they kill them in the Nexus? Nope, they can't, but they don't need to. That's game 1 for YMCA.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Now, y'all better do something come game 2, or they're gonna get knocked out of this tournament. All right, that's enough for now. I'm pretty sure Twitch chat is already cringing enough, so we're going to try and, do them a solid favor. We're just having fun here, as I know YMCA, they got to have a little fun near the end back half of that game. Now, Jan, we have to go back to the draft. This was all focused towards setting up Zenith God in the Baron lane. And Tony had a great early game on the Xin Zhao, but then come the mid-game smacks around the Dragon Pits when all the ultimates start connecting together from YMCA, and it just did not seem like Jan could recover.
Let me tell you all a little bit of a story here. Gather round, gather round. For those of you who are mobile gamers and you're not into the League of Legends esports, I'll tell you the tale of one Last Shadow. Last Shadow is a professional analyst, and he loves late game compositions. He does not like early game, and he only ever wants to pick scaling because he thinks that if you pick early game, then you are a sinner and you must be purged. Now, that's aggressive. I don't agree with that part. But you can see in action why he doesn't really like full early game compositions. Because when you give yourself no room to scale and you can't end the game in 10 minutes, then things like this happen, Rafa. Where Jan, they have an explosive early game. They're getting everything that they could possibly want. They get all these objectives, they get all these skirmishes, they're getting all these kills, the turrets, everything is going Jan's way. But then they stop for just a moment, and YMCA finds their way back in. Jan just can't do anything about it. So that's exactly what just happened. Shout out to Last Shadow, LS, for the information. Brought to you by League of Legends PC.
Oh my goodness. I never thought that we would reference LS on a Wild Rift cast. But, all things considered, and all memes aside, there is a lot of truth to just that perspective on the game, because it's true. You're on a timer. And if you do not continue pushing the game at a pace where you can continuously accelerate it and close out the game before the enemy's team composition comes online, then it's doomed. And that is why when you're looking at, when you look at the best teams in the world, they are the ones that are able to pull those compositions off, because they are just so damn precise and so damn good at executing at every single moment that is given to them. And even if a moment isn't given to them, then they force it out of you. They will pressure the map in ways and where you have to respond, and mistakes will naturally happen because of that. And
it's so hard.
It almost got to that point. The dives being set up against No You. They made a clean dive. No one dropped during the 3-man over on the Baron lane. A couple of things, though, for the side of Jan was that, thankfully for YMCA, Overjoyed and we were winning the bottom duo lane. They were able to push in. They did give a little bit of an overextended kill back to Nom, but Overjoyed got so massively far ahead that when it came in time for those mid-game fights, Boba had been quietly farming, making sure that he wasn't being singled out or giving up on any unnecessary deaths, and Overjoyed just found stat advantages thanks to the superior laning that he and we had in that Dragon duo.
Overjoyed played so well in that game. I was really enjoying the Kaisa and the Lulu from Wii too. That duo ran over the rift, and I really enjoyed it. But for Jan, when they're going for these compositions, they're really not doing themselves any favors by leaving open Ziggs. Because when Ziggs is already the best champion in the game, debatably, and he just completely ruins that composition, you gotta just ban it. It's so tricky to deal with that champion to begin with. And I think Jan have learned their lesson. But they're also learned another lesson, and that is to not let Overjoyed snowball. Like you said, this Kaisa was crazy. So Jan have a lot of stuff that they need to adapt to now in this series, and this is that elimination match. Whoever loses this series is out of that major. And they get more chances down the line in the Summoner Series as a whole. There are more qualifiers to come, but you do want to get that major down, and you want to get that 10K at the end. The prize pool is there, and we're going to see who wins that out tomorrow. But yeah, for Jan, they got to turn it around.
I imagine now that Jan are going to be turning towards the blue side in the switch, that we have to see a Ziggs ban from YMCA. I think YMCA are more than aware that, like, hey, Boba did a bunch of damage that game, and they could not pressure him out. They could not kill him. They never found any opportunities to take Zenith and Tony's lead from the Baron lane that they had accelerated into the mid lane. It seemed like Boba was never pressured at all, or just made sure that he was never in a position where he could be exposed, where he could be threatened. Even when you have Diana, Xin Zhao, Renekton, that can all dive you under turret, and you're not rushing stasis on Ziggs. So considering that he could have been exposed or pressured early on and it never happened from the side of Jan, makes me wonder that it just how defensive and well controlled Boba was playing to make sure that that was never a reality.
No matter what champion Boba is playing, he's going to have an impact. That's what we've seen in all of the games that we've watched of Boba and of YMCA in the past 2 tournaments, in 3 tournaments even as well, if you count qualifier 1. So you have to have some plan of attack against this guy, and giving him the best champion in the game is just not that. So for Jan, I would love to see if they can pick some very aggressive skirmishing champions in that mid lane and in that jungle and just try to kill Boba over and over and over. I think that would be really fun to see if they can do that.
The funny thing is, Max, we just got word that Jan is actually elected to choose red side again. So it goes to show that they still want to maintain counterpick priority for Zenith God, because I think when we covered it at the top of the draft and at the top of the series when Casanova was still with us, miss him 1, 2, 3. Zenith God is kind of a pinnacle for this composition, and they want to focus resources into the Baron side of the map. And so even in the loss, they are still trying to go for a similar approach in this game too.
We're also getting word that there is a substitute for YMCA, Rafa. No You is taking a step back after that game, and instead it will be Dawn in the Baron lane.
Oh!
So, yeah, we'll have a return of one of the Snow members for this squad for YMCA, and I mean you can see right there the champion pool is not that different. Although for No You, we've seen a lot of like creative things, some that I liked more than others, like the Pantheon. But yeah, I think Dawn is a great addition to this team too, and I'm excited that they're giving him a game in this match after they took game 1.
I'm wondering what the approach or the thought process behind either, because we saw Dawn once when he was busted out in I think it was over on Team Snow's matchup against was it Team Visual?
Yeah,
because it was our very first series of the second qualifier on Monday this week, and Team Snow, they won game 1 against Team Visual, and they said, you know what, Dawn, why don't you get some game time in? Come on in. Not saying that it was Dawn's fault. Team Snow did lose that second game. There's no correlation whatsoever. But I think it's interesting to have a sub situation now when you are in the lower bracket, and I maybe for No You, if they know that Jan are going to target a lot of their priorities toward the Baron lane, maybe Dawn is a player that is more experienced in not receiving that many resources and can take something, or has specialized in maybe some champions that can deal with all that pressure from Jan.
Or perhaps No You just wants counterpick, and he's salty that he's on blue side again. Maybe he just wants to pull out Draven one last time.
I'm not playing this lane again, man. I'm going to have to blind pick something, and they're going to counterpick. This game sucks. It just call me in for game 3 if we get red side instead.
We'll find out what's going on with this as we're getting into the draft here pretty soon. I'm excited for Dawn though. This is it's a spot where you can have that freedom to do it, even though this is an elimination match. If you want to have multiple members on this squad and you have different dynamics to it, then this is a good time to do it. So I'm excited.
I think it's also just awesome to get more player time in for your full roster. We're not sure if, even though Dawn has the name Snow in their IGN, we're not sure what the current kind of landscape is. If Dawn is changing to another team, or they needed a sub, and Dawn was someone that they like to pick up. As now we take to the draft phase. If we recall the earlier bans, Smacks, Yawn, things like Corky and Gragas were taken off the table. I think another thing that was curious was there an Akali ban that we saw in game one?
Yeah, so there was a Akali, Corky, and Varus, I believe, were the bans for YMCA, and then Yawn took up the Gragas mantle for them. So we're swapping that already. YMCA are the ones banning Gragas, I believe. The bans go by so fast. But the Varus one is one that's really interesting. I wonder if YMCA are going to ban that one again, or if they think that anything that Yawn did in game one is more threatening than the Varus. I like the Camille ban.
It just gets rid of a flex pick option from YMCA as well, considering that either Yozora or, I'm assuming Dawn, has put time into this Camille. We know that you just played it now.
Yeah.
Now for YMCA, they can continue going down the route of the Lee Sin ban was another thing, taking it away from Tony. As Tomy did have quite the explosive game on Xin Zhao, wasn't able to fully accelerate it into a win, but the makings and the puzzle pieces were there.
I like Tony's Lee Sin too. I like anyone's Lee Sin, really. Just give me more Lee Sin gameplay. I've got an itch that needs scratched for that champion. It's very fun. Maybe that just means we need to play some Wild Rift later.
Sure. I thought you were about to start quoting Rocky Horror Picture Show, man. You know the song that I'm talking about?
I do not, unfortunately.
Have you not seen Rocky Horror Picture Show?
That'll be our next watch party. You know what? You can't say anything, okay? You still haven't watched Haikyuu, and I've been begging you to watch Haikyuu for like 10 months. See, one's a musical. Ziggs is up again, by the way.
And one's anime. Oh my god, Ziggs is open again. Well, YMCA. What's the play here then from Yawn? Swapping out the Camille ban, but like you said, Ziggs is open on the table. If y'all want to go for a similar approach, they can lock in Lucian Braum again, but I think YMCA dealt with that duo lane very well, saving the Dragon Lane counter pick in the Lulu. As, Braum, we've seen it. He's a great support of being able to combo well with a bunch of auto attackers, but against ranged champions, tends to struggle a bit in the laning phase.
Yeah, I would say so, and I think we did a great job on the Lulu, and with Overjoyed too, to just mitigate that. But it won't be Braum this time. Still liking the Lucian, and giving Tony access to Olaf is pretty good too.
So switching things up. Instead of the Xin Zhao, they know that the Olaf would have the advantageous matchup into the Xin Zhao, so just early locking it in means like, hey, you're gonna have a bad time if you try to contest me at this point. YMCA could go for their they locked in.
I have a theory. My theory is that... Oh, okay. My theory's gone. My theory was that they locked in Akshan, and it wasn't in the tool yet.
Oh my god.
It is actually Jarvan, so I'm a little bit disappointed. But you know what? Jarvan is cool too, and it does give YMCA much of the same tools that they had last game. The Renekton for... We got Darius!
Darius!
Woo!
Darius!
I love Darius. Let's go, Zenith God! He's on
We
Darius!
were wondering where Darius was. Well... Darius now.
You stole that from Casanova.
Okay, listen. I've heard that joke since high school with anyone's name that is Darius. Even one of the producers we work with over in Nerd Street, Jarius, I made the same joke.
Jerry is.
Jarius, I mean, it's a little bit more of a stretch as, you know, the consonant J doesn't work as well as D, but, you know.
Breaking news, Rappa. Breaking news from
What's that?
One Per Chance. We have a stat. Boba Ziggs is 100% win rate. That is not a very fun stat for Yawn, unfortunately.
Well, now
That's pretty scary.
I mean, I don't doubt that. How many games though? What's the sample size?
I don't
That's
know.
what I'm
At
curious
least one. We just watched it.
Okay, well, I could, but I'm sure we've seen. I think we saw at least 2-3 games of Ziggs during the qualifiers. Only one of them was Boba. So if it's over the entire first or second circuit into the first major, that is damn near impressive. And
What if she's talking about in solo Q2? He's played like...
now, if that's
Zenith God's dead.
the Zenith God Darius pick, the counter is has been taken down.
Wow. Big moves from the sub top laner, Dawn, crushing it in the debut of the tournament today.
The dawn has arrived.
Oh,
And speaking of things arriving, Yuzora has arrived in the mid lane and has forced 9 back under the turret. As Nom and Don't Care, wait a second.
wow.
Oh, Yuzora trying to flash in to close the distance, but he's not able to get onto Nom in time. The flash was being exchanged as well, and my goodness, Max, a lot of early action in this second game.
Yeah, I'd say the most surprising side... Well, actually, they're both surprising, now that I think about it. Darius getting solo killed by Renekton up there in the Baron lane is very detrimental for Yawn, but at the same time, they now have a double kill on Lucian. And they've got more range access this time around. They do actually have Nami, so Nami can activate Lucian quite well. You have the surging tides to make sure that the auto attacks deal more damage, and you get that slow as well. And you have the ebb and flow to get the healing and tidal wave too. So just Nami giving Lucian a lot of activation, I think, in this game. I've been enjoying this duo as the days gone on, and it gives Yawn more access to the fights, I think, than the Braum did.
Yeah, making that change and picking up a range support versus a melee support has already proven very successful and given a lot more value for the side of Yawn, as we saw a similar situation where Overjoyed and we were pushing back into Nom and Don't Care, but now that you have access to a ranged champion and a lot more effective sustain than a Lulu would bring in this lane means that Nom can actually have a better time in this laning phase. We'll be able to hit that Blade of the Ruin King power spike very soon.
Absolutely. Well, for Tony getting the help of his dragon lane there, helping take the Scuttle Crab, keeps him afloat. Spotted out, though, and that's a huge chunk of damage just before the Drake is spawned. See if Yuzora can sneak into this pit. We'll have to worry about the Scuttle Crab vision that's been dropped, but it's looking like some of the members of Yawn are just recalling or just backing away entirely.
Oh, Boba throwing out the Mega Ball, but he gets the barrier. No way! No way!
No
Boba on attack.
way.
Oh my goodness! Tony makes it out with the skin of his teeth. But man, Boba, do you now understand, chat, why we have been hyping this guy up?
And it means YMCA get the Drake too, even despite the Scuttle Crab and the early aggression from Tony, who, speaking of, has just made a full rotation up to the Baron lane with Zenith. And that's just a full turret. Tony making the best out of a bad situation. You gotta give him credit.
And they said, oh man, this is kind of doomed mid lane, and they can't go to the dragon side of the map for that dragon contest. They're able to pick up the turret, but the Rift Herald will go over to YMCA. So both of the first objectives of the game being secured by YMCA is going to give them a huge map control and presence, despite not having the first break gold on their side.
They have to worry about the Dragon Lane turret falling too. That's now down to a third of its HP, even lower. That's going to be scary. I think Yawn are doing a great job of shifting their focus from the first game where they were going for a lot of kills. And in this one, they're still getting some kills. They did still get that bottom lane double kill, but taking some turret damage and that entire first turret top, that's got to feel great. And you get more gold overall when you do that too, because you have the snowball gold from the objectives, and you can use that to go for fights more confidently. So it just is an overall smoother curve to go for. I think the adaptations for Yawn have been great.
They have 4 people ready to stack on top of Overjoyed and Wii. Tony's looking to cut them off. Yuzora is here for the counter engage. Flag and drag, gets a knockup down, and now the Cataclysm is going to lock Tony in the chamber, but he lives long enough to be able to answer one back onto Yuzora before finally getting routed off by Boba. Nom in the 2-on-1, 3-on-1 against Boba. Boba trying to put him down to the brink of the HP bar, but Nom is going to be able to walk out alive. Overjoyed gonna get smited and dunked by Zenith God, and we run. There's nowhere else to run, and for Yawn, they're answered back greatly.
Stepping up yet again, the members of Yawn find a great skirmish. This is exactly what I was mentioning, Rafa. You get the extra gold up in that Baron lane from the turret. You get the extra gold from that double kill on Lucian, and you can snowball that into other fights. I really like this adaptation from Yawn. They've come in with a different game plan, and that's exactly what you have to do in these best of 3 and best of 5 series. You get the adaptation, you get a nice pep talk from your friends and from your teammates. Like, all right, we may have lost that game. We can make some adjustments. We've got this. Just keep focusing and just believe. The power of friendship prevails.
Now you're sounding like Kari. Or Space Ghost, as she goes by now. Well,
oh man,
I don't know if Power of Friendship is going to help out Tony here, because he went in 1-on-2 without the rest of the reinforcements here. Overjoyed is trying to live through the end, but Zenith God has enough party members now to be able to take down the Dragon Duo laner in YMCA. A double being picked up for Zenith God, but look at the rest of the map here, Smax. YMCA, they recognize that the Dragon laners are the focus, and they're going for map control in exchange.
I like the cross-map play from YMCA. And they get a return kill, too. They do find one return in the Dragon lane. And there's still no objectives to fight over, too, right? You can see the YMCA making the correct call. Taking down the mid lane turret with Ziggs is really good. And now that's 2 items at 8 minutes for this Ziggs. I'm scared. I'm scared for Yawn that they have to deal with Boba's Ziggs yet again. They've already killed him once, which is way more than they did last game, which is pretty astounding. But They keep those kills going. They're keeping that gold afloat too. And Yawn, if they can just find some nice picks onto Boba, then this is a very winnable game.
Gold lead is technically in their favor. And when you look at members like Nom, he's solidly ahead of Overjoyed. Dragon's going to be started up. 9, getting potentially run down by Overjoyed. Already burned the barrier and the killer instinct to run down 9. Oh no! Yo, Zora says sorry, and Mega Furball, look, the AoE damage and huge Cataclysm. They've locked them, all the members of Yawn, into the Death Chamber, and Yuzora is going to be able to live through the very end, even through a calling and a moonfall. Nom doesn't even get a chance to take one back.
Oh, it's a disaster for Yawn. Oh, no. They were set up so well. They got the kills early. They got the turrets early, but Yuzora is so clutch on the Jarvan. It's just so hype, Rafa. The steal and then the Cataclysm too. I was worried for Dawn. He dove in and there was no access for the rest of YMCA, but he was the distraction that Boba needed. Just bait, come on in, hit my Renekton. Just wait for this huge bomb to explode everyone on your team. Yeah!
Bombs away from Boba and just hook, line, and sinker. That was a Kobe dunk if I've ever seen one. My goodness. That Mega Inferno Bomb, I think 3 members were in the center ring, so tons of damage coming out.
Yeah.
And if we think back to Game 1 Smacks, this is around the same time where Boba was coming online, has finished the Luden's Echo and the Archangel Staff around a similar game point, where it was for either the second or the third dragon, and Yawn were still feeling confident about their lead, and then just one Boba ultimate is all it takes to swing things back in the favor of YMCA.
And one smite from Yuzora too. Now Dawn in position to perhaps start a flank. They don't have all the members of YMCA here. I think this is ill-advised, and they do too.
Oh god, Tony's in spot right now. There's no way. Spike and drag, Cataclysm comes out.
Flash,
Thankfully, Tony waits out the Cataclysm before flashing, but overjoyed. Still with the Agathian Rain, and the Killer Instinct runs down the jungler for Yawn. Now Baron could potentially just be started up right here.
I feel like they could do it just right on spawn. Boba still pressuring this wave. Gonna be on vision, so they know that this is actually happening. You can see that Boba is attacking the Baron over the wall, but, I mean, Yawn can't do anything about this. It's just instantly killed by YMCA. They've got the Baron waves in mid lane now, and Dawn didn't even use anything in that fight either. Look at the bomb. They're going to start it again.
Half HP on Don't Care just from one ultimate ability. That's Ziggs for you, ladies and gentlemen. And the Baron buff is empowering the cannon minion. It's not going to make the siege any easier, though, for the time being.
Dom was really close to finding the slice and dice in, but didn't find the angle, and it's going to be okay. They don't lose anything for that, and other than, well, Yawn lose something? They lose half of their support's HP. Ooh, they might lose out on this turret, too. Okay, no, not quite. I like what Overjoy did, though, just sneaking up there, putting the Baron buff on those minions. Maybe if Yawn weren't paying attention, that could have been that turret just snuck away, but they got their heads on a swivel still. Oh, my God. Instantly redemption.
Like, right. Oh my god. They walk up and they're like, alright guys, we can get ready for a fight. Bomb comes out. Okay, I need to recall real quick and get my HP bar back. It doesn't give YMCA the most time to siege effectively, as lovely observers are showing us how much damage Mega Inferno Bomb does at the game, and the fact that it's on a crazy low cooldown.
Yeah. It's going to be up again, and he's got the satchel too, so he can even just safely throw that onto the turret and kill it. There it is. Inhibitor turret down at 12 minutes. YMCA
what?
Snowballing this, and they won't have to deal with Moonfall anymore.
Yeah, 9 doesn't have Moonfall, and that's the go button right there. Cataclysm locks up 3 members in there. Mega Inferno Bomb will find the mark onto 2 in the backside, and Overjoyed with the Killer Instinct is able to rout out the rest of the backline members. Picks up 2 before going down. Cost of potentially the siege going to be a finish, but Boba beats in Nom with the stasis. But Zenith God, we've seen this before. It's the resets and it's the dunks. Zenith God will be able to stop the siege from now, but the damage has been done. Smacks, the base has been opened up.
Oh man, the Darius team fights are still so strong for Zenith, but like you said, it's just a little bit too late. He needs to come online earlier, and before this base just is in shambles. YMCA already taking down 2 inhibitor turrets. They can turn over to this Drake if they can get onto the map in time. Everyone's alive now for YMCA. That's likely going to be all they need to take down this Drake. And probably another fight as well. We've seen that Boba has a very quick trigger finger when it comes to the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Zenith God is already trying to fight for vision control in this bottom jungle quadrant. Unfortunately, there are wards that are detecting Don't Care and Zenith God at the moment, and the super minions pouring in through the mid and the dragon lane mean that Yawn just don't have a chance to contest for this dragon. It's going to be secured by YMCA. Baron is coming up in 27 seconds, but the super minions still on their side. YMCA, they can just full core press towards that top side of the map, look for a turret take, and then sweep on over to the Baron.
Young man, you have pushed in mid lane. I said, young man, the Baron Nasher slain. Young man, throw the bomb at the thing. I said, Ziggs is just so OP.
Boom, 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 boom. It's fun to stay at the wild. Got me in the groove, Smacks. And YMCA, they're definitely in the groove. Boba is feeling himself, man. Death cap, and a little haunting guys as well. Let's just get a damage check real quick. You know, Tony doesn't get half HP chunk, but considering that he is a more durable frontliner, still a considerable amount of damage. Baron being burned down. Tidal Wave is going to gain vision over the wall. Doesn't find any knockups here. 3,000 HP. This is dangerous, guys. Now 2,000 health on the Baron buff. Moonfall is going to keep Baron aggro. They're going to try to go back for the steal. Tony steals the Baron! But now can they fight back against YMCA? That is the question. Overjoyed is on the backside of the map. Look at the Killer Instinct. 9 is going to fall. Tony on the run, trying to maintain and preserve the Baron buff, and now it's only on Zenith God, but it's a 1-on-5 smacks.
Man, Overjoy is playing on the edge today, Rafa. The Baron steal was clean from Tony, but they just can't take the fight afterward. This is going to be a quick 2-0.
Mega Inferno Bomb, flag and drag. Zenith God finds one reset, but it's not going to be in time because the rest of the YMCA focused on the Nexus, and they win the series and advance into the lower bracket semifinals.
Well done from YMCA. I have a very important question, though. Casanova, did you like my song?
I did. I really liked your song. I really enjoyed it. It may be fun to stay at the YMCA, but it's even more fun to stay in the Wild Rift Summoner Series, and YMCA will be doing that. Unfortunately, Jan will be eliminated, the second team to be eliminated today. But I have a quick thing. I have a short reenactment of how the draft strategy went for Jan overall, and you might recognize it from a meme template. But I need you to just pretend that I've got a little easel here with my game plan, right? So first things first, right? Yeah, so draft early game, right? Draft early game and secure Darius for Zenith God. All right, cool, awesome. Yeah, exciting, right? Yeah, okay. Play to snowball the early game, right? That's the next one. Awesome, right? We love that. Yeah, don't ban Ziggs. Yes. Wait, don't ban Ziggs.
Don't ban Ziggs.
Oh,
wait
a minute. Oops, that one kind of stops a lot of that early game snowball, doesn't it?
Yes.
How do we push towers when Ziggs clears the wave entirely? Because Jan looked so good in the early game. They're making these tower dives. They're making these plays happen. They're getting ahead, and then the game just keeps scaling, and Ziggs happens. I don't know. I think if I'm Jan, though, I would take away from this this major that they have a lot going for them. They have some really good execution in the early game, and they might be a team to watch out for looking forward at the majors. I don't know if you agree, Smacks, or if you have a different take on that.
I'd say so. I think there are a lot of good things that are going on with Jan. And like you said, a lot of that is coming down to that early game. I really liked the bot lane that they brought to the table this time. They did adapt and they brought more range with the Nami. And I think the Nami is a very potent champion too. This pair up with the Lucian ended up being really nice. And I like the build adaptation that we saw as well. You know, usually with Lucian, we're seeing the crit build, but for Nam, he did go for that Blade of the Ruined King just to get the on-hit damage that pairs a little bit better with an Enchanter. So I think they did have those good adaptations in this series, but I mean, just like the meme template you've brought to us implies, maybe ban Ziggs. I think it'd probably be a good idea.
I mean, they're the only team that hasn't banned it from Red Side all day, so I feel like a lot of teams are kind of on to something. But you know, I kind of want to take a look at just the overarching look of today, kind of take a look at the bracket and see, you know, what's going to come next for YMCA as they are going to move on in the lower bracket. Of course, we're going to have Tribe and Enemy tomorrow going up against each other. They've looked both phenomenal in their games today, taking down Cloud9 and Immortals respectively. But we're going to be kicking off with Immortals and Sentinels and Cloud9 versus YMCA. Now, Rafa, you got to cover YMCA versus Cloud9 earlier this week for the qualifier, and YMCA has pushed Cloud9 to the edge off of today's performance. Two different top laners that looked really good. How are you feeling about this matchup?
So for Cloud9, I think they've learned a lot in their very devastating loss to Tribe Gaming, and maybe as they get ready for that matchup against YMCA, they can kind of take it to heart, because to be fair, YMCA in the very first game of that grand finals we had for the second qualifier earlier this week, Cloud9 in the first game were being pushed, and YMCA, you know, took it to them in game one, mainly being able to actually get around Tarzan not having a huge jungle advantage and being able to navigate and put Zello on in an uncomfortable spot. This time around, though, you have to also remember, for the rest of the series, Cloud9 made one switch in their draft, and then immediately, they took the Corki away. Corki was no longer available to YMCA and for Boba, and they put a lot of attention to making sure that Boba was not having the pop-offs. And if he went on to another scaling pick, then they just had to push the early game incredibly fast. And so for Cloud9, because they are the ones that still do the dual mid lane strategy versus other teams, then it always puts Boba in one of the side lanes. And that side lane is a lot easier to attack than it is when you're attacking the mid lane, because it's a shorter lane and the turrets, it's a little shorter together. So you're always at risk of being shot by 2 turret shots if you go right around for the turret dive versus just the one in a longer lane, whether it's Baron or Dragon lane.
That matchup is sure to be explosive either way. And I think that matchup in particular in the lower bracket has a pretty high probability of producing the team that will make the run all the way through the lower bracket and up to that grand finals. I feel pretty strongly about this, especially knowing that YMCA did manage to take a game off of one of our winners finalists in NME already today. I think this is a very competitive series that we should all be looking a lot forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty crazy. It's building, YMC continuing to build up. They were the bottom seed of their group going into the qualifier. They come out of that group qualifying after being the only team in the group to take games off of Cloud9. And then they're able to actually take a game off of enemy, which Immortals was unable to do. But of course, those are going to be some exciting games tomorrow. That's it for us today. However, before I close this out, Rafa, I'd love to get your final thoughts.
Yeah, I actually... I'm so jealous of Alk and Jolly for covering the winners finals between Enemy and Tribe Gaming, because before we came on to the mic, I went ahead and looked back at some old footage of Vain Glory, because that is a game I never got a chance to experience, either playing or watching, but I went back and watched the old tapes from the 2017 World Championships, and when I was looking at that Tribe Gaming roster, I saw that Max Green and T-Tiger on that roster, but also with Dienzio, who not only got the MVP for the entire World Championship tournament run in 2017, but now he's an enemy. He's not with the boys in Tribe Gaming anymore. So now you have the 2017 Vainglory World Championship winning roster going against each other. So I think there's already a lot of history for any Vainglory fans, for any mobile gaming esports fans, because I know me and Smacks are really new to this scene in general, because there's just a lot of professional players coming from other titles into Wild Rift. And I just wanted to make sure that, yes, we don't come from that background, we don't come from that history, but we acknowledge it and we love it. And we are so excited to see that come down.
I'm so excited as well. And Smacks, I want to get your final thoughts as well before I send us away.
I am very glad that we did not get any Draven Baron lane today. Thank you so much. YMCA, you've heard my pleas, and I really appreciate that from you. Thank you for doing us all that favor, and congratulations on your win as well. I'm looking forward to seeing you against Cloud9.
All right, and on the wise words of Smack saying, please no more Draven Baron lane, that is going to do it for us here on day 1 of the first major at the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. Make sure to tune in here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, as we will finally get to see which 4 teams will be qualifying for the second major and also taking home a piece of the pie, a piece of that $10,000. But thank you all so much for watching. On behalf of myself, Rafa, and Smacks, and the rest of the crew here, we'll see you next time.